Honestly, I'm not sure if I even wanted to play today, but then it... Alright. I feel gaslit by the game. I feel like there isn't a 7th ending and I'm crazy and I'm doing it because I see maybe the remnants of cut content. But that can't be it, you know? It can't end with the people being the good guys. It can't. It Then what was it all for? Right? All of that analysis. I'm scared that it is a page left blank for you kind of ending. I'm gonna be real. I was hoping to buff my weapon. Okay. Neither flesh nor spirit, but something in between. The lands between. Now I know what they're between. They're the border between life and death, and she has suspended it. That's why all manner of death wash up here to be reforged. It makes sense now. America is the bad guy no matter what. Death has to happen and the continuous cycle needs to take place, right? I mean, that is reinforced throughout the game, but now it's just confirmed by the name. It is the lands between. It's not the lands between lands, as you would expect by the name. The lands between life and death. That's why you are someone who died in a previous life, right? That's what they'd say. Horaloo go off and live. And die after they've gotten their grace taken. And then after going and living their life, they come back to the lands between. Being called here by the grace of America's golden order being shattered. Because the natural cycle needs to return. Now I know why Marika's breaking the Elden Ring. And Radagon is repairing it because he was made to uphold the Golden Order with the rings in his chest. Rebirth. Love for the Golden Order. That was weird. The story only makes sense if America's fucking up the natural cycle. And her breaking it is an admission of guilt, right? But the monster she made of Radagon is perpetuating the suffering. It's very symbolic, actually. Holy shit. There's like many, many layers to that. That explains why night, day, life, and death all merge here, right? There's so many outer gods and stars of amber, which are souls. The outer gods communing are probably just people begging to be, you know, returned to the natural cycle that Merrick is preventing. That's why it's the mother of truth. And Noxtella, a guiding moon of darkness. Right, it's supposed to guide the stars. Stars are life. I understand now. America is a bad guy because she created Radagon and is doing this, but then she, again, is seeking forgiveness and shattering the Elden Ring. Because she knows there's supposed to be rune arcs and pieces of a greater thing. And not just a continuous left to fester circle. It's her trying to restore balance, right? The rings were originally out, and everyone's trying to repair it because of the Golden Order, and then that perpetuates the cycle. If she's doing it on purpose or not, I think, again, it's like, she already showed her hand with the Dung Eater, right? If you're a religious zealot, you'll eat the shit that they tell you, and then you'll like it. And it may lead to your death that you might be happy about. And you won't even know that you're just eating shit your whole life for no fucking reason, right? Because Marika is the moon, or not even the moon, she's the night sky. The Glomide Queen, she's the one who kills. I guess she also is the moon. She's a representative of the moon. But then, again, if she's an Albinoric, she's made from the people who represent the moon, so she represents the moon. But she isn't the natural born heir like Ronnie, Selin, or Renala, right? Those are astrologer-born women. They aren't larval-tiered mimic Albinoric blood from the stars, like cut the natural cycle off early, right? But you're still contributing to the previous natural cycle, actually. They would probably forge bodies, is my assume. Oh, yeah, they do. What the fuck? I was like, the whole thing is you take dragon smithing stones and forge shit with them. My assumption would be giants would have to forge bodies for these beings, and that's what they were doing before, right? That's the whole point of the Albinorics as well. Motherfucker. I thought I was barely out of range. I mean, visibly I missed, but... And then you go to the giant's homeland in the DLC, and there are stone giant people powered by crystals, which crystals are souls, so. Mortal clay, they're creating life. That's why they're called demigods if they're born of giants. But then again, it's like a misunderstanding, right? She was cut off from the natural cycle by the Noxtellan Albinaurics, and not put in by the giants and stuff, and then reborn, birthed back into the world tree, which it's supposed to represent. I didn't understand why it was supposed to represent the Erd tree, or the Erd tree represented the world tree. But then I didn't understand the symbolism of burying people in the fucking roots. I was like, well, I understand Godwin. Well, why do you have to bury people in the roots of the Erd tree? It's because if it's the world tree, and this is the land between life and death, you would have to return them for the natural cycle that she's trying to create, and she's inside of the Erd tree. So it makes a bunch of things make sense. She's in the Erd tree, having people be buried there, so their souls funnel to her, so she is guiding them to her, right? She's like replacing the Noxtellan night sky, and life sky. It's just a weird slip up. Life in the night sky. It's the weird phrasing, but that's what the game is trying to tell you. And then that's why the Erd tree isn't the shadow tree, right? They're in different positions on the map because the shadow tree overhangs the crucible of giants. The Erd tree has to be centered for order in the lands between, because everyone has got to be buried in the roots of it. So it's two different things, right? Two different foundations, two different worlds, right? That the structure is built around. So it's world trees. You go to the shadow world tree, that's all that's left of the old world, right? And then it's like a metaphorical thing, but it's also literal, which is what keeps happening in Elden Ring, right? They're missing their eyes, they're blind, they're blinded by their religion, right? The religion is the one who cuts their eyes out, and the religion cuts their eyes out because the prophecy that you have to make true, right? You have to burn the Erd tree by the end of the game, so the prophecy that the religion cuts everyone's eyes out for is true, no matter what, right? So that's why you always have to burn the Erd tree, and you can't get in any other way. So America wants to perpetuate this unnatural order. Everyone who sees the natural order of things has to have their eyes gouged out. It's fucked up. But then it's like a symbolism, right? The people who see the truth, ironically, have their eyes gouged out, right? Or one eye gouged out. Like Moog is granted his power. Again, literally this is told to you. By the Mother of Truth, the Blood Star, or not the Blood Star, just the Mother of Truth. We don't know if it's the same thing. I think it is, because all stars are life and give power, right? That's the whole Elden Ring thing. So it would have to be some sort of amber life communicating with Moog, right? When he gets his eye gouged out, that's the thing. That's that, like him and Margit. It's just Margit is religious, so he doesn't let his blood flow. So he stagnates it into a blade. That's why his blade has bleed, right? It's because it's supposed to be his blood, which it tells you it's just hardened blood. So it's blood made stagnant. And then the other thing, and it's crystalline as well, I should state, which means it's ordered, right? The order of the molecules, literally, like the fucking way it's built, is perfectly ordered. As opposed to Moog, who shoots blood flame at you, and it's just fucking like randomly splashing and splatting everywhere. He's allowing his blood and the natural inherited powers to flow. But he was granted those powers because he is punished. The Mother of Truth sees all, right? The formless mother sees all, so she knows all truths. That's like the main thing. So if she knows all truths and sees that his eye is gouged out, gives him extra power. So it's like eyes are connected to seeing and power, right? That's like the same thing all the other people say. I was blinded and now I can see, right? It's like a religious metaphor. I was blind to the truth And now I see the truth, right? That's why what they're trying to tell you. The whole game, you're actually blind to what the game is trying to tell you until you've like read all the items and played through it a bunch of times. Then you are no longer blind to the truth, and that's the problem. I feel like it isn't just me putting it together. I'm realizing it through watching like everyone's lore videos and reading the comments on the wiki and all of the wiki information people have gathered. The community is my gold mask, right? And I'm deciphering their actions. Everybody's doing shit and interpreting it their own way, whatever. I look at their words, sure, but then I'm like, what are the actions behind the movement mean? Like, what the fuck does it mean that you can let these people live? Why does the quest let you do that, right? It doesn't give you the better item because it's not about the item reward, right? That's the first realization. You have to see that, and then as you see other things, it's like, oh, you have to piece it together yourself is also the story. That's kind of why I don't want to explain how to get the secret ending, because you need to understand how to get the secret ending to get the secret ending. I can explain every step to you, right? And then you can do all the steps, but then that deprives you of the journey that it's actually trying to teach you. So I implore anyone else, when you find it, don't teach anyone how, just tell them that it exists, right? And then maybe hint them along, right? I've explained how by giving all of the lore answers, right? And then, like Corin, you have to either accept it or move on from the game entirely, because you're not going to get the secret ending if you don't accept it. And I think that's a beautiful thing. And now I understand Corin's story, right? If you don't accept the truth, you're never going to move on into the next world, right? Like, the truth is I press that, but it doesn't matter. So all of these trees make sense again, right? Everything starts to make sense. America made this Erd tree to perpetuate her own world in fear of being gripped by the dark beyond, right? She wanted to make everything orderly and not chaotic like the flowing inside of that monster. But it's like, it's kind of naturally beautiful, that cosmos monster. That's why the song is like weirdly somber, and then it teleports you to a beautiful land full of other magical trees. It's trying to show you the truth. Hey, and you know, you have to fight beasts, but it's also trying to show, it's a representative of intelligence, right? Granting intelligence to people is what the greater will does. If the Elden beast shows up with 5 fingers and fights you with a sword, it's using a tool. It's showing signs of intelligence, right? It's not just like, oh, you're assuming that. It's like, no, as soon as a coconut was used by a squid, everybody fucking looked at, or an octopus or whatever, everyone looked at them different. They're like, oh, those things can use tools. Right? It doesn't matter how many times they broke out of they breached containment, right? It's like wild animals breach containment all the time. So when they started using shit and thinking clearly, and you can't deny your eyes, that it's like, oh fuck. So it's essentially the same thing as that. This giant eldritch cosmic horror, right, shows up, but it's only scary if you don't understand it, right? If you start to understand it, you're like, oh, it's showing me that there are more worlds out there, right? The spirits, when you invade their world and it tells you other worlds, Miyazaki is trying to go, hey, remember how many times we've said worlds in these games? Here's a million world trees and a cosmic monster, right? They're all probably branching within or from in this cosmos, right? So, like, if you've played the other 9 games in the series, you understand what it represents, because all of the other games conclude in the same place, at the end of time and the world, right? The world has burned to ash, there's nothing left but the fire, you, and like one other person. And then it's just a battle of last man standing, right? Is it you, or is it future you? Right? Because if it's the soul of Cinder and it's every soul put together, and you claim them and sit in its place, right? Then it's eventually going to turn into you, right? You're going to meld with the souls you've eaten sitting there beyond time, burning by the flame. And then, because it's, you know, time is a loop in Dark Souls, the past you will show up to fight you and beat you. It's like a cyclical representation of, you know, death and rebirth, but you live it, right? If you sit down in the position of the Soul of Cinder at the end of the game, right, and you've eaten the Soul of Cinder's soul and you rekindled the fire, right, then you're now the Soul of Cinder. You're everything put together at one at the end of time, just sitting there. And then what happens when everything is sitting there at the end of time, right? It's like, if the Soul of Cinder is sitting there at the end of time, then the chosen and the fire starts to go out, right? You're sitting there for too long, the fire starts to go out, there's no one to kill or claim, you can't rekindle it, you're hollow. Past you shows up, right? Because now it's recreated the situation of the future. I know that's a weird phrasing of it, but it does the same thing that your past self lived through to make you the Soul of Cinder. So it is a cycle, right? You've created yourself. Gwyn made sure that that's the cycle, right? And that's why it's like scary when the serpents claim the world for the tree, but the tree is part of a natural cycle too, right? The tree has to die. So that other trees may live. And seeds have to drop, right? Because Marika said her tree was eternal, and it shocked everyone when it dropped seeds, because there were no supposed... It's like, that's an allegory for the whole game. She didn't want an heir. She didn't want children. She wanted the perfect order of things, right? And then the seeds dropped. It's like, uh-oh. Now shit has to happen. It's like an earthquake. The world shattered is essentially also when the seeds drop. So it's like the realization of you actually have to perpetuate this cycle, right? Now she had to wind up like this, right? Create Radagon and do all the things. It's not an ends justify the means. It's not reversed, right? She did a bunch of fucked up stuff for a selfish reason. She was scared of the dark beyond. Who, if you show intelligence, right, you understand that the weapon wielding means they are smart, right? Then, and you try to, what do they do, right? No matter what, right when they show up, they take you beyond the stars, into the sky to see everything from above, all of the earth, all of the trees, right? They're like, look at what the fuck you're doing. Right? As a tarnished, perpetuating the Golden Order, as a Soul of Cinder, letting the world turn to ash, right? It's like someone showing up there and going, what the fuck is wrong with you? Right? Look at all of these other things that why are you perpetuating this order? That's the point of the Elden Beast. That's why, like, Gwyn doesn't have an Elden Beast. Right? Soul of Cinder is his own Elden Beast in the cycle, right? That's the end of it. Demon Souls has an Elden Beast. That's why it's like, if you've played Demon Souls, you know. What is the story? You go, you fight King Alant, which would be the Gwyn, right? He brought and introduced all of the problems to the world and is perpetuating, trying to keep Boletaria alive, right? So he's the Gwyn. But what happens after you kill the, like, sword-wielding, honorable, magical, douchebag demon version of him? Right? The image that he left in his place. The past self that is stronger, again, this representation. You find where he really is. He's a blob sitting underneath the true old one because he didn't know that it was trying to unify souls. So he's like, I'm getting power, I'm gonna turn into these things. But he's like, he didn't realize that he's fucked it all up and you're actually there to fulfill the prophecy. Like, he's like just a little blob hopping at you, right? He can kill you, it's like, it's whatever. But like, you can respawn because he's made this immortal era, right? Because he's perpetuating it. Your death, it doesn't matter if a million eons go by and all of time has to take place forever and his kingdom has grown in every direction. If it is infinite, it will have to grow back to you in the exact way that it did, right? Because it's infinite. It will keep going forever. So it will go until it's broken as well, because it's going to get every possibility. It's going to keep going until the strong version of you arises from that infinite problem, right? So they create their own monster. King Allant does it because he doesn't understand that the demon souls are actually pretty much the angels' souls, right? The angels in the Bible are scary, horrific monsters with multiple eyes, but they grant truth and see all and are like burning visages with multiple wings and all this shit. That's the point, right? The demons, the religious orders, is afraid of getting justice served to them for what the fuck they do, right? In this game, they are ironically the greedy ones that farm everyone's souls. They oppress people, right, based on their dipshit religious worldview, right? They even force their own kind to eat shit if it serves their purpose, right? And kill each other. They don't give a fuck, right? Because they say they want a perfect order, but then they essentially are doing the same thing, if not worse, than the original order, right? Actually, I think that is the point, because if Radagon made Mesmer by a misbegotten children, right? The Lionel Misbegotten's name now makes sense. And then he was remade to Radagon as like a punishment. And that because it was too cruel of a king, understandable, remake him, right? But then Marika forces him to have children with her. So she is no better. Mikola, right, is a child devoid of love. He loves his father, but abandons his love at the end of his quest line, right? Mikola actually ends up not having love and being like his mother. So it's like, I feel you could feel bad for Marika, but then also she did the same thing now, so do you feel bad for her anymore? Again, it's like a moral dilemma wrapped into a boss. It's like, yesterday was Radagon's realizations, now is Marika's. And I guess tomorrow will be the Elden Beast. Now we know why they shattered it, because of you, and you're pretty obvious. Cosmic horror. Strangely, this one's easy to understand. You just look at it. Marika was fighting against the cosmos, right? That's what this is. It is if you know what the furthest reaches of space have ever been documented, right? The grandest picture of existence looks like, it looks like this, right? All of the stars form together in strings. It really does look like this. This is what the universe looks like. Miyazaki's trying to show you. So it's, again, it's not just me putting meaning to stupid bullshit just because it looks like stars. This specifically, with the branching neurons, isn't supposed to just look like neurons. The only other thing in the cosmos that looks like this is the cosmos, right? The entirety of space from viewed with like a microwave scope. God damn it, I pressed dodge, but I was in the middle of a combo. So he's telling you the grandest view of existence, right, is what she's fighting against. The entirety of the world, right? She wants to make order of it all. She's fighting against the world, right? Again, which makes her selfish. Because then there are people like Bach and Raya that you wind up oppressing, which are your heirs, right? Actually, if they are Rykard and demi-human, then they are related to you through Horlu. So everyone, again, everyone's related, but just the Beastmen part. it's like, because Radagon was a beastman, right? Because the giants, when you see them with the faces in them, those were like the gods. And they were like primordial men, right? That's like their Viking heritage of eating mushrooms. Those are like primordial men. So, and I guess that's why like the flame will never die symbolism is like masculinity has to exist in contrast to her feminine order, right? Otherwise there is no feminine order. There's no order to it. You need a dichotomy. You need chaos to order, right? If there isn't chaos, right, there isn't random, then there isn't things in place, right? Everything just is. So if there is no light, right, you aren't blinded by light. You can see everything. There is no darkness. You can see everything, right? It's like things exist in a dichotomy. You can only feel happy because you feel sad, right? That's like the thing. If you didn't have a range of emotions, right, you have a fucking chemical imbalance in your brain. Yeah, that's supposed to happen. You can fight against feeling them, sure, but I mean, that's different than not feeling them, right? I think that's the point of this story. America feels a certain way, but we're told expressly through her actions and what she does to people, right? The people of the sun, Radagon, who would have made Mesmer, right, are punished and sent to the Shadow Realm, and the one that's left around is taught his whole life to eat shit and die in the name of order, right? He's just supposed to kill everyone. And if that's, it's like double fold, right? Because he's supposed to maybe come from the Halig tree, because that's where the Dung Eaters thing is. So it's like, well, you can't blame America for that. That's Mikola. That's her child, right? So she brought up a child that would raise someone like the Dung Eater in his order. So it's like she's still the problem, right? She caused it. And it's directly through the order she's trying to perpetuate. It's not because of Mikola. It's because he's trying to recreate the order that America did. And, you know, that order would have see people eat shit and murder people, right? Because if he's from the Halig tree, he's compelled like everybody else. So Mikola's making him do that. And if not, then America convinced him throughout his life to feel like he needed to, which is, again, America's a piece of shit that whole time. But it's definitely an allegory for, like, you will just do what they tell you, and you will do it happily if you do not know better, right? That's why everyone hates and fears the Dung Eater. They're like, he's just a murderous lunatic. It's because he doesn't know better. He's a religious fucking zealot, right? And that's why he's asking you to think about Dark Souls with that. That's why he looks like Solaire with that sun metal, but not, right? It's like, well, what's wrong with Solaire? Solaire was a zealot and was killing demons, right? Like the demon centipede, that we know were just warped human souls, right? And now this is making me realize with the world tree symbolism, it's probably the same thing in Dark Souls of it's the land between life and death. So number 2 takes place in the land of the living, probably. And that's why it's so confusing. Or reversed. It's so misplaced, right? There's no logic to the order of land because it's the land of the dead. And as I theorized before, of like dead lands, right? If your kingdom falls, your land is dead, right? If nothing can die, then your land resurrects from underneath the old one, right? Magically and literally, which is what we see in the Dark Souls world, which is, that's why I confuse people. It's like, why are these things built over the ruins of the old world, but then the old world is on top of the new one, right? It's like, wait, what the fuck? How am I walking through this part of the map and then also going back to this part of the map from the previous games? Right? It's like, oh, well, Manus pulls you back in time in number 1. So you're actually seeing an old version of Ulasil, and that, it's not actually what Ulasil looks like, because when you get there, it's all swamped and fucked and covered in ghosts, right? So it's like you go to different places in time, but then that supports the theory of, like, no land can die in a place where nothing can die. But it's further reinforced here in Elden Ring. right? I didn't know for sure in Dark Souls is what I'm saying. I was like, that kind of feels like the misplaced, because you take an elevator up in a castle, which I think is supposed to be underground, I should say, by the way, based on the spacing of this game and how things are gigantic. I think it's supposed to be like far below underground, and they didn't expect people to crack open the game code and see how far it actually is. But this game tells you it's the land between, and things wash up here, right? And there are lands of other god. It is composed of multiple gods from these runes that are actually supposed to be life forms forming their own strands and trees, right? But America's preventing that. And we know she's preventing it, I should say, because she, in the first iteration of her Golden Order, told everyone and lied to everyone that the Erd Tree was eternal, right? And that's why, again, everyone freaked out when it started bearing seeds and fruit and shit, because they're like, wait, what the fuck? It shouldn't flower, because it shouldn't bloom, because it doesn't need to pollinate anything, because there need not be another tree, right? Now, again, if you use your eyes, you can't deny it. There's a fucking tree at every corner of the map, right? So what makes the Erd Tree so sacred? Because you find seeds at the base of these little trees. So they want to tell you, oh, these are little saplings. Like, these aren't coming up from the roots. These are whole new trees, right? So, with more seeds. So it's like, America, having created an order, eternal, ended up having to perpetuate the same cycle before her, right? Of oppression. Metaphorically and then literally with the land, magically, everything. So then, the same cycle that the Elden Beast is showing you. Fuck, I rolled like a half second too early. The Elden Beast is trying to show you there are other Erd trees out there fully grown, right? You can't see them from here. See them from here, I think, is the important thing. You are blinded in this sea, this ocean, right? The inky black void of death. It's like your world has faded, been swallowed by a black hole, right? Estelle style. Or, Mightier style. It's like now that it's just part of the cosmos. That's what it being gripped by the cosmos, right? America is like the sky. That means Radagon, the runes inside are the sun. When the solar Elden Beast grabs it and pulls it into the water, it's like you get thrown into the water at the beginning of the game and then wash up on the lands between, right? All manner of death wash up here. She's getting pulled back into the sea, right? That's where you're fighting on. The beast keeps diving down into the water. It's like an aquatic creature. And that makes sense if you know anything about astronomy. You've seen a fucking rocket ship go up, it looks like it's swimming. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like floating in water when it finally gets up there. So, again, the aquatic nature of space makes sense as well. It's trying to say this star, right? Because the fell flame is the sun. If this is repurposed crucible, repurposed fell flame, it's only fell flame because of the Golden Order. It's just a flame. If it was the flame, it is the sun. If the golden rune was the sun, right? Repurposed. It is no longer the fell flame, it's just the Elden Ring, but it's no longer burning out into these random cosmic strings. It's got a loop that it's making. So that's why the trees sprouting out from it are freaking America out, right? Everything is all fucked up in her order because people will eventually begin to see through the cracks, right? I think that is why the land is broken, and the whole symbolism of the shattering is again, with the whole the truth will bubble up to the surface is like a thing that people say, and then magma is the like whole point of Riker, the Inquisitor, the Truth Seekers. It's like the land is the theme of the Truth Dungeon, right? It might be fire, it's land on fire, right? But it's because he knows the truth. He's a fucking Inquisitor. He tortured people for the truth, right? He killed them for the truth. He was driven his entire life to find out what the fuck is going on. And then when he found out, he attacked the Earth Tree, right? And then he had his brother Godwin killed with his sister Ronnie. Like as soon as you understand that America is bad and holding back the natural order of things, and you see through the cracks in the very land, right? And you know the dragon's power is the land, the natural stone elements that you were probably remade from, reconstituted dragon stone, right? Because they had nothing to make anything out of, like the Albinorics. It's like they had stone people in the DLC, right here. Where is it? Right here. Ruined forge lava intake. Giant, or I should say they're giant relative to you. But relative to the fire giant, these things are actually really fucking small, right? The giants inside of these forges that are just toiling away, petting their pet slimes. These guys are actually really small compared to the fire giant boss. And they're powered by crystals. These are like primordial albinorics. Then you get astrologers from them, right? And them mating, the doll diddlers of the giant society, Radagon. And then you get the actual lore here. Then the giants would have made more life with the runes, the amber, right? And then Albinorics come about because that's exactly what they are. The stars amber, larval tears, washed up here, right? So it's like the giants' eventual progression. But then that means more so, Ronnie is the heir to like a giant civilization of night and day, not so much the Albinorics that they made, right, with these people, because they have a giant civilization of people washing up from beyond the stars and sailing over, right? So it's like people constantly wash up here because it's the lands between. It's like, you know, this is the land between life and death. Everything's gonna wash up here. That's why from the suppressing tower it says all manner of life washes up here, right? Larval tears, space, alien, crystal people, and Estelle, that unnatural born of the void. That is the true name of Estelle now, because their names go from, I guess it's like again with a multiple meaning. They're natural born of the void. They're only natural born because they're made up of ember. Or amber and ember. But amber, well, that was a Dark Souls. Amber, the same thing Renala is holding, which is glintstone, which they stole from the Nameless City. So we know that they are natural born of the void. But the grafting process and the reason they were conjured is unnatural. We know that from the Noxtellans being essentially like smited by this thing. The Nameless City had its fucking, what's it called, the sky taken, but also you have a spell that tells you the astrologers did it. So it's kind of saying the astrologers did it to themselves, right? That's the point of the game. They're punishing themselves. They did it to themselves without even knowing better. They summon the stars, Estelle comes crashing down, right? The glimpse of the primeval current that the astrologer saw became real, and the stars amber rained down on the land. The game tells you amber rained down on the land in the ancient times, and the astrologers in these kinds of towers witnessed it, right? So the giant night and day civilization lived until there were humans washing up, beastmen, dragons, everything is united in one ring, right? You got night and day in a cycle. Everything washing up here, it's fine. Fungus, fish people, right? Leech thing, basilisk, it doesn't matter. Like everything is washing up here. It's the land of death. Then an Albinoric woman crawls up, or a bunch of Albinoric women crawl up after Estelle, right? Because this city existed. It's been broken. It's the same ruins as the tower above. So the Albinoric women crawl up to where? The Crucible Sun Society, where they're killing people in honorable ways because they are strong, right? And the weak are punished. So the women who can't walk wind up there, right? What would happen to them? Well, in this warrior society, the weak are meant to get stuffed into jars so that they can eat other warriors and become strong, like Alexander, right? So they weren't punished, but they were. In the eyes of the shaman women, of course, they were fucking tortured. But in the eyes of the fucked up Crucible Society, is how you should phrase it, they were trying to make them stronger through adversity. Again, the toxic masculinity shit. So that's why if the Red King would have been the king of that society, the Gloam-eyed Queen, the White Queen, the death symbolizing, water symbolizing, earth symbolizing, right, silver symbolizing entity in alchemy had to have a representative. It would be the shaman woman who was tortured, right, and all of her people put into jars to make them stronger, right? Which ironically, it really does make them really strong, because the Albinorics we fight in the DLC that were stuffed into jars can one-shot you, where the Albinorics that you fight in the golden, like, Haligtree can't walk still, right? The giant little sister can't walk. So they're still frail, which is weird. Because it's like, what? But I guess they just kept making them. Or it's like or no, they're asexual. They just kept reproducing themselves. That's the point of the story with Melania. Because that proves that America's a fucking Albinoric. Right? Ronnie doesn't asexually reproduce. Radon doesn't asexually reproduce. Rykard begins to asexually reproduce when he is eaten by the snake. Right? And then even then, Tanith has to give birth to them, so it's not really asexual, right? Everyone's like, oh, actually it's a snake lady. It's a scaly, right? Giving birth to them, right? Even though he has arms and flesh ripping off of him, he never makes a snake off of himself, right? He needs Tanith to birth these things. And that's a dual identity, I think, is that the talisman that Raya gives you, the name of that is Tanith's true identity. Like how Shabriri possesses Yura, like how Hyetta is possessing Irina, like how you are possessing this character. It's a dual identity, like how Marika is possessing Radagon. Because they're all the same thing. Amber from the stars, right? And if the Fell Flame was the normal fire, right, it would explain why Marika, the Gloam-eyed Queen, is weak to it. And again, the remade Radagon, being revealed to his true powers, would reawaken. Because that's the whole point of the Giants Society, right? Is a crucible, reforging life. So if you are hitting him with fire, you are essentially doing the same ancient ritual, right? So you have to kill them with fire. Kill it with fire. Is that how you get the secret ending? You have to kill him with fire? That'd be the dumbest thing, but I mean, it thematically, that's what it's telling me with that. I guess it's just reinforcing his weakness is fire. But if you're supposed to reforge life with fire, is what the giant society like, it's called the Fell Flame, but it's just the sun, right? That's why Dung Eater's thing is tragic. If the Fell Flame through the visages, right, are actually just the sun, then the guy who's wearing the sun medallion that's forced to eat shit and kill Omen, right, the other person in the Sun Society when we get there, the Hornsen, his story now makes sense, right? He is now there to enact vengeance on his own kind because of a religious edict that was just a fucking complete misunderstanding. But also, it's born from, like, actual tragedy. Like, we can't overlook the fact that shaman women were stuffed into jars and Radagon is remade, right? Got his will taken away. And then after that, he had children with Marika. She forced him to have children with her. Plain and simple. And that's why Mikola is devoid of love. He wasn't conceived through love. It's like a love potion allegory, right? If you make someone love you through a love potion, and you always remember that you made them drink a love potion, you will fall out of love because there'll be a constant reminder of they don't truly love you. You made them drink a love potion. Right? That's like, and then it ends up being a bittersweet victory, right? You sure got what you wanted, but now you have a constant reminder of the problem that you caused, right? You've taken this person's free will away from them to choose a love like Renala, and you've input a rune of order into him because it would only make sense if the sun loved you, right? In this perfect, you don't want the sun to love the moon because then the cycle continues. You want the sun to love the night sky, which means it's just off on its own, going onward forever. She is, again, reinforced visually through evil acts, and then reinforced through her children's actions, and that's how you, again, can understand how Mikola is evil. Just the phrase that he wants to pretty much have everyone live for 1,000 years, right? He's like an eternal thing for 1,000 years or whatever. He's telling you that he still is doing the same thing that America's doing. He's like, I want everyone to live forever. I want an eternal age. It's like, you did not learn from the mistakes of your father, dipshit. That's what they're trying to tell you. Miyazaki specifically. Praise the sun? Sure. Praise the sun until it tells you to eat shit and die. Then what happens? Praise the sun. That's what Miyazaki's saying. He's like, you guys who didn't understand the allegories deep enough, so now I'm just gonna fucking tell you what they mean. That's insane. This is like an insult. You guys lost the Dark Souls is what this is saying. That's the most insulting shit. It's like you guys didn't you misinterpreted everything. We were the Golden Order the whole time. We were the bad guys. Miyazaki was like, you fucking morons. Because if you've played Dark Souls, you know the significance of praise the sun, right? So if the story of Elden Ring is the sun is a piece of shit, and those who worship them are tortured by the current order to literally eat shit and die, right? It's like, so you can't like the current order, and you can't like the sun anymore. It's like, now you just have to face the truth. You have to use your fucking eyes. You make a murderous lunatic, a religious zealot, out of the guy who was supposed to be a crusader, a religious zealot. Now Solaire's design makes sense. He's supposed to be a good guy that's a religious zealot. So it's like, oh, do I like him or he's a religious zealot? But everyone loves Solaire. So it's like, what if you turn Solaire into just a religious zealot, right? He eats shit and he's a fucking asshole, murders everyone. Because that's essentially what he's doing. He's just nice to the Tarnished, right? So what if you just make him not nice to the Tarnished anymore? That's it. Now everyone sees through the lie of the religious order. or you're forced to, right? He respects you still, just like Solaire. When you beat him, he's like, okay, you are the dung eater, you are the strong one, but you take it as an insult. You're like, what the fuck did you just call me? The dung eater? What the fuck is wrong with you? It's because, again, it's an allegory for you are now the one who respects life, right? He didn't respect life, so you have to, and it's because someone treated him without respect. So he is taught self-hate by the order he serves, whether it be the Golden Order or Mikola, which, again, if he is from the Halig Tree, which the seedbed curses imply, Mikola made the Dung Eater, not Marika, which is even worse. So, because Mikola can compel people to do anything, and if he's from the Halig Tree, that means Mikola's making him do that. Anyway, because he wants to punish the people of the sun. And I think it, again, is reinforced because Hornsent says, right, if I pretty much, I want to avenge my dead wife and kid, and Mikola could quell that rage within me with his love rune, I wish, and that would redeem me. I wish not to be redeemed, if that means I forsake my children and my wife that a Mesmer killed, right? He tells you that. He's like, if Mikola's grace would quell the rage within me, then I wish not by him to be redeemed, is how he phrases it. So he's saying, like, I don't want to be redeemed by Mikola if it means forgetting or not caring as much about the fallen, right? That's the thing. I don't want to care about the order as much as I care about the people that were important to me. It's like, do you put religion first before your family? That's what Hornsent is. But then he again creates a religious zealot, another religious zealot, out of the Hornsent sun worshippers, right? Like another dung eater, because Hornsent respected the lives of his family, right? He's like, no, I'm not gonna just forget them. What are you, fucking crazy? Mesmer burned them for no reason, is what you're telling me, right? So he's like, of course I'm gonna be upset. Like, you're crazy. Mesmer burned them because of Marika's lie, so my family died for no reason and we're all related? Like, of course Hornsent's upset. Like, are you fucking crazy? But then again, you find out what the Hornsent did in the secret Bonnie Village area, and it goes back to Marika's whole story. Hornsent was attacked because they did terrible things, right? But they also, there weren't Hornsent that, or like, it's like it was a shaman society, right? That's what the problem is. It's not Hornsent, it's shaman. That's the word we should be using. The shaman tortured Marika's people, the Albinoric women, and just called them shaman and was like, welcome to the society, we're gonna stuff you in jars, you're gonna be strong, we're gonna forge you a new, right? That's the problem, though. It's very inconsiderate and also fucking deranged and diabolical, right? I mean, like, in the context of a video game, sure. In the magical world, yeah. That's, again, why Grimdark swords are so fucking... That's why I appreciate them. Holy shit. But then again, it does make you realize how dark the real world is, because it's like, these are all allegories for things that people really do. He's saying if you are a real person that kills for religious reasons, you are a fucking shit eater, and you will die because of your order, and also, you're probably going to enjoy it, and no one is going to respect you, and everyone fears you, right? No one actually respects you. You're a shit eater, and you're feared, right? You're a fucking warmongering lunatic, is what he's trying to say. The dung eater is all of those things. He kills, and he's like, sure, I respect your strength, your ritual combat, because you respect life. But he doesn't say it because you respect life. He's just like, well, you defeated me. That's the Crucible Society. He's like the old world ideals, right? Forced to eat shit. Right? So it's like a non-just way. It's like you could have taught him better. Instead, you taught him to fucking kill people like Omen, and now you're punishing him for it. Right? It's like the Golden Order did him dirty, and now Mikola is doing him dirty, right? He was an Omen killer, probably. That's how his armor came to be. And now he's got to eat shit for the rest of his life because he is related to the Omen, because everybody's a shaman, right? Because we're all just stardust. but also just death washing up in the lands between. Some of us might be unrelated to each other, right? That's the thing, but we're all kind of from the same source. That's why America's origin needs to be an Albinoric, because then you and Ronnie and Selin and all these people they're trying to have you marry aren't related, right? You're not related to any of the people that the game tries to have you marry. You're not related to Ronnie, because if Radagon isn't America, because she's lying, which we know she is, because the seeds that you upgrade your flask with, the basis of the game, every time you heal, you know she's lying, right? So, because you've upgraded your flask with the lie, so. That move I had to pay close attention to because it kills me every time. But then again, it shows her hand, right? She had the Omen killed, and then Mikola does the same thing. He just punishes them, but even worse than before, right? Instead of killing your own kind, which is worse enough, now you gotta eat shit, right? For the rest of your life, wearing the armor of the people you've killed. It's like the most fucked up thing. But in death, right? That's essentially his afterlife. It's the lands between. So now again, it's like another meaning layered on top of it. He's suffering because of the dead that he is wearing, right? He wears it on his sleeve. He literally wears it on his sleeve. He's got the horns on his fucking sleeves, right? All over him. Actually, he wears it all over him. So his tragedy he is wearing. It's not that he eats shit. You have to go, why does this fucker eat shit? Who is he eating? He's wearing Hornsent armor, but he's not killing Hornsent. He's killing nobles, right? Those are the people, the tarnished are the ones you get the seedbed curses off of. So it is not Omen or Hornsent that he is killing, right? It's other shaman, because he's got the sun on his chest, right? So he is a representation of knowing the truth. If you see it, right, you know that the sun now he represents. The sun is now forced to kill the Omen, its own kind. That's why there's spirits that are like, Mesmer, what the fuck are you doing? Aren't we all related in the DLC? Because yes, you're all related, right? You're all Stardust, but also not really, because America's shaman, it's like Mesmer's related to them, but America's the one that was punished. Whoa, I just blinked. I wonder if it does that to everybody. It just straight up like teleports me around when I enter this boss room. But yeah, it adds a meaning to Mesmer's tragedy as well, right? He is related to the people he's killing. Marika might not be, but that's why she has Mesmer do it. It's the same thing as the Dung Eater. And you, the Tarnished. You're actually fighting your own kind. I genuinely have no fucking idea how to dodge that. If he uses those two moves in sequence, I cannot dodge that. I'm fucked. I can't run faster than the fucking light. And he uses the beam that I can't get off my horse in time. Like, I actually don't have a fucking solution in mind for that stupid attack. Oh, I'm getting frustrated because I can't see the truth, you know? I'm like, I died to that move so many times because out of all of the timing that I've learned throughout the game, it's just telling you you can't dodge this, which is the most upsetting, because I know that it's probably a lie and it's about like testing your ultimate knowledge and getting really good at the fucking game. But that, I hope it's not a level up problem. I hope it's not like a, oh, by now the people will level up, so it should be easy, because then I'll kick them in the fucking monitor, right? I'll kick their monitor. And that'll prevent them from doing any more shitty work on this fucking game, whoever decided to fuck that up. It's like, why did you make a game where you could beat it all the way through without leveling, and then the end is like, oh, you can't dodge this? Again, though, I know you can because I've seen people do it. It's just the sequence of attacks. They don't get those sequence of attacks. It sucks to say that I get unlucky because I don't want it to be that. But it's like, if you go back and watch that, there's no way to dodge that, right? If I get off the horse, I get hit by the second beam, right? I dodge all of the needles, but I get hit by the second sword beam because as I'm getting off of it, I can't roll or move by the end, and the second beam is already come in full contact with me, right? I'm like halfway through the fucking beam of light and dead already. So there's no way to survive that. As much as I'm analyzing it, the only thing I can imagine is get on the horse, run towards him, or run away from him, and pray to all fucking mighty that I'm far enough away. Right, but then again, it's like oh, maybe random spacing, right? If he decides to do it while I'm like right underneath at the weak point, right, where he usually decides to do it, I can't run away far enough to a point. But if he runs away from me, right, like he does, and then he does it, but if I run away during that, there's no chance that he does the beam sword thing, right? Because it's like the Margit dagger move. The further you get, the less likely they are to use a projectile because they know it's gonna miss. They're like, I'm just gonna get into the effective range of this projectile, then shoot it, right? That's how most things are coded. Unless they're like a sniper, right? That's why like certain people say sniper ahead, like there's a message. Because certain enemies don't move and they'll just shoot at you like a turret. And their AI is just turned, like their detection AI is turned all the way up. That fucking sucks. Because I hate saying things are undodgeable and random. Oh, I just got the... I'm like, what's with the cracks? Like the way that these cracks go towards me like roots. Like there's something here. It's because if he is the sun, then he is also granting life. So he would be the trees, right? He's all things on this planet. So all of the other Erd trees are telling you, like, there's more gods out there. There are more worlds out there than the ones you are considering. Eldritch horror. Again, I actually realized with the Statue of America, a really beautiful way to put it. It's an allegory, right? It's a similar story. It's a story to help you realize, right, the statue, what kind of god would let this happen is the sentence you would have to ask. They would have to want you to know that Radagon and them are the same person. Right? If she's omnipotent and she knows everything and she's a god like she says she is, which we know she's not, she's lying, then she would know about the secret in the statue. Because the only thing that can hide your, like, the view of the Golden Order in the two fingers is silver, right? Silver mirrors, not illusions, right? Because they hide crucible people and shit behind illusionary walls all the time because she had to have been from a time where there were astrologers and everybody knew about the invisible walls, right? So again, even if she was the fucking Glowmite Queen in Radagon, it doesn't mean she would know about the invisible walls thing. So, or not the Glowmite Queen and only Radagon, but again, you have to ask, what kind of god would let this happen? What kind of god would let this statue that reveals her secret happen? Either it's a secret she wants you to know, or it's a secret kept from her because she's not omnipotent. She's not Radagon. It's a secret she wants you to know, right? Because no matter what, it actually tells you America is not Radagon. Because of its construction, how it came about, right? The Church Muriel is the questions give answers guy. What compelled Radagon to leave Renala for Marika? Well, his next child with Marika had the rune of compelling in him. So, actually it was a dual spirit. Which in Native American terms means like trans. It is a dual spirit, right? Of Saint Trina, death, from Marika's side, and the rune that she used in Radagon. Yeah, Radagon. So it explains why there are two souls in one body. And and Mikola has to abandon his flesh of Saint Trina to become a spirit of Mikola at the end of the DLC. Mikola was a woman, right? In terms of physicality, but because of Saint Trina. So it's more of Saint Trina was a woman, a little girl with a man's soul stuck in her, right? Mikola. And then, of course, America not wanting Saint Trina's identity to ever be revealed is like, oh, Mikola's just cursed with eternal youth, right? And then the prophecy of becoming and growing to Saint Trina being feared makes sense, because it means time will progress, and that's what America's trying to stop. If space and time is one thing, and she's trying to stop the grip of space, which is what happens in this boss fight, and she's trying to stop time, which we also know based on Placidus Axe, right? So again, it's not like a guess. You're trying to stop space, you're trying to stop time. That's just how it works. So if she's trying to stop her son from growing, the fact that she refers to them as a son, right? And that means she wants everyone to know them as a man, right? Because she's all about secrets and lies. Like, oh my god, the sexism goes so deep. Women lie and are death is literally what, it's so stupid, but it actually is what it's supposed to be. Like an old world allegory brought into modern day to be analyzed. It's crazy. George R.R. Martin, I wonder, his writing gives sexist, but I've only ever watched Game of Thrones, so I don't want to put that on him. Because you got characters like Arya Stark and stuff that are like, you know, badasses in their own right, but again, it's the show that does their character the way I know, so I don't know how they are in the books. They could be even more badass and less sexist. So who knows? I'm not gonna put that on him, but this is definitely a sexism allegory, because the whole Red Queen or the Red King White Queen thing is about the king being a dominant masculine force and the queen being a subdued obedient feminine force, right? It's dumb, but that's why this whole allegory is about like the dung eater, like the old world ideals, eating shit and going to fucking die, right? Kill him if you have to, metaphorically speaking. When you start questioning authority, you can find the true ending of the game. It's a metaphorical ending. It's supposed to be inside of you. I get it. Because if you decide to do everything right, you are showing the game, hey, you made me decide to be a good person this time in this playthrough. My actions are telling you, hey, I've decided to allow people the choice to live and only share with them the truth, right? No matter how much it hurts, but in as kind of way as possible, as to not intentionally hurt them, because the goal shouldn't be to cause suffering with truth. It should be to fight for truth, right? To share it against the people lying to you, right? So that, again, makes America's boss theme more apparent. She's lying to you about the nature of space, and then when you finally see it, it's kind of beautiful, right? It's nothing to fear, really, unless you just don't understand it. Yeah. Fuck me. I'm gonna be honest, the camera angles. How did they make the final boss of this game the one thing that I hate most of the Dark Souls series? This is camera angles, the boss. It's like, do you like looking up at the thing pressed against you? No? Well, tough shit. This thing is gigantic and we're not gonna zoom out, so you're gonna have to just stare at the fucking little crack in its chest. It looks beautiful. It's a cool boss. You're never gonna see it. You're never gonna see it, right? You're only gonna see smoke and fucking 2 pixels because you're pressed up against it. It's the stupidest fucking thing. I hate it. God damn it. I hate the camera angles in Dark Souls. That I've said that from Dark Souls 1, no leveling playthrough. I've kept consistent. If I remake these games, when you fight a big boss, it's gonna zoom out. God damn. If I ever make my own version of these, this is a better way to phrase it. It doesn't make sense why it is so fucking zoomed in. It's so cool looking, right? And also you need to look at what the boss is doing. Why the fuck is it so zoomed in? Why the fuck is it so zoomed in? Like, why the fuck is it so zoomed in? Like, I'm actually so mad right now. God fucking damn it. I've died like hundreds of times to that throughout the series. Like, if I just had a fucking camera that worked, like that right there. We could see the tips of his toes, barely. The top of his head clipped out of camera. We couldn't even see the fucking hammer. Right? I'm going off pure sound effect timing right there. Like that. Ugh. Miyazaki. Please. Actually, it's not even him. He might be the lead game designer, but I watched the credits. There are so many people that worked on this game that all of this analyzing I'm doing, I know I'm right, because the credits is like 10,000 people long. Like, it was like 10 minutes, and the way that they clumped some of the sections together, I was like, Jesus. Like, what the fuck? There were like at least 100 people in that one section of like visual effects and graphics and stuff. So if they have all these people working on it, then they have a lot of minds contributing to the visual design. And even if it's not the narrative design, my whole thing is that the visual design, it's so perfect. I'm like, wow, everything ties together so flawlessly. But yeah, if you have like 1,000 people all working super mindfully on every asset, yeah, dude, no wonder everything's so well tied together. This game is fucking beautiful. Every game, no, I think the industry doesn't want to compare games to this, because not only is it not fair, it changes the industry standard, and also it changes like almost the world. It's like, oh, go analyze Elden Ring's story, go question religion, question authority, right? All this stuff, as like when they're supposed to be the authority on games, right? It's like, oof. It goes back to the religious order bullshit in real life, like echoed in real life. But I mean, that's what this is all based on, right? It gets you thinking. That isn't really what it's supposed to be about, but it is, you know, I mean, actually maybe, because he's a game designer who released 9 games, so I wonder how much of this is based off of like a bad critic that he hates, and he's like, fuck that guy. Actually, I think that's the Dung Eater. It's like, that guy grossly misunderstood the entire fucking game. That's the Dung Eater story, actually. If you misunderstood Dark Souls like I did originally, Dung Eater is essentially there to tell you to go fuck yourself. We're getting better at just clearing Radagon. I'm just like yapping through them. It's upsetting, because I feel like Melania is actually a harder boss, and there are 2 bosses that are very similar in that, right? There's 2 health bars in that. It didn't take me as long. I mean, I did just like sit down and did not stop. I think that's what I'm like, burnt out on Melania. I'm like, do I really have to do it again right after? Also, if you want the secret ending, I'm pretty sure you have to do it without leveling, which is the craziest thing, because of the way that you get the statue. You can get the statue and all of the true endings without leveling. So if you can get through New Game Plus 7 without, it's like a whole thing. It's like again, like a 7-hour explanation of a process, but it's like, that is more speculative, I should say. I think I have to do it in order, Well, no. I'm pretty sure you have to do it in order because that would make it very hard to find. No one would find that on accident, right? The thing that I described. So, actually, it's like, damn. No one's gonna seek it on accident, the thing that I'm talking about. So I'm kind of understanding why it makes sense. It's like you see the shape of the keyhole and then you're holding the key in your hand. And everyone's arguing about the key and you're like, but I got the key right here, you guys. Right? And it's like, where's the fucking key? Is there even a keyhole? You're crazy. And it's like, but the key, I see the keyhole and I have the key. It's like, I feel crazy now that everyone's acting like that. But if you go to the April Fool's thing where it says there's like a seventh ending, he data mined the seventh ending, right? So everyone saying that you're crazy is actually the crazy one if you're a programmer, because you know that there's actually there is a seventh ending, right? Like, it's like that crazy tone. I love that crazy tone, by the way. I do that joke all the time. I never do that crazy tone on stream, but I love that shit. I got it from Game Grumps. I wish I could say that I keyed that tone, but no, that's just an Aaron Hansen special. That's just me doing a Ego Raptor impersonation. Even though he hasn't got. I'm like, if there is a seventh ending, I know how to get it. There is a seventh ending in the game files, and as the community knows it now, no one has gotten it, and everyone thinks it's cut content. I believe I see the path laid before me, not through guidance of grace, but by looking through the cracks of this fractured land, right? And again, it's like looking at the meta-narrative. I didn't want to spoil the story by analyzing the meta-narrative too much. I was like, if you look at what it's based off of, it just kind of tells you the story, right? I was like, if you just, and then that's, people don't like that, right? Because if you go into the comment section and shit, and you go to the wiki, it's like, oh, it's based off of the Red King and White Queen, but it's not. Hey, Slime Tarnish, what's up? I'm getting my ass kicked. I think I found a secret seventh ending to Elden Ring, by the way. So go tell everybody and share my account. And I'm not actually fucking around. I am like 90% sure, and I'm beginning my journey as soon as I kill Radagon. Actually, I already began the journey on another character, but I think you might have to do it without leveling. So, I mean, I already beat the game without leveling, so. I'm not even joking. I'm not fucking around. This isn't an April Fool's. I am fairly certain I've discovered the secret seventh ending. Again, I was like talking about lore for 200 hours now on this fucking Elden Ring playthrough. I was bound to realize it at some point what the hell the story was about, but then when I started analyzing what the meta narrative was, like what it is trying to show you it's based off of in the real world, when I went and looked at that and read the story one time, I was like, oh. Like, it turned this bright and shiny world into a grim, dark world. And I was like, that is Dark Souls. That is a From Software game. Well, what's up, Dream Master? I hope all is well. Dream Master 2.0. Ugh. My stream is all fucked up right now. Look at this. How does this work? I'm streaming at 10,000 kilobytes per second, and the OBS is lagging. It isn't me, I swear, guys. It isn't me. I wouldn't be able to stream at 10,000 kbs. Like, actually, that doesn't make sense how it's fucking 10,000 points in the green. And it's like, actually, nah. I gotta check if is my like phone on the Wi-Fi or something. I doubt it, and I don't think that would really. I don't think that would affect that. bandwidth for upload has no connection to download. So it's like my phone is always on as well. So every stream would be like this. That doesn't make sense. Makes no fucking sense, that guy. Well. Now I know I'm here for me, though. I'm not streaming because I wanted to stream it. It's more to document it for future generations. And people digging up fossilized records in the future of video games, right? Imagine like 1,000 years into the future, they start digging up video game, like Let's Plays to analyze old video games to start making like crazy 3D video games based off of. Like how they always remake movies. Like they remake video games after a while, but like technology is advanced. You're just standing in a hologram of Elden Ring. Like I don't even know. A hard light hologram because he just threw hard light at me. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm so finished. I'm getting coffee. Fuck this! I'm not giving up until you die. Prepare yourself, Radagon. The red. Alright, you bastard. Time to die. Sorry. I should say it the proper way. That is dead, which can eternal lie. And in strange eons, even death may die. I'm gonna fucking kill you. It will take, I don't give a fuck how long. How about that? It's the end of the fucking line, pal. And then also choosing the right ending at the very end of the playthrough. I see you. I see you. Radagon the Red. That is who you are. And you'll never undo that name for me now. You just gotta roll into him. If you use him as like a brace, you don't roll into the wave. Essentially, it's going 1, 2, 3, right? Like the explosion, and I'm dodging 1 and landing on 2, right? I can actually just roll in the same place and stay at 1 and never progress. But the spacing fucks me up. The fact that I roll to the left sometimes, instead of rolling forward to the left through him, it's a different spacing. If I roll behind him through him to the left, I wind up still within the first ring, the 1, right? And then the second ring misses me. But if I roll away from him or to the side or anything, the secondary wave of explosions gets me. So it's actually, the timing was perfect, I just fucked up my direction entirely, right? If I roll against him, hold on. That's like what I want to roll, right? To his left behind him. Right there. Let's see if we can get, right there. You see how I rolled into him and just stayed kind of in place right here like this? I used my attack opening for you just to teach you something about Dark Souls. You can keep your character alive for a lot of attacks by doing that. A lot of stuff goes off of the boss and then does exactly that and shoots forward outward in a wave pattern, right? So if you stay close to the boss, you have an easier time dodging multiple ways, right? The wave doesn't have a chance of hitting you, and the timing is exactly what it looks like, and you don't have to fuck up the spacing like that, right? That's the same move that killed me before, but because I rolled by him, I stayed within the first ring, right? The first tier of the explosion. So it's like the fucking spacing is super important too. Timing is important because he can delay that, and also he can like offset it and teleport twice. Kind of stupid, but I didn't make the fucking game. I'm just analyzing it, right? If I made it, I make that shit completely different. But it's because I see that we have different values. We agree on a lot of things, Miyazaki. But again, I'm more of a Star Wars hopeful story, like the original trilogy hopeful. Like, sure, it's got dark elements to it, but it's like it's a war story. People die in it, but it ends up being hopeful at the end of the day, right? I guess you make this into that if you pick the final ending, but if you don't and you realize it, that means everyone this whole time has been just perpetuating the Golden Order's crazy ass fucking dung eater theology. That's insane. You are all the dung eater because no one got the secret ending this whole time is essentially what that is, because he's tied to it, and it's the whole thing is respecting life. So the fact that no one likes the dung eater and says he's a piece of shit, no one has sympathy for him, right? It's like, well, why? It's like you don't even have curiosity for him. I don't have that much sympathy. I'm like, he's a murderous lunatic, fuck that guy, he's crazy. But I am learning, oh, he's also that way because he was tortured by the Golden Order, so they're also fucking crazy. And it might have been Mikola that sent him on this quest, so he's extra fucking crazy, right? So it's like there's like multiple layers to why everybody's bad in this world, and that is a Dark Souls game. That is a grimdark story, and I don't like it, but that's Miyazaki and George R.R. Martin's writing style, right? But I'm understanding now. Also, my stream cleared up entirely. It was like as soon as I had one viewer, the YouTube gods was like, he can't share the secret of this secret 7th ending. Make his stream unwatchable. Are you gonna literally force me to be the one that unlocks it? Like, I keep trying to explain it to people, and I can't. People are like, that can't be because this one character, and I'm like, dude. And then I go into how that one character is a lie, and then they're already gone off stream. No one sticks around to fucking get the lore answers. I'm like, motherfucker. I might just call it quits here because it's not about strength. It's about seeking truth, right? That's the whole point of the game. And it's not even about doing it by yourself because of the whole Bach thing, because you could summon people, I'm sure. I'm imposing this on myself, and I discovered, I think, something a little more important. No one wants the millionth level 1 playthrough, but anyone would click on the secret 7th ending that nobody knows how to get, earned legitimately because of my religious understanding and 16 years of playing these games from Demon's Souls in 2009. So that would make sense, right? But it's like, I don't even want the views. I'm trying to tell people how to earn the fucking thing. I guess it's a fuck being rational. The old Hendrick. Duckworth Lamar. The truest poet that had ever done it. I have to talk like a noble knight, right, on my character. That is kind of what they want you to do. You have to be your character and go through a metamorphosis, right? The whole point is that you realize there's a religious lie, right, based off of the not searching for science, right? That's the whole thing. If you are just a sane individual in real life, I don't even have to explain to you why that's meaningful or why that is the premise of these games, right? If you can't accept that, you're the person these games are about and the warning of the dung eater, right? You're the one that this game is warning us against. It's actually not for you, and that's the point. He doesn't give a fuck if it kills you, right? If you die happy because of your order, he doesn't care. Go eat shit and die then, dude. No, I almost fucking survived that. That was crazy. But that is the point of the Dung Eater story. He's a religious zealot, taught lie on top of lie. I was playing last night, I just had a realization. I need pine resin, and I was like, oh, there's catacombs I missed. Unthinkable, our hallowed resting places violated. To refuse the Erd Tree's call to return to live within death. Sickening. Actually, it was more phrased like, to refuse the Erd Tree's call to live. To live within death, right? Or to refuse the Erd Tree's call to live within death. Sickening. That's where the comma was, right? There was a comma right there. You could put the same thing twice and it does mean the same thing. It flows a little better, but he's like a old English speaking spirit, so I'm not gonna critique his fucking lingo. This is not the catacombs that I was thinking of. Oh yeah, it is. The problem is I'm still level 1. I think I know now, though, that it is not the dark magics, nor has it ever been. The dark magics are only dark because they are of the night, and you are to fear women. That's the point of the story. It's pointing out the sexism, right? Like, oh, you don't like science because you don't like women? I'm sorry. The old middle school me made myself laugh. Look, there's nothing wrong with being gay, and I'm not homophobic, but my brain just was like, what are you, gay? And I can't not do. I have gay friends, and they say that shit too. It's just funny as fuck. I'm sorry, I have to say it, you know? I don't even care to explain myself. Again, it's fine, right? I know if you know, it's fine. Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care what dangles off you. Right? I don't give a shit. Just seek the truth is all I'm asking, and you'll find the right ending of Elden Ring. No blood slash, but fire. Get read like a fucking book, lady. The jump was in case you did a low slash. She likes to scrape the ground. Funny is I didn't even come in here for the death route. Or the kill, or the talisman. I came in here for the root resin. This might help me kill God. So that's funny as fuck. I fucked the order up royally on this playthrough. I should say that and warn anyone. If you're going to do the secret ending, search for it yourself. Search for it yourself. The ending, I cut myself off. The ending that I am about to achieve is for the achievement. It is not for that secret ending that I've been talking about. I'm gonna try once leveling up, and if you can't do it, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Kill me. I have realized the error of my ways. It's a single selection in a tiny menu within the grace. Yep, that right there, the grace. Nope, not the great rune. Ooh, when the fuck did I make that? Oh, you know that's going. What the fuck? When did I get all this? My journey has prepared me on accident. Where the fuck did I get all this? Ow, my eyes. That is dead. Which can eternal lie? And strange eons. Even death may die. It's the flame of the dragon, right? The serpent, the abyssal serpent, Baal. It's the flame of ruin because it would reforge the world. Because you can forge stone, the natural dragon elements. That explains why she fears the dragon. Because she's the night sky. She is the stars. Oh, she's supposed to be the stars in that picture. That was not what I meant to do. We're alive though. Okay. Well, that took way longer than I would have liked to heal, but whatever. Jesus Christ, we're fighting for like a minute there. I'm gonna call him a cheater for that one. Everything came out as a wave, and then the last one was just one big explosion. That's also on me, though. I didn't even know. It's on me. Drinking my coffee. Oh, and it has a double meaning if you the inflection that I said it, right? That is dead, right? That is dead. It's America, who is the manifestation of death, and also they're undead, and also it's Radagon with his will being usurped, so he is metaphorically dead. They're physically dead, metaphorically dead, and then the representation of death. It's like that is the three meanings. So that is dead. And then which can eternal lie? It can stay here forever as long as we don't interrupt the cycle. It is lying through the Golden Order, right? And it's allowed to lie here, right? That which can eternal lie, right? So it is eternally lying here. It's eternal, right? And they're literally lying to everybody. And then with strange eons, we see strange eons at the end of the boss fight, right? If space and time are the same thing, Estelle is like some weird natural born of the void. It's showing you strange eons, right? And then Melina, you, America, death. All of you are the trilogy, and even death may die. You are dying in search of granting America death, a true death, with her heir of death, Melina, having to die to complete the cycle, right? Death must die for the natural cycle to rebirth, right? For the true universal cycle, everything must die, and then the new cycle begins. I understand. So the last thing you would have to do is that, right? Oh, I understand. It's such a complicated thing. You have to take it super slow. That's another thing with the turtle. Telling you, hey, take it slow and just take in the world, right? It's like, it's literally what the turtles are doing, right? Just take it slow and take in the world. You will get the truth, right? If you just use your eyes. Because they're stealing the eyes from people, preventing them from using the truth. In their order. Using their truth as a weapon, right? If I show up knowing everything and I start telling people the truth, they're just gonna label me a heretic. They're like, nope, you're wrong, that's bullshit, which is very church, right? That's scary. That's scary. I can't cope with that. What do you mean the devil's not real? But people have been talking about him for so long. What do you mean it's based off of a story in ancient times? Right? It's like, yeah, the Bible is based off that ancient story. It's not, right? The Satan. It's not Satan. You're pronouncing it wrong, you fucking moron. It's like, that's the point. It is all the same thing, right? All of those religions come from the ancient a misunderstanding of an ancient Mesopotamian religion, and most of them are perpetuated for modern days, what it seems like, causing the suffering of the lower class, right? The demi-humans, who are smart and capable and caring, as we are shown, right? They're only judged because they are belittled, and they are belittled because the Golden Order says we need to judge them. It's a cycle, right? We judge them by belittling them, and then because they're belittled, we judge them for being weak and meager. They're weak and meager because we're judging them, and we exclude them, and because we exclude them, they're weak and meager. You created the cycle to make that person weak. You're the problem, right? If you don't talk out the issues with the people that you disagree with, right? If you're not willing to hash it out, if you're not willing to fight for what you believe in, you're complacent and part of the problem. You're actually making the weapons for the oppressors, right? Because they will use you as an example. They'll say, but look at those people who aren't suffering. Why can't you shut the fuck up and take it like them? So you're actually really part of the problem. Why can't you just shut up and be oppressed? Is Marika's whole thing, right? She's a bad guy, obviously, but she doesn't want anyone to know their true lineage and heir. She just wants to stay the center, even if it means oppressing everyone, even if it means recreating them in her image and then fucking possessing them. Literally, right? That's what we're seeing here with Radagon. Moves like a woman spirit in a man's body, and then her child is the inverse. A man spirit trapped within a woman's body, Saint Trina, the flesh that they abandon in a pit to become spirit god at the end of the DLC. So again, Marika's lying more ways than one, and the fact that everyone referred to Mikola as a guy made me realize that, again, if that's the lie, right, because we know Mikola, right, we know Mikola, what does it tell us, right? You have questions about the answers. So if Saint Trina is Mikola, and then when we find Saint Trina, it's flesh in a pit, and it's a flower blooming, right? It's supposed to be something beautiful and sad and somber, right? A deadly flower. But it's also love, right? It's like death is love. You love the dead. In fact, most people don't tell people alive that they love them enough, right? It is until they die that you buy them flowers. What is the thing? Most men receive the first set of flowers on their burial site. That is the truth. Men don't get flowers, right? So again, that's the symbolism of Mikola. It is a trans allegory of an oppressed spirit and a forced identity. And again, like Gwyn and Gwendolyn, it's the acceptance of the forced identity over the natural born powers of the moon, right? And then that also pushes my original theory way back when, that Gwendolyn was a girl the whole time, right? Because if it is all trying to tell us, hey, you got Dark Souls wrong, you fucking idiot, with Solaire being the dung eater now, praise the sun is an insult, then that, again, they're now telling you the story instead of having you deduce it and imply it. Everyone in the Golden Order calls Mikola a guy. If Marika was the god trying to usurp or impose their own will, and everyone in the Golden Order has to listen to what Marika says, right? And then when we go to the DLC, Saint Trina, again, abandoned in a pit, after Mikola is abandoning their flesh the whole time. I abandon here my arms, and then I abandon here my flesh, I abandon here my flesh, I abandon here my flesh, I abandon Saint Trina. And he doesn't say Saint Trina, he says, I abandon here my love. So he's saying, I do not love a fucking thing anymore because of the identity imposed on me by my mother. That is what he's saying, right? The identity that was imposed on me through the fucked up thing my mother did, right? The golden power stolen is the one that he ended up acting upon. The stolen identity. But it ended up backfiring because now instead of perpetuating their order, Marika's order and Radagon's order fused into one entity, they said, I'm gonna go make my own order just like your order but better. And that's the hubris, right? Not learning from the mistakes of the predecessors, and that makes it, because Marika fuses into Radagon, the sins of the father. The whole time I was like, it goes into the sins of the mother, which doesn't make any sense. I kept saying sins of the father this whole time, and I was like, but it's America that's doing all the bad shit. It goes back to Radagon the Red, right? Before he was Radagon of the Golden Order, the giant version, before he was remade with the Rune of Unborn. Radagon the Red, it's that sin, right? The sins of the father, the original father that birthed Mesmer. What are the sins of the father, right? If it is a giant beast man who had to like fight and kill, right? But they say that they fought honorably. Like, what would the sins of the father be, right? We go and we see it's actually not the fighting that's the problem. It's everything else that he did, right? He fought honorably, but he was a piece of shit. So, and what he thought was honor ended up being torturous to the weak, right? Again, with the oppressing of the weak and then going, well, you're weak. You need to be oppressed so that you get stronger. It's like an excuse to oppress people, right? That's essentially what he's doing. They make the jar people, but they're just jar people. Alexander is strong at the end of the like quest, but it's an amalgamation of tortured souls. Like, it's like the ends justify the means. Do you really think it's worth it, Radagon the Red, to do this to women? Do you think it's really worth it to do this to the weak, right? It's like every single thing you ask, he's like, yeah, sure, fuck it, kill him. He's an asshole, right? So again, it's sins of the father. It makes sense why America would remake him, but then you've created your own monster. The sins of the father created America, who then goes on to do all this terrible shit, worse than the original, because now eternal suffering. She does the same thing, right? Forces herself onto him, the new remade version. So it's like all of the sins and everything that he could have done bad, she's also doing, right? Forcing people to kill their own kind. But she's lying about it, right? She's like, oh, the tarnished and all these things are all separate. When really you're all related, right? Actually, you aren't related until she merges with Radagon fully. Like with you and Ronnie, you two aren't related because you're from America, Horaloo, and she's from Radagon, Renala. So if they merge, you guys can't be married. But if you stop their merger, then your bloodlines were two separate things the whole time, right? They never merged as one entity. Radagon, it's also kind of part of the plan, I think. I said it yesterday. She's trying to make an unnatural cycle where she turns back in America, breaks the ring, turns back into Radagon after sleeping, repairs the ring, breaks the ring, repairs the ring, breaks the ring, repairs the ring, in their own cycle, fed by the souls fed into it through the roots of the Erd Tree. That's why Erd Tree burial would have been so important to the civilization. I was like, what's with the Erd Tree burial? But it is until you get to the end of the game that you realize, oh, if it's all souls and they're forging shit here and keeping everything in line, right? So then the Impaler, right? Mesmer the Impaler couldn't have been the one that impaled her. He was sealed away at the time. So my theory of it was Mesmer is wrong. I'll say that. But I mean, could you blame me? It's the same color as his fire and it's impaling her. I'm like, they called him Mesmer the Impaler. Like, what the fuck? But again, it goes with the red herring, right? He's literally got red hair. It is a red herring in the most literal definition. And also, it's because if he is married, or if he's related to America, then he also has aquatic ties like Godwin turning into the fish person, and fire ties. So it is a red herring. He's a red-haired fish man because he's part of America's Noxtellan heritage. Actually, I shouldn't say Noxtellan heritage because that might get it confused. Albinoric heritage, who was made by the astrologers, right? The false life. They saw the giants, the gods, making people in their furnaces, and then they probably did the same with their base metals, and then they were trying to make their own lord and gods, right? The whole trying to make a demigod now makes more sense, right? They try to forge gods or whatever, make their own lord. That's how they phrase it, right? If you need a lord, Oh, it's Radagon is definitely his own thing. I see it. All right, I see. It was like one layer until I said that, I realized. So she's literally trying to recreate him and assume his identity, thinking she can do it better than God. That's the whole point of this, right? She's saying, fuck Radagon the Red, I can do it better. So because she's an albinoric woman, she can have asexual reproduction. That's why there are albinorics everywhere and mimics everywhere. They just fucking split off of each other like a single cell organism. So Mikola and Melania are born from their fusion, right? And then so it's like reversed. Everything was reversed. Radagon was America, or Radagon was remade, and it's like a process in unifying the world and everything. Again, it's his lineage. The truth is in the blood. Radagon was not a god when he gave birth to Ronnie, Radon, and Rykard, because they weren't demigods the moment they were born, right? They were just normal beings like everyone else. And then when it was his fusion with America that brought them up to demigodhood, is what it is told to us in the story, right? Like we are expressly told that fucking 3 times through everyone's story. It's like they were brought up to demigodhood. They were brought up to demigodhood. So again, it pokes a hole in the story of America by revealing the truth through the blood. So then they merge, right? America and Radagon merge after he went and married Renala and had kids. Then he's compelled after he's reborn to, you know, come back to the Erd Tree and love America. And then his child with her, after he is compelled, has the rune that was within him, right? Like the unborn was his first child with Renala. The rune of the compelling love, like, I guess it's almost like pride, almost will is a good way to phrase it, because it's like will mixed with love, right? Is pride, right? If you love yourself more than anything else, you're a narcissist, right? That's Mikola. He is saying, I don't love anything as much as I love myself. And that's kind of what America's whole thing is. I can do it better than God. This Red King is a piece of shit. I don't care that there's a natural order and cycle to things. I can do it better than God, is the whole thing. I guess that's the whole point. You would have to assume the natural cycle. You would only know what the fuck the natural... That's all I'll say. I won't even spoil it. You have to assume the natural cycle at the end of it, right? So what would it be? Who's the natural cycle? Who's trying to find the truth of the natural cycle, right? And what is the symbol of that natural cycle? And the hint is it's not the Elden Ring, right? I'm talking very simple world symbols. Or the Erd Tree, right? Those are your hints. Not the Erd Tree, and it's not... It's not the Crucible, right? I'll give you that hint. Just so that it's not like a contrived layer. It's not any sort of tree, right? So. Could be technically. It isn't a tree until a very particular point in the game. Fair Missoula. I'm like trying to realize it in real time on stream. But I think I already have it deduced. It went from is there a 7th ending to there is a 7th ending, I think, to there's definitely a 7th ending, but how do you get it, to I know how to get the 7th ending. That's true progress. Like from fighting the game, the beginning of these bosses to I have no idea what the fuck. Like it started as I have no idea what any of this lore is, right? I don't know Elden Ring. I was like an outsider coming in like a year or 2 late. But god damn. You guys set the path for me like Gold Mask, straight up. Like, I'm fucking so set. I'm scrolling through the wiki, and the wiki isn't even updated. Like, they're like, oh, actually, if you do this, you lock yourself out of an item. And I'm like, that isn't locking yourself out of an item. You're allowing the character to live. Like, the comments in the wiki are the actual playthrough sometimes, which is the craziest thing. I'm scrolling through and I'm like, no, thematically it doesn't make sense. This one character's quest doesn't align with the whole principle of this fucking game. And then I scroll down and it's like, oh, he also does the thing that lines him with the principle of the game, but it just doesn't. They didn't include it on the wiki. Someone updated. I'm like, bro, are you serious? So it's like, even when I think I hit a dead end and I'm like, damn, the wiki isn't updated. It's like, yeah, because I'm trying to find something that doesn't exist yet. It's like going off of analytics. If you're trying to make something new and creative, you can't work off of things that existed. So if you're trying to ask people to think of, right, like how these things tie together, and then you abstractly tie them in a line, and then you also guide them along different paths. Like, if you just follow the game designer's path of the Golden Order's lie, you will never get the secret ending, no matter how many times you try. And that's what I mean by, like, you have to realize it as the player. I can do as many explanations as I want, but as soon as you get to, like, one quest that you fuck up because you don't share the same view as the world, you end up sharing the view of the Golden Order in that quest, and you allow a character to die that should have lived. Or you kill a character too early when they should have died, like, to conclude someone's story, right? To help them get solace, right? You allow the person that they're fighting an honorable defeat, right? Like Millicent, you don't invade with her sisters, you have to do the harder thing, right? The harder truth to face is fighting 4 of her sisters at once with 1 of her on your side. And then when you finish that fight, it's like a metaphor for love. It's like you and this one person conquered all of these other people who were fighting against you, right? You stood up against overwhelming odds. Again, with the whole to be or not to be, that is the question. Millicent is that quest. She is that line manifested into a being, right? She does it better than Hamlet. She answers the question with the player's actions, right? She's saying, I don't want to live, and I know you want me to live because you gave me this needle that allows me to live, and I'm hesitant to tell you, but I took it out, right? She's like, if you helped me, I actually end up dying. But her story is, you helped me live a full life. I fought against my corrupted sisters, right? So I've freed my sisters, right? The 4 sisters of Millicent. And then she says, I actually don't need to live anymore. I've already achieved my goal. Because if they got their wish, it wouldn't exist anyway, right? I would be controlled by Melania. So she's like, you helped me live at all, right? Even though I'm dying right now and it's a sad death, the truth is, if you helped her sisters, she wouldn't have lived ever. She would have just immediately been mind controlled and been in like a dormant state. Miquella's control, another golden fucking moron. So you get her, it's like you get to her before the Golden Order and other outer gods can, right? And just teach her the truth. You show her Melania, right? You fight with her physically up to that point because her sisters are trying to stop her at the point where you would see Melania down below. So when she sees Melania, she remembers everything. She's like, oh, I was her free will. And I don't want to live like that, right? She's supposed to be dead. It's like Hyetta is possessing Irina. Shabriri is possessing Yura. You are possessing the player. Marika is possessing Radagon. Melania is possessing Millicent because all of her sisters that also sprouted off of her just work mindlessly for the god Miquella, the golden god, right? They don't speak, they barely do anything on their own volition. It is Millicent who seems like a conscious person and deciding things. So again, it's to be or not to be, that is the question, right? 'Tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or take arms against the sea of trouble, and by opposing end them. That's the quote, right? She's saying, or Shakespeare, and her quest in turn is literally saying that, right? do I live or do I die? Is that first part. Is it more honorable to face these horrors or face the horrors of death, right? It's like, do I just like face it without conflict, or is it more noble to fight for what I believe in, right? Another question about complacency. It's like, that's the whole, to take up arms against the sea of trouble, and by opposing and them. It's like this sea of trouble is all the people you fought on your way here. Same thing for Millicent, the sea of trouble, right, that she has to take up arms against are her literal sisters in a pond of rot, right? So again, with like the liquid symbolism of death and life, right? She's supposed to be life and death. She's reborn. She's supposed to be the Philosopher's Stone, able to continuously rebirth through like the chemical marriage. But the will, right, the spirit of the woman moves on, right? That's part of the process of the alchemical marriage. She finally sees what was in store for her and says, no. You know, she's like, I actually know what that fate is that's down there. Melania, it looks broken and sad and is waiting for Mikola, who is never gonna come, right? She's broken the spell. So she says, I took the golden needle out, right? Now she knows the context of the golden needle, just preventing outer gods from influencing. Now she can see the truth more than anyone with that golden needle inside of her. There's no influence of anyone. And she says, I can see clear, I'm taking this shit out because I don't want to live in this fucked up world. But not because of a depressed, like, I'm going to kill myself, which is sad. Like, it's not just a Hamlet, like, I'm going to die. Because she knows she's reborn from Melania, she tells you. When she sees Melania, she knows that that's what would be in store for her if she lived eternally. So, through clear eyes, newly born eyes that you help see the truth, Millicent answers the question. It is more noble to take up arms against the sea of trouble, and by opposing end it, if it results in your death, because you're gonna die anyway. So you should fight for something while you're alive. Hamlet's a pussy, and he never answers the question, right? It kind of does, but doesn't. Millicent and Miyazaki, right? They aren't a coward and say, look, Millicent's fucking dead now, right? And then they let you live on in the world without her, right? This person that you helped fight against conquering odds, like, you helped her conquer the odds, right? And also she helped you conquer the odds, because now you have the golden needle back and can cleanse yourself. You can, again, using that vision of love, it's like stupid, but that's the whole point, right? Mikola's the other half of Melania, and it's love. So Millicent's, right, part of that love story. Not a love story as in you, the player, love her, because obviously some people do, but literally a love story that she is a half of the goddess of love, right? She is life to the death, so she must be, right, hatred to his love. And that's why Melania is probably such a fierce warrior, is that she is really burning deep down inside with a hatred somewhere, which is crazy to think. But it's, again, it's like proven that the Scarlet Rot and the Scorpion and the Sun are Radagon. So that sun that she inherited in that red flame hair tells you visually, yes, she has a fire burning deep down inside of her. It's not an assumption. The items tell you that, right? The Fell Flame is the curse of the Giants lineage, and they all got that fire. They got that dog in them. The Beastmen, they actually have the dog in them. So, Melania's got that dog in her. Actually, Millicent's got that dog in her, because Millicent is the true will of Melania, and she doesn't mince words. She tells you that, right? And that's what that is meaning. She's like, I have something to give Melania, her free will back, right? It's because Melania split into a bunch of entities, and one of them got the free will because it diluted Miquella's influence enough, right? So it split Miquella's influence. The other ones are loyal to Miquella. One of them is loyal to Melania herself, and it's the one we give the golden needle, so there's no influence of any outer gods, right? So Miquella, and again, it's Miquella's needle. Miquella gave that to Melania, and then when it broke, what did he do? He didn't repair it. He fucking went. He went and got the person that beat her ass and knocked the needle out of her and revived him. Again, right. Miquella is the most evil motherfucker in this game. He does the opposite of what you should do if you're a good person. He's like, oh, you lost my sister lost the needle that's preventing her from being corrupted. Well, fuck her. Let her rot by a tree for the rest of the life. I'm never going back to her. That's what Miquella does. It's like, what? Because he's been in that cocoon for a long time, right? Cocoon. He's been in the cocoon for a long time, and the Moog's blood inside of him purifying him make him no longer related, right? So he's losing his influence of Saint Trina. But then we see in the afterlife, he's still got to abandon the flesh and his rune. So it's like no matter what he does, he's got that power, right? Melania, no matter what she does, she has the original power of the sun within her, which is her rune. So, while the great rune might be in the Melania body that we face, her willpower was a rune of her own, right? That's what we say, all souls are runes, born into her child, right? Like Fia in the Deathbed Companion plot of birthing a rune with Godwyn. Runes are born, runes are souls, souls are kept in a stagnant place because this chick right here. So Millicent has to die for you to realize all of this, that death is significant, right? And then you, if you do it in the right order, you give Melania her free will back, right? By allowing Millicent to die. Then you go do the whole other thing, the whole other side quest, then you fight Melania, and it changes the context of the prophecy. Now she was betrayed by her brother. Now the needle gave her her power, and she had time to sit and think with it, right? And she still is like, no, I miss my brother, because that will had died, right? Like it's like the spirit doesn't possess her. It's just gone now into the ruins, and you have to finish the cycle, right? That's why it's at the end of the game that whole thing takes place. Is her spirit's now with the stars, Millicent. Actually, her body is just laying on the ground, rotting, because of the stagnance. It's trying to help you realize, like, this is where the rot comes from, right? The rot is bodies, it's life. And it's like, now what if one of the bodies you care about joins the rot, right? Do you care about them now? Do you care about the rot? Do you see that they are the rot manifest? Now do you care about the rot, right? It's like, they're not just the rot in one sense, they're the rot in three senses. They are Melania's heir, right? And Melania's will, so they have the rot. They take you into the rot zone and have the entire Scarlet quest, right, connected to them. So they are physically tied, location-wise, to the Scarlet Rot, as well as narratively tied to Melania, the Scarlet Rot, and then they die because of the Scarlet Rot. So that is and then joining it, becoming Scarlet Rot at the end of her questline, if it's truly over, right? So it's like, now what? You should care about this world, right? The life inside of it. It's telling you now this person you care about has joined this unnatural cycle of becoming a fucking butterfly with Melania, and you have to go fight her, right? So it's a bunch of moral dilemmas in this game, but it only starts being a moral dilemma when you realize Marika's lying. When you realize if you don't realize Marika's lying, then everyone else is the bad guy, right? The Dung Eater's a murderer, the Horn-Sent and demi-humans are burglars, right? They raid on the road, they're pillagers, they're brutal fucking savages, but it's because they're slaves, and they're enslaved, and they're not allowed, right, to be in the kingdom of the Erd Tree. as far as America is concerned, she would have banished them all to the Shadow Realm, right? So, as we know with the Horn Scent, and her own child, right? If she could banish her own child, who is a piece of evidence, she wishes she could banish all of the demi-humans, and that's why they're treated as such, right? And the same with the Horn Scent, same society, so that's why calling them omens in this one, in this society, is the same thing as like disparaging, right, someone who wronged you, but then taking it out on their lineage who might not have deserved it, and now you say they deserve it because of the way you treated them, right? Now they're disparaged because, yeah, you were the oppressor, and now you're like, well, we've been oppressing them this whole time. Look how poor they are. I don't like them, you know? They're poor. Like, yeah, you're the one who did that. You're a fucking monster, actually, and you deserve the forgiveness of death. America. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some coffee. Alright. I mean, I've drawn the America and America line back a bunch of times as a joke, but that one was fucking... Welcome to America. Shoo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. America. Fuck yeah. But actually... You mean to tell me that they don't like them because of what they do, but those people do what they do because the people don't like them. So if they just tolerated and understood each other, we wouldn't have this problem. Damn. Damn. That's a potent message. Alright, fuck it. We're seed hunting. If you get all the heals in the game is easy. That's why I've stayed at 10. I can just get chipped and heal. Actually, it's not entirely true. You still have to dodge. You still have to wear defensive stuff. Where the fuck was I about to head? Here. There's a golden seed here I think I missed on this character. Wait, what the fuck? So Lindell Knights ended up killing the demi-humans. There they are up the road. I think we skipped the Castle Morn quest. I really am starting to understand. I really am, game. You don't need to kill everything, right? That's the point. That's what the whole point of Castle Morn is, making you question. Are we the bad guys? It's like, yes, you are. You're the bad guy. It's now, what is the implication of you being the bad guy, right? I didn't realize there was a Grace even closer. It's just like right next to it. I'm blind as hell. This is not, in fact, the seed. Is it over this? It has to be. It was. Whoa, fucking A. It was like one frame I was there, one frame I was like a whole horse distance below. Let's teleport before that guy gets the shot of his arrow off. Alright, what's next? There's one here, there's one there. There's one there. Two there. One up at Kaled. Well, there's actually like two in Kaled. I don't know how many I have. I need one more. I think I'm on the last one, which is even funnier. 42 seed locations. What the fuck? That is not what I'm looking at. Alright, let's go to the wiki. Are there actually 42 locations? God damn. Alright, we're gonna gain true power. Seek understanding of this game. Alright. Yep, we got that one. We don't kill Kenneth. Fringe Folk Hero Grave. Wait a minute, isn't that the start of the game? There's an ulcerated tree spirit in there? Wait, what? What the fuck? There's a cave right there? Am I crazy? Did it say it's right by the start of the game? It is right by the start of the game. What the fuck? That's the opening. This is the church. What the fuck? There's an ulcerated tree spirit in there? Oh, I know where it is. It's in here, isn't it? Behind the fucking... There are little bumps in the poison that you could stand on. Ready? Just let your poison wear out. The heroes are all women. That's awesome. This is the hero's grave, and everybody on the statues here are women. Are women. Why do I feel like there's something coming for me right now? Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. There was. So say I started running right about now, I would have got there. God damn, I was like, maybe I should have went to the other side. And I got the, I guess, the side with the spirit. I actually didn't even know he was there, so. That was lucky. I think the safest thing to do would be jump, no? Nope, that's death. Why did it look so much closer? Oh, I looked at that top part up there. I looked at the top layer and assumed that the fucking layer was even. It's like it looks so much closer up at the top. It's because I had it angled like this, right? Like the wall is where I was looking through on my right here, so it looked even with that. I wasn't looking down, which is definitely what you should do. It had like 2 segments in it, so I fucked up royally there. I was just like, yeah, surely it's fine. There is a grave that you could do that with in the later part of the game, but it's got like a little ledge that you could jump down to. And it's got the same spirits that attack you. Am I? Jesus fucking Christ. I'm gonna try and make it to the second one. No fear. We're doing this to fight a boss too. This isn't even just to go collect a reward. It's like I'm on my way to kill something. That my reward is a punishment. That explains that is Dark Souls. All right, look. I don't know how the fuck I live, but I'm even more ashamed that I did. Alright, we need the seed at the bottom of this. I definitely didn't do it because we just used the key. I think this is the one that I was thinking of. Your ride's here. It's going up. The best thing to do would be to book it like George R.R. Martin. Because now it's coming from above, right? Yoink. Is there another one here? Where is it? Am I crazy? I hear it approaching, and it's like the Jaws theme is playing. I'm like, I hear it, but I don't see it. Okay, there it is. What the fuck is happening? Ooh, hold on, you guys. Your Uber's here. Uber straight to the fucking afterlife. No. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. I went the wrong way. I should have crossed. There's the tree. Are you really supposed to run this? That's where my statue would go. If I got to put it anywhere. Oh, I brought fire. That's convenient. What then the fuck is happening? I don't even see the boss. I somehow both see the boss and don't see the boss at the same time. Can't really explain what I'm looking at. Do the thing. You're gonna explode? Yes, you are. Ah, you can't roll through that too deep in. Ow. I'm out. Holy shit. Alright, just blow up the whole fucking room. You know what? That's fine. I didn't even need 99% of the room I wasn't standing in the rest of the room. You can blow it all up. I don't care. I'm only using the spot that I'm standing in. You can have the rest of it. Really. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Please don't fucking kill me. Holy shit. They fucking blew up the room like 3 times. If you died on that boss, I don't blame you. That AoE is too big for this area. Who the fuck? Who placed the ulcerated tree spirits? I'm like drooling. Out of fear. No, but actually. That didn't make any fucking sense. One of the 2 knights known as the Wings of the Storm, after his banishment, he attracted the notice of the grace-given Lord, and later, having slain 100 traitors as the Lord's hand, Oleg earned the hero's honor of Erd Tree Burial. I read Erd a little too early there. I was like, oh, it wasn't Crucible. Like, my brain saw Erd instead of Crucible and took note. So I said Erd. I do that a lot, where I'm like reading something and then like my brain skips a word or a syllable and then puts another syllable in there and I'm like, why the fuck did I say it like that? So, and this guy has a crucible horn on his shoulder. So, grace-given Lord is Horaloo. So these guys helped, having slain 100 traitors, they were probably killing shaman. Because this is again from the eyes of the crucibles, right? Or this is from the item is from the eyes of the Golden Order, but this is also the guy from the Crucible. So he's banished from the Crucible Society, right? And earned his right here in the Golden Order's grace-given Lord's side, right? That's why he's buried here. Erd Tree Burial. I understand. I get it. I'm understand, dude. I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? Why are there corpses in the tree? Like, I remember showing up to one of these the first time and just staring at the corpses going, I know there's a lore significance of this, but I don't even want my brain to process what the fuck it could be. It's like, no, it's just very visually obvious. The dark underbelly of the world, right? There is a darker tone if you peel back the golden layer, which again is how I kind of know I'm right. It's not just like a, oh wow, I know what I'm talking about, so I'm right. It's like the game is telling me this, not just with words, but then it shows you, right? It's like saying, hey, there's a fire in the other room. It's also blue. And you're like, what the fuck? There's a blue fire in the other room? And then you open the door and there's a blue fire in the other room. That's essentially what's happening, right? It's like, hey, souls are amber. Amber are runes, right?
Runes are souls. People give birth to runes because runes are souls, right? It's all connected. It's like you just use that logic and then you keep going down the line and you'll keep looping back in on that fact, right? Runes are souls, souls are amber, and you know, they're forging it into weapons and stuff. Like the frenzied flame boss has the same kind of amber inside of him, right? Like skewered into him. You would assume it's crystalline with the way that it looks and moves. And then he pulls it out and it flows like a tendril, right? Like tentacles. And that isn't how amber should flow. It's because it's not. It's magic, it's the soul. That's why the rune arcs and the shaping of the soul is so important. That was the Crucible Society's whole thing. They forged people's souls, right? That's why this is this is the land of life and death, right? It's between life and death. So, death and spirits, and also mortal and mortal clay, share a land. That's why you are unable to truly kill things here, right? I was constantly like, why does it feel like Shabriri, right? Or there are certain characters that die, but don't die, right? Or like Melina, burned and bodiless. How the fuck are you walking around? You're a spirit. You Shabriri. You were dead forever ago. Well, according to all legends, how are you possessing Yura, right? Hyetta. If Vike's... Here, we'll do the Vike Finger Maiden lore for Hyetta. If Hyetta is Irina's body possessed by a Finger Maiden of the Frenzied Flame, right, we would need a nameless Finger Maiden nearby of the Frenzied Flame, right? So this is a Frenzied Flame village with a nameless dead maiden. Everyone calls this Vike's Maiden, right, because of data mine files. It's again with the truth being hidden in plain sight. Who asks you to come up here? Hyetta. She asks for a fingerprint grape. This is the only place you can get it, by killing Vike. So Hyetta is unknowingly or knowingly trying to guide you towards the truth, right? That she's actually a spirit in Irina's body, because you probably know Irina, and you know Hyetta is not Irina, right? You can go see Irina's corpse there, and then you could go fucking see Hyetta. So it's like, why does it feel like there's a corpse and a spirit possessing the same corpse? Like, it didn't make sense to me, but it's like, no, it's because it's a land of life and death, the land between life and death, and time has been put on hold, right? So if souls aren't flowing as they naturally should, it's chaos into the order, right? So Hyetta is Vike's Finger Maiden, right? And that's why Vike is on the cover of the game. It's because his quest, if you do Vike's quest and you mirror his path, you see the truth, right? Hyetta just explicitly tells you, right? There was an old one at the fucking start of time, it shattered and everything was good, and then everything was bad and they realized they were making a mistake. That's the fucking story of Demon Souls. Verbatim. Right? There was a great, all-powerful being, and then it split into other entities like giants, and there was a great divide, and then humans came about, and then humans started fucking with souls, right? As soon as on the first day humans started fucking with souls, the next day, right, like not even the next day, the first fucking day man fucked up, they got demons sent there, right, to punish them. That is the Demon Souls story. That is the same thing that's happening here. Estelle, natural born of the void, is the centipede demon of this game's Lost Izalith, right? The swamp. So it's telling you that the demon that we killed with Solaire was just a fucking soul of a person, right? They're all malformed souls, and you're the bad guy because you're perpetuating this unnatural order, and you don't know it because Marika lied to you. So if you find the truth like Vike, right, you have two options. You can deny it, kill your maiden, right, and go crazy, or see the truth through the Golden Order's lies. He was a Dragon Knight of the Golden Order, so he was one of the most loyal. So finding out, hey, you killed dragons, you killed your own kind of tarnished, the dragons were attacking you because you fucking deserved it, right? You realize all of these things, yeah, you're gonna get angry, right? America lied to you. That's why he was the closest one to becoming the Lord, all the way over here, right? He almost became Lord and then was sealed in the Everjail, and who I think sealed him was actually Mikola, because Mikola's whole thing is the Everjails in the Frozen Giants place, right? Because America's been gone for a long time. So if someone almost became Lord, America didn't seal them away. America's fucking hidden. No one knows where America is right now, right? We do, because we just were beating the shit out of her. But in the game's story context, nobody even knows where America is. So America didn't put him there. Who put him there? He was going to be a lord, and Mikola wanted to be the god with Radon. So the closest one to becoming a lord is imprisoned right down the road from the place you get the other half of the Halig Tree Medallion, right? And the castle. The local castle of Sun is being subjugated, and the people coming through, the Tarnished, trying to become lord, are getting stopped by dragons, by the puppets and astrologers, and of course America's failsafe of the fire giant, right? Because as soon as the star goes out, there is no more, right? The fire has to burn for the star to be alive. So that's why the fell flame, right? The fell flame. Here, let's get the crafting material up. Furnace visage. A smaller imitation of the furnace golem's visage, exceedingly rare to find. A stone mask surrounded by curled horns depicting the fell god of fire. It's the sun. It's just the sun. She's scared of fire. Depicting the fell god of fire that haunts the sagas of the Hornsent. Again, Mesmer, there is a spirit that says, why are you attacking us? We're all related. So if Mesmer is using fire to attack his own kind, and he's got red hair, he's a giant, and it also means Radagon had to have been a giant, which means America is not Radagon. Again, the DLC is telling you, America's not Radagon, you guys are fucking stupid, and you got it backwards. So, if the sun is fire, and fire is sacrilege to the Erd Tree, because it's going to burn in a prophecy, but we fulfill the prophecy, right? I'm looking at the prophecy. I'm the prophetic one. Pathetic enough, but prophetic enough, right? We did it. We burned the Erd Tree. Now everyone in the land has no choice. They cannot deny the prophecy any longer. You look up, and you know you gouged people's eyes out for no reason, right? The world is now falling apart. The prophecy is fulfilled, though. The truth can't be unseen as soon as you look into the sky, right? So that is the flame burning the tree, right? The world is burning. The fell flame is the sun. The world is being burned and consumed by the sun, and then the sun gets consumed by space, right? That's just the natural order of things in real life. The sun is going to expand and eat the planet, and the planet is not going to be around anymore. And then it's going to expand out to like the asteroid belt as a red giant. Yeah, we already know these things. It's going to be billions of years from now. You won't be alive, and it doesn't matter. But it's like that kind of cosmic horror is what this is based off of. What if you're around at the point of the sun is gonna explode and you could fight the sun, right? It's a dude that you could beat the shit out of, quell him, and stop the explosion of the sun eating the world, right? It then makes sense of why there is flame broiling from inside the world, right? Because it was broken. The DLC has magma volcano on one corner of the broken world, and then magma volcano on the other corner of the broken world. So it's showing you, it's drawing a straight line through, right, from one magma activity all the way through to the other. If you live in California or Japan, it's called the Ring of Fire. When there is in the coast, right, in the ocean, there's a giant circle of seismic activity because it's the plate tectonics. That's where the plate is, and the border of the plate is where all of the seismic activity is. So if there's a volcano on one side, there would be a volcano on the other. If I'm saying this is where the DLC is right here, then in the southeast of the DLC map, there should be a volcano. Southeast of the DLC map, there's a volcano. So we know the truth, we've seen it, you can find the evidence everywhere, and you can't unsee it once you know it. America's the Glomite Queen, and hiding her identity. That's why she's hiding in Radagon, and the boss fight isn't called America of the Golden Order, or Radagon the Red. It is Radagon of the Golden Order. He wasn't originally, but was remade by America to be so. So again, it's like, this is America metaphysically because she controls him. It's America literally because she's inside of him. And then it represents America as a whole because she wants everyone to think that's her. Right? So anytime you think about Radagon, she truly wants you to be thinking about her. She wants that feeling. Right? She wants to be the center of the universe. She wants to be the sun. But it's not her true lineage. That's the problem. She has her own stars that she should have been heir to, but the natural cycle was cut off by the Noxtellans, right? That it's like another tragic story, monster of your own creating. Because then she punishes the Nox in the Golden Order. All of the Night people are forced to live underground, and they hate the Two Fingers. They accidentally created the bad guy, and that's the whole point of this. You create the monsters that you end up fearing the most. If you don't become them. I think that's George R.R. Martin writing. Because that's like basic creative writing. That's like, I know that's insulting to say to him, but that's like very plain symbolism. What's happening to this character? What does it mean? Right? Like, that's all you gotta ask. And then it's like, well, if she's being oppressed and then begins to oppress people, it just wants you to ask about that, because that's typical moral dilemma, right? And it's like, how are they being oppressed? And then how does that tie into the symbol, right? Well, if it's about masculine traits and feminine traits, and the specific symbolism is that the masculine traits are dominating feminine traits in the picture, right? They're saying, oh, I submit to you. I don't know if you know this, but that's only something you say during a duel to the death. I submit is not something you say to someone you love, right? You're saying, oh my god, I submit, I'm done, I finished, right? It's over. Stop fucking doing that. I submit is what. So the fact that the white queen in the original symbol is saying, I submit, means that, of course, George R.R. Martin, who always includes some sort of sexual assault in the story, I've been wondering how the Lionel Misbegotten have come to be, what in the timeline that makes of everyone. I was like, but Radagon's supposed to be like the shit. How is he this evil fucking person? And then also the one that everybody loves and does all of the good things. And it's like, well, that's because he went through an entire process of rebirth, right? He was the Red King, giant, Dragon Society asshole, not Placidus Axe, right? Afterwards, the giants, and then in that oppressing society, right, with the oppression, they created the jars, and then they found the shaman women, and then the rest is history. If they're all, I shouldn't say shaman women, I should say albinoric, because that is the point of the story and dual identity. They call them shaman because the ones without horns are shaman. In that society, everyone's a shaman. You are all related. That's why there are NPCs in the DLC that are spirits asking Mesmer, why are you doing this to your relatives? Because you're all related, right? Well, Mesmer is because of the sexual assault. If Radagon, before he was remade, sexually assaulted Marika, the kids would be misbegotten and beastmen because he wasn't reformed yet, and it would explain her hatred for the giants, the fell flame, like all of it, right? She sees that brutal, bestial society, and is like, it has to go, right? But it is part of the natural cycle of things, because that existed before there was intelligence. That's what that primordial crucible is supposed to symbolize, right? That primordial crucible granted the 5 fingers and intelligence to people through the survival of the fittest, right? So it's like she misunderstood, but then also she does understand, right? She understands more than others that it's causing suffering, and she wants to end the suffering, but she doesn't know yet that the ends don't justify the means, right? And her kids don't know that yet, because they do the same thing, because it's one of the primordial societies. She's like the next step after the beast society, just the basis of religious society, right? They don't know exactly why they're doing it, they just know they were told to do it, right? Dung eater style. She doesn't know exactly what the fuck the greater will means. She just knows that it is what got her people stuffed into jars. So, you know, she's gonna pray to it as well, if it means stopping. But the true thing is, if she was strong enough to fight the lion because she was oppressed and rose against it, right? And it was her strength caused by the adversity. It's like multiple things, right? They made a monster. The fire giants made a monster in the Glowmide Queen. Right? They ended up torturing shaman women looking for a god. Well, they got one. And it's not the one they wanted. So, it's like, or a strong warrior, right? You're looking for a strong warrior through stuffing women in jars, and the one woman who wasn't stuffed in a jar, right, and probably set off to local village nearby to avenge her family, right, killed everybody. She became the fucking goddess of death, right? Demigods, the god-slaying flame. If everyone is the same heir to gods, then just any flame, any white flame that is killing people back in the day is a god-slaying flame. But then more so, she literally takes it up with the gods, goes to, like we are right now, goes to the top of society and beats the shit out of them. She kills them, right? She kills the lion with her flame. She kills God with her white flame of death, so it becomes the God-slaying flame, right? It all starts to tie together. Now what does she do with the power to take runes out, right? I should actually specify, her child, Melina, isn't just the Glowmide Queen, but has the power to turn runes to strength. So you can turn souls into strength if you're the Glowmide Queen. So all of the people that died, she's avenging them, right? She actually is justice at that point. And that explains why the grandmother statue is blind, because she represents, America is actually distributing justice at this point in time, right? She's supposed to look like justice, because this is justice in America's eyes, right? It actually is justice. But then it becomes retribution and zealotry and all these fucked up things because of the tarnished and a diluted order, right? She loses sight of her original goal of like just trying to fix everything. By trying to fix everything. Again, she makes the monster. The Golden Order is the problem. And Radagon trying to find the depths and answers of the Golden Order further prove he's not Marika, right? Or that Marika was the Glowmide Queen, because she wouldn't know gold, right, if she was the heir to silver. She wouldn't know what the fuck to do with it, and or Radagon, being remade and not knowing his original lineage, would seek for truth, right? He's like, where are all these powers coming from? What the fuck is this magic that I'm supposed to have faith in? And then he discovers its intelligence, right? He's like, oh, it's intelligence and faith. And that's the Dark Souls premise of soul magic and faith in Dark Souls, or in Demon Souls, is the same thing. It's just soul magic. The church is trying to hide it, so they make you think, oh, we don't deserve the punishment of these demons, right? They, in Demon Souls, do, because they are fucking with soul magic. The theme is carried over here. She's fucking with souls in the natural order of things, she's gotta go, right? It doesn't matter if her intentions are good, right? she has now become the thing she once hated, an oppressive god, subjugating people, sexually assaulting people, doing whatever the fuck she wants to keep her order in play, right? She is literally the thing she tried to stop from happening with Radagon, if she was the Glowmide Queen. And again, further proving that, if she and the Deathrite birds, I mean, the Deathrite birds obviously tied to death, they use the same white Glowmide Queen magic. The the God Slayer Greatsword, that is said to be the Glowmide Queen's sword, is a crucible spiral with wings as a hilt, and it is a white sword. Telling you, whoever the Glowmide Queen was, she was from the silver part of the Crucible Society and had something to do with death, because death birds, alright? Or, and actually I think again, that I found the Godskin Nobles cookbook where it's supposed to be. I didn't realize where it was, and it furthers this tie. You find it with the Birdman, Harvey Birdman Horaloo, right? So, Horaloo and the birds are Deathrite birds, like I suspected back in the day. I was like, oh, birds, Deathrite birds, divine birds. When the DLC came out, I was like, oh, this is fucking Horaloo. But of course, Nefeli confirmed that. But more now than ever, the Glowmide Queen, a shaman woman, an Albinoric shaman woman, seduced somebody, right, in relation to death. So it probably, she went to the true heir of death, Horaloo, right, who can just fucking kill whoever he wants because he is the chieftain of the Badlands and strong, right? He is the, pretty much the harbinger of death. He is the warrior, Horaloo, before he becomes Godfrey. Seduces him, and again, it's like a triple entendre in the opening. If there were Lionel misbegotten, and she's killing the lion, right, she's avenging herself and her people, right, at that point she's kind of in the right, but the seduction is of the lion, right? She seduced him naturally on accident because of her bloodline, right? Albinorics, I'll pull the item up. Where is it? Alluring thought. So this attracts things, right? Lures foes of human build only. Here, let's throw one. The illusion will lure in and distract foes of human build outside of combat, while demi-humans will be lured in even during combat. So demi-humans feel the sexual aggression, even frenzied, right? That's what they're trying to say. It's a humanity. If you've ever played Dark Souls, it's the light part of humanity. So the Albinorics are stardust people, the essence of humanity, and that would allure the Beastmen and the normal humanoids, right? So she can just go anywhere she wants and attract any mate. She did it unintentionally, just through her blood, because if you look at what makes the thing, it's an Albinoric blood clot, right? And a human bone shard. So if you take a human skeleton and pour the Albinoric blood all over them, you get a physical being, right? They could just repurpose the bones, they eat that shit, and then they just turn into people. But the human bone shard is telling you that that is a humanity, right? Like I threw it, it looks like a humanity from Dark Souls. What do you use to make it? Humanity, right? Human bone shard, the essence of humanity, the bones, and Albinoric blood clot. So Albinoric soul essence and the physical material of a human being. So it's like a human-made, like a handcrafted human soul in this pot, right? That's alluring demi-humans a little too much. So, again, I'm not just saying these sexual assault things. I know that George R.R. Martin writes them into stories, and then the items for no reason specify, oh, demi-humans are still going to be attracted to it, even when they're crazy. It's like, why not just make it consistent? Everyone's attracted to it out of combat, right? Why do you have to make it only for humanoids, and then even more specific, demi-humans it especially works on, right? It's like, because then that ties into the very theme of the game, right? The premise of how the Misbegotten were created, how Mesmer was created, why they have red hair, why Radagon had to be remade, right? He was the Red King, an evil beastman giant piece of shit, right? Roar of Regalia. He was just desperately battling the wild at the time. So again, it goes back to sins of the father. Does that beastman deserve to be punished for being a beastman if he's actually the most advanced beastman to have come around at the time, right? It's like he's the piece of shit at the time, but before that there were Placidusax and Baal oppressing people so bad that Baal's dragons ate demi-human or demigods, which were giants, and then they attacked the dragons, right? Baal attacked with his kin the dragons, and I think it was ancient dragon communion. That's why there are ancient dragon men there, and they tell you to perform ancient dragon communion with Baal's heart, knowing how it works as if it already happened in the past. But even if you erase all that, and the fact that Baal looks like a man dragon as opposed to beast dog dragon, trying to say man using their bestial tendencies at that point overcame beast, ripped the heads off, and their head is supposed to be aspects of humanity. So they got their mind from the dragon's head they ripped off, and they learned intelligence. They were granted 5 fingers probably from that point. Meteors crashed down. There were giants feasting on mushrooms after that. The beastmen, all of these things start, and also again, it's important to note that life washes up here and it's all just star matter, right? So then they're also forging these people and different life forms, right? Because we see the constructs in the forge of the giants. So they make false life forms out of the mortal clay that we see Radagon made out of. And the same as Radagon, they're powered by a crystal rune, right? The thing is, the crystal in the giants isn't shaped, right? They didn't know how to shape souls yet. They knew barely that you could do that by burning, right? That's why it's a crucible, and they melt the souls together. But then you get the sun, right, melting all the souls together. I kind of see what they're talking about with there. That is a beautiful allegory. If we're all stardust, and the sun is performing nuclear fission and fusion to craft the elements that will make us in the hearts of them, then literally the sun is a crucible for life, right? It is forming the primordial elements that make you up in real life. So that is why they're saying the sun has soul magic and is souls, and all suns are souls and stuff, because they all do technically follow that logic in real life, right? If you're not religious, which is ironic. If you're religious, you doubt science and you think dinosaurs are fucking a trap set by the devil, and there's no helping you. You're a dung eater. Eat shit and die. No, I'm just kidding. I hope for the best. I hope you get taught the truth, and that's the point, right? Is you're not supposed to kill the dung eater out of spite for him killing people, right? You're supposed to take pity on him and realize that it's a religious lie that he's suffering through, and you gotta save him from it, right? By granting him the forgiveness of death, which is the whole point of the DLC. Honorable deaths to end their suffering, because the world needs to die in this cycle, right? They are perpetuating too long a cycle. Now the Elden Beast wants to grip this section of space and restart the universe, and it's not happening, right? No stamina. Just be ready to roll as soon as he's done teleporting, because he does that shit. Damn, that would have killed me. It starts to make way more sense when you realize it made a little too much sense. Like the weirdest thing you could say. It was like, that makes sense, but also that is like the opposite of a Dark Souls game. It's like the opposite of everything we've ever played up to this point. So what's the trick? What's the secret, Miyazaki? That's the point. He wanted you to understand that it was all a lie. Oh, damn it, I held it for too long. The whole time. And the things, it's reinforcing the lie so that you either completely believe it or you see through it, which was the point of Dark Souls, right? It really hammers home the religious lie. If you can admit to yourself that there are religious lies in real life, you can ask the same questions in game. What kind of God would do this? Religious people wouldn't ask that. And if they do, it won't be religious for too much longer, right? It's like, oh, but they describe God as benevolent and nice and good and all being, like, right? It's like, why would you allow for the suffering of man who don't deserve it, and cancer in children and all this stuff? It's because it's bullshit. It's sad to say, but it's all bullshit. And you can speak with a matter of fact because the things like Elden Ring remind you that it was always based on a lie. Where the original religions were just local deities in Mesopotamia of houses finding their fucking footing, right? And towns and actual civilization and crucible of people maybe fighting sadly and tragically, right? I feel bad for our ancestors ever having to go through that. But they learned, and we eventually developed, well, most of them learned, and we eventually developed into have the infrastructure we have today. But we're still, like, we have dreams of these sci-fi civilizations that we aren't there yet, right? Ironically, the thing that set us back was religion, right? And that's a matter of fact. The religious people burned astrologers and science, you know, majors in the old days at the stake for heresy. Same thing as this. It's not a question of if they did. They proudly did it and drew pictures of them cutting the motherfuckers open and still teach you how to rip people apart just in case. So that's the whole thing. We wouldn't know about the word the Crusades, right? Unless we knew religious people fucking murdered each other in mass back in the day. So, and that we still have their armor, and we still see their wounds, and they've been preserved, right? If you just use your eyes, you know, people have been fighting for religion for a long time. And then you go further back and you go, well, they've all been fighting for their own religion that they were brought up in, and they're all based off of trying to find answers, right? Trying to find the truth. And then ironically, the ones that kill people are, my truth is better than your truth. And it's like, there's no better truth, you fucking idiot. There's only the truth. That's how you can kind of tell that religion is stupid, right? I'm right and you're wrong. It's like, no, you should just be seeking understanding, right? But it's like, no, the only reason they would want to be right is because they have power over people when they are right, right? So they would much rather oppress, like America, than seek truth, like Radagon. But the thing is, Radagon, again, is like a different allegory. What if now you seek truth after having been a piece of shit, right? You were a piece of shit, you were taught wrong religiously your whole life, you acted on an even crazier order, right? Now what? You're remade. You literally are a different person. What happens? Do you still think your self-judgment, or do you cast judgment on your past self to help teach others, right? I think that's the whole point of this story. It's like, Radagon is the only one fully equipped to judge Radagon. Because it's America, the one he tortured, right? But then the way she does it and makes everyone suffer, right, in the Golden Order, because Radagon, it's like, that's not the way to do it. You had the right to take it out on Radagon in a just way, right? In the God Slayer flame. You slayed the god that did this to you and your people. You earned justice. You carried out retribution for the people who were hurt. You did it. But then she says, no, I can do it better. I'm gonna fix everything. And then she fucks it up even worse. Does the same things he does, right? Oppressing people, stuffing people into jars, everything, right? Because Alexander's still walking around. Jar Baron is all still there. It's because she knows that those are her relatives, and she knows the truth, that it's all connected and that they're all related. So she can't rightfully get rid of Alexander, because as much as that is a warrior trying to eat people to become stronger, that is most likely a shaman that was stuffed in there, right? So she can't bear, like Mesmer. She could just kill Mesmer and end it all, right? And that stops the whole problem of anyone ever being able to discover the truth, like Melina, right? You killed her, or they burned and made her bodiless, and she's been searching ever since. And the fact that there's even a little bit of truth for us to track to Mesmer makes us realize, oh, fuck. They probably killed their own kind, and Melina's dead, burned, and bodiless because she was the heir of the Glomide Queen, right? Marika's power. It doesn't even matter if it was Marika's power. She was definitely burned. She describes herself as burned and bodiless, and she manifests like a spirit, like Torrent. So she's burned and bodiless because of Marika, right? When she goes to find her purpose. So she is willing to torture her own children, but not in the means that actually solves anything, right? She killed her daughter, but then when she had to do it to Mesmer, she's like, nah, I'm just gonna seal you away in the Shadow Realm. And then Mikola and Melania are born, and she's like, I'd rather just lie to literally everyone on the planet and pretend you're a guy than acknowledge that you are a woman who will have the power to one day replace me as the Glomide Queen, instilling death in this world where I don't want death to ever happen. So I'd rather everyone think you're a guy and not Saint Trina, right? Saint Trina's a lie, Saint Trina's blasphemous, Saint Trina is not a thing in the eyes of the Golden Order. That's why it's Mikola's Halig tree that ends up leaving Saint Trina's flowers everywhere as he journeys around leaving nascent butterflies, because it's like his stamp. He can't help it, right? There's actually two things. There's Mikola's lily and there's Saint Trina's lily, right? Two types of lilies, two different magics. So it's like saying there are two magics in one form. The lily, well, what the fuck? That guy just got taken off into the sky. Oh god, he got grabbed. Oh, but he lived. Anyway, the lily is supposed to be Saint Trina, and they're fighting over it, right? Mikola wants to be the lily so that he can make the Golden Order in the shape of a flower instead of in the shape of a tree, right? That's the whole point of Melania. She's a flower, and he's probably jealous of her because he's a flower too, but he's the flower of death where she's the flower of life, right? Rot. Sure, she's Scarlet Rot, but everything's feeding off of her, eternally blooming butterflies and beautiful. And she's a strong warrior with red hair, the true lineage. And he's just a dude with, you know, eternal youth in a land where everyone's immortal, so it doesn't really matter. It's like, yikes. Of course, you got the shit end of the stick. And then again, oppressed by their mother based on their physical form. Because we know the physical form is Saint Trina, the woman, lied about because of the soul that's in the body. So it's like many, many layers of death trying to manifest and Marika stopping the natural cycle. I will be back. And then we're gonna lock the fuck in. Muting.
In the deepest night,
good training arc. I knew it. So the secret is you stretch this so far that it doesn't really matter, and then you just do that. Because I'm sick of things asking me to install cookies. Just put it on your second monitor. Fuck that, it's stupid. Main Academy Gate. I think I missed that one in the middle of the lakes.
You should miss every attack. Fuck you too, I guess. I was just trying to get around to see where the fuck that seed was, sir. Maybe I did grab this one though. I got the chest here. This is the problem why I didn't go looking this whole time, is because it's like, oh, there are 40 locations and you probably got most of them. So now you have to decipher which ones you've been to and which ones you haven't. I fucking hate it. Wait, how the fuck does that make sense? How did one of the seeds get here? I think we got that one, but it's... Where was it? Below the well, site of grace. Is that up there? Maybe we don't have that. Let's just take a sky view. Best thing to do is gold mask's perspective, right? Go to the highest point and look around. That's the fucking game, alright? Look at the cool shit and look at and appreciate all the stuff they made. That's what the game designers want you to do. My question now is, where's the upside down world Castlevania style hidden here through Ronnie's tower? Okay, if you work at the fucking From Software, gatekeeping that shit from us, I believe, dude, all of this architecture of being an upside down world, and then they give you a statue that inverts part of the world. I'm like, bro, are you fucking kidding me? It's gotta be here somewhere. Where's the upside down? Where is it, sir? Where's the upside down? Oof. Oh, he could have just attacked me through that. I love pathing sometimes. Sometimes your spacing gives you way more time than you need. Okay. Well, that problem solved itself. Now where the fuck is that golden seed that I'm looking for? That was a little ridiculous. He decided he had enough and wanted to go back to the starting zone.
Damn, you wouldn't be guided by grace at that point. Is it really way down there? No fucking way. It is faster to take the elevator. It's actually the fastest. Watch it not be down here. I mean, I don't have the grace that they're talking about. Which is weird. Oh no, yeah, deep zero for a while. I didn't think that said deep, right? Below the well, site of grace. Okay, nope, don't have that. Yeah, we don't have that. Dude, there has to be an underground. You're telling me with this right here, the symbolism of this underground upside down tower, that there isn't. And then again, they give you a tower key that flips upside down, right? And then it flips the world upside down. Like, what the fuck? How? It has to be. Okay, we definitely missed the thing. If the grace is right here. Right? Yeah, I see the land bridge. So what is it against that corner? So now, my question really... Alright, dude. If we know these are seeds that fell... long ago, how is this here? This is the start of a new Erd tree. There aren't even roots of the Erd tree reaching this part. Like, you can't even say these are the roots of the Erd tree because you see roots sticking out. It's like, I don't see a fucking thing, actually. This is a new tree. Below? Yeah, that's not it. No roots below. Complete clean rock. So this is a new Erd tree. The Erd tree dropped seeds from above. I don't know if you can math it out like I can, but there's kind of something in the way. It's called the planet. How the fuck did this tree get here? I mean, trees take a while to grow, so it had to have been just a while ago. The shattering? But that doesn't answer the question. Is there like a crack in the ground above? Maybe. Maybe here. There's no way that seed fell through the scarlet rot of Kaled, because that was after the shattering. So it actually couldn't have been that. Oh shit. The shattering happened, the seeds were dropped, then a war for God knows how long, and then Kaled happened with the swamp of Ionia. So this can't have happened because of that. This has to be from the shattering, because there are flowers blooming and it's a tree sapling grown. So time has passed. I have so many questions. How the fuck is it growing? There's no sun, right? I guess it's the stars that are funneling the Erd tree here, kind of like the same thing. The stars are the amber glintstone. That's a bunch of soul dust scattered up across the ceiling. So it's just an Erd tree eating the souls. But they're not in the root. Well, I guess it's like a cyclical nature. They're trying to tell you, like, now the very earth is encrusted with the glintstone in here, so there is a golden seed. But how did the seed get there? How the fuck did the seed get there? But actually, visions of castle. Yes, castle. How the fuck did the seed get here? I'm looking for sky. I'm like up. Tree required ahead. They have like every weather, but not the thing. Hidden path. Unnoticed ahead. How did the tree get here? How the fuck did this tree get here? Tree ahead. I'll say, how about that? Tree ahead, but no Erd tree. That's what we'll say, right? No Erd tree. It kind of matches. And then point upwards. It looks like I'm insulting the tree. You're no Erd tree. That's funny. We'll delete the message. People are gonna think that that's what I mean. I'm trying to say that. Why? How the fuck did this tree get here? All right. This should, like, lore-wise, I might be a crazy person. This should do damage to America. I'm okay with using it for science. If this was America, and if fire is working against Radagon, then the festive Greece is the flowers of their hometown, the shaman village. Would this hurt her more? Oh, the festivities. 177, noted. $166. 166. I think if you hit him in the core, they're weak there. On their shadow side. 151 behind. Better to hit him in the front, I guess. 151. Nope. 151 rum. No, it's actually just not doing that much. 270. It's actually better to attack her side. Where the fuck did we hit for 170? Where did that happen? 145. My damage is going down. What is happening? I actually faded right when I said that. I'd noticed. I think the damage was weakening over time. For the buff. Like, I think the grease was getting weaker as I was hitting them. I need to see if that adds damage at all, though. Granting wielder trace amounts of runes upon landing attacks. Ah. So that's what was happening that whole time. Well, the damage shouldn't adjust. Why is the damage values going from 170 to 140? Alright, so how much do we hit when we just run up and start hitting them, right? 160. 1. They're immune to the festive grease. 160. You do less damage with the festive grease, right? Wow, you do 9 less damage with the festive grease. Let's just make sure. 160. Yeah, it's like everywhere we hit now, it's 160. It's an extra 9. Yeah, so they're resistant to what would be America's home grease. You get it in the DLC, and all of the flowers are native to the shaman village. They're all over there, all the colorful flowers in a golden light. There's only one place on the map that looks like that. The shaman village, because that's probably what everything looked like before. Like before it all got fucked up. And separated into its own places. That's crazy to think about. Does the festive grease make you do less damage? Does festive grease do less damage? It's technically holy. So they're taking less holy damage. But I was just doing flat less damage. It didn't add anything. I was doing it -9 damage. That's not resistance. That's fucking... That's a counterweight. I've never even seen that. Someone's so resistant that it takes away your base damage. That's insane. It should be adding holy damage to my 160 and then taking away from that. What it's doing is just taking away my damage. My damage is now holy damage, and it's taking away my damage as a resistance. So 9 damage points just gone because it was festive grease. So they're super immune to festive grease, or it's buggy and it's not working correctly. But I think it's supposed to be she's from a shaman home. You know that, right? They knew that when making it. So the festive grease of the shaman dancer women, right? That we see Rykard teaming up with. The pagan women who like have the thorns or whatever, the blood. They're festive. I'm like, who's the only festive like people in the game? And I was like, oh, it's the women who are glad that the fucking fighting is over. But they're still like strong enough that if you underestimate them and step to them, they'll probably kill you. Like those outweigh, right, is the whole point. She ended up making the druid pagan dance like the victor, right? But she's the god that they're dancing against now, right? Same thing that happened to her. The waterfowl dance. She was probably the original dancer. Because the swordstress is like the underground society's whole thing, right? So if she's the underground like creation, and she's the Glowmide Queen with the Godslayer sword, it explains why she has the Godslayer Great Sword, because she's the sword woman of death. And also, again, why it has to be a sword that it's the Glowmide Queen's weapon, because the sword women, the swordstress, is from the underground Death Knight Dark Silver Society, right? So, and it's supposed to be, again, like a misunderstanding. They're not evil because they're underground. That's the Selene thing, right? She wants to expand people's minds and let them see the truth. And everyone's like, but she turned people into graven mages. And it was like, yeah, that's the whole thing, right? Like, she finds out that people are stardust, and the people that are after her and start calling her a heretic right? That's why she is attacked by Jaren, right? Jaren is like, she's the Graven Witch. She was turning people into Graven mages because they were saying like, no, this is heretical, you can't do this, when she was just seeking the truth, right? So she's not bad. She was probably defending herself. So it's like she did bad things to protect herself. But then, because the Golden Order doesn't like astrologers and nighttime and the dolls like thing, because you would make another America on accident eventually, she would have to send them away, and they would have to do it in secret, right? So they say, if you're underground, you have to practice asceticism. You can't write, you can't read, you gotta live off the land, bare bones, you can't do shit. And that's why there are shamans underground that are ascetics. And then it moves on from there. It's a divergent path. There are the Nox, right, that aren't the astrologers. So they are probably the mix of the Albinorics who bleed red, right? Because there are mimic tiers who, when they turn into people and you hit them, they bleed red. So it's not like, oh, mimics and Albinorics can't bleed red. It's like, you meet a bunch of characters who bleed white and red, right? The guys with the bell heads that slam their fucking face on the ground, they bleed red when you hit them, but when they slam their face on the ground, white stuff comes out, right? The Albinoric blood in the jar of their face comes out. So it's like some characters are trying to hint at you can have more than one blood type, right? And or you can hide it, is the whole point. If you're a mimic, your whole thing is mimicry and hiding in plain sight, and that is the theme. Hiding in plain sight. And then when you know the truth, you can't unsee it. We haven't even seen the Elden Beast in a bit. I'm gonna be real. We saw him today like twice, and then I'm just stuck on Radagon. It's not even Radagon. It's like we kill him sometimes while yapping, and then we get to the Elden Beast, and we fuck it up. We've gotten him pretty far down, almost beat the game, which is crazy. It's not like, oh, it's impossible and I'm nowhere near it. We actually almost did it. It's just fucking kind of random. Fuck, I'm glad I healed through that. I interchanged those two on accident. Just run. Noted. No fucking way, it barely tapped my shield. Ugh. I know, it didn't look like it hit me and then my shield moved, but fuck me, dude. For anyone wondering why it's taking so long, it's my build. I'm not built. I earned the strength and ritual myself. I fucking killed everyone. We got all the remembrance bosses except Placidusax. We did the thing. We beat the game. That's how I know the lore. We earned it through ritualistic combat. We have shown the game we are the strongest, which is why I think you need to get the true ending during a level 1 playthrough. I'm sorry to tell you. If you don't want to do a level 1 playthrough, you might not get the secret ending. The whole point is showing the game, not only you understand it, which you would be able to do without leveling up, right? You'd be able to beat the game without leveling up. You're showing you understand the mechanics, and then through that it forces you into the correct path, right? Because if you could beat any boss you want, then you find the path to get 100% of the items and stuff, which is the normal thing, right? You start asking questions like that, and then you realize people's quests don't end the way you would want them to, so you start asking questions about that. And that's that itchy feeling that everyone's getting of, why the fuck does it feel like there's so much more to this game than I'm understanding? It's because there is. The whole fucking thing is hidden in plain sight symbolism. It took me, like, the whole community 2 years. I was 2 years late to the party, I think. A year late to the party. Everyone beat Elden Ring and moved on. And then I was like, oh, I'll play Elden Ring. I love Dark Souls games. And now I'm like, wait, you guys, you don't know what you left behind. Wait, come back. Everyone's on to other games. I'm like, there's a secret ending. And you fucking, I can't believe it. I almost want to play Night Rain to see if it almost tells you to go back and play for the secret ending. Because if it does, then it's not just a, oh, I'm right. It's like, they don't want you to fuck that up again, right? They're like, no. They fucked it up with Demon Souls. Nobody understood what I was trying to explain with Solaire. So now I have to show them, right? And if we still misunderstood, because the community has moved on, and it's just they're playing in loops, right? They're continuing the same loops. No one is finding the truth in the game, and everyone believes the Golden Order lies. You know, Miyazaki's rolling over like, you motherfuckers are hopeless. So we need to earn the next Souls game. I wouldn't doubt that he's like, I'm not even gonna make one until someone finds the secret fucking ending in Elden Ring, right? Because that explains a lot of their design philosophy lately. I'm like, where are all the Souls games? What are these like spin-off and like not Souls game multiplayer games that are like semi-connected but also not really led by Miyazaki in the same way? Now it makes sense. He's like, you guys didn't even beat the game yet. Like, you guys never found the secret ending. I wouldn't be working on my next project either, or just be working on it and letting people hunt for the secret, right? Or never look for it, right? They never learn. But then that's the thing. If they never learn, why would you keep telling them the story? Why would you keep trying to teach them? You've shown the lesson a million times in the best way you possibly could and spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the whole series. It's like, yeah, I'd be upset. I understand Miyazaki. We misunderstood Solaire, right? The point is, it doesn't matter that he's a nice guy. He's a religious zealot. And then that upset Miyazaki. I didn't understand why the Dung Eater... I was like, this is Solaire. What did he do to my boy? What did you do to my sunlight boy? That's the point, is he's not supposed to be viewed like that. He's supposed to be viewed like the Dung Eater. You're supposed to fear the religious zealot. They're shit eaters, right? They'll fucking kill whatever if they're religiously told to. And then if they think that that's the new truth, right? Like, say it was a Golden Order, and then he moved to Miquella, and he just continued his practices under Miquella. It's like, there's still so many things wrong with that, right? He learned it under America, and then Miquella still thought that it was fine to do, right? That's why it's in the Haligtree and it doesn't make sense. Or, if he was in the Haligtree, that would imply that the Dung Eater is connected to Miquella's order somehow. He was killing nobles there, but he was there, right? So it's like, okay, the Dung Eater, it was in a place where they found the truth, but now he's eating shit out of people's stomachs. Like the worst, defiling corpses, right? Like the worst kind of fate you can imagine, so that specifically they don't get buried in the Erd tree, right? It's like, what would he want for them then? It's like that he wants the eternal cycle return, but he doesn't understand what the fuck it is, or if because it's like he's locked in a jail cell screaming. He's clearly crazy. So it's not like, and he is getting communicated to by some greater force he doesn't understand. So if he thinks this outer god communicating, which is just like another rune being like, please, like, allow the cycle of life and death to continue, then he just loses his mind in more ways than one. It's like another tragic story on top of tragic story. He is getting communicated to by this rune inside of him, which is the soul. He thinks it's the greater will, right? Which is what you should mistake these for if you're the Golden Order. Like the powers inside of you are the powers at B. They aren't your ancestors that I've repurposed and strengthened you with, right? It's like the worst kind of lie you could tell somebody. I stole your ancestors and I crammed them inside of you to empower you because you were weak. Because of me. Sorry about that. It's like, what the fuck, America? Again, there were so many reasons why she's evil. But the Dung Eater is showing you it's like whether they know it or not, their actions speak louder than their words, right? So they might think they're getting communicated to by some outer god or some magical rune inside of them, but it doesn't matter. What he's doing is defiling corpses and acting like a fucking lunatic. So if you value life, you would put an end to him because you would give him the mercy of death. He's not gonna stop until he dies. Right? He's gonna keep killing until someone strong enough comes along to stop him. Right? That's what he's telling you. It's not a guess. He tells that to you. He's like, you stopped me. You're stronger than me. You're the Dung Eater now. Right? It's an insult to us. We're like, what the fuck? I don't want to be the Dung Eater. Fuck you. But he's telling you through the game's lens that you're now the one who respects life. Right? The life, even microorganisms of bacteria that everyone fears and misunderstands. You even value that life, right? So it's like, that's his whole thing. He values it too much, but you have to grant him a mercy killing because of the Golden Order, right? That's the running theme. Saint Trina saying godhood would be Miquella's grave, grant him the mercy of killing him. He is death and love, right? She's not viewing it as a selfish part because the only selfish part of her was taken. So it's like the whole thing is, I want to heal the land. She's earth, right? She's a flower. So she's like, I am love, I am the land, I am death. You need to kill Miquella. Right? Miquella must die. Right? And it's not even his fault. It's the fact that Marika lied to him in the Golden Order, and he truly believes his godhood. And it's gonna fuck up everything, right? He's just gonna continue the same thing Marika's doing, discover the same thing, do the same thing, and wind up exactly like Marika, trapped, right? So saying it will be his prison, we see that at the end of the game. It's not like a guess, and she's not lying to you because you see it. It happened, and you've experienced what happens when it happens entirely, right? When she finishes her Golden Order and all the shit happens, that's what Miquella wants to do. We are in the product of it now, and it fucking sucks, right? So, and if Miquella does it right, quote unquote, right, prevents another heir from ever being born and stopping the cycle, they are eternally damning everyone, you know, just eternally, forever. Right? They are literally making everyone suffer because of their order forever. Your sister, now she has to wait for you and rot by a tree forever, right? You might have the ability to stop the outer gods, but we know that's part of the natural cycle, right? It's like that, the sun and the rot and the scorpion and all these things with the runes, they're all one thing. They're all souls connected and flowing. So it's like they're trying to warn you. Miquella is bad because they're doing the same thing Marika did. And again, Ansbach tells you that because Ansbach doesn't know the truth. He's the truth-seeking knight that was mind-controlled by Miquella. He's the one you would entrust with the truth if you were Miquella, right? Everyone's going to trust you in my new order. I'm just going to tell you the truth, right? You can just tell everybody the fucking truth. Now we don't have to fight with anyone that we come across. I control them. I can set you free, even. You have your will, and you know that I am willing to give you that choice to tell people the truth, right? So you don't feel imposed, right? There is the choice there. So everyone knows I'm not controlling you. You can lie to them, which means you can, you are more you are more trustworthy than anyone, right? It's strangely backfiring, right? He doesn't trust anyone, so he imposes his will, and then they don't trust him, right? Now, and then Ansbach goes and seeks the truth and finds it and goes, oh, Miquella's fucking deranged. So, Miquella's the bad guy on so many levels, but the one person who seeks the truth through blood is like, oh, Miquella's evil as fuck. and he's fearful of Mikola. So it's not like, oh, I want to replace him because I think I'm stronger, right? Ansbach isn't some like young warrior that wants to be a lord. He's like, oh, my old bones fail me, you know? He's like, I'd rather just be the dude who seeks truth. I know the limitations of combat, but he's like, it's such an injustice what I just discovered that I literally have to fight for Moog, my old lord, because it's just not right what Mikola is doing. That's like how he's phrasing it. So it's like the one guy who seeks the truth finds it and shares it with everybody by giving Freya the truth, even if it means fighting her later. And then he laughs about it. He's like, yeah, she was always going to do that because she's a warrior. And she carried that tradition of a warrior's death, or seeking a warrior's death through Radahn's, like, true blood, right? He's like, that's funny, right? If he knows the truth, he would of course laugh at that. He's like, of course she was going to be the one to fight, you know? Because he's like, Theolie is part of the love goddess, and frail, right? So it makes sense why he would doubt Theolie. And then Mor is like slow and doesn't know what to do and fallen into despair, right? So it's not like he's going to like come up with some grand old giant conspiracy, right? They're not thinking that hard more, whether it be through like combat brain damage or they just don't speak the language, right? They could be super smart with the way they forage, because Tio is impressed all the time. He's like, what the fuck, they found that? Holy shit. So it's like they're smart, they just don't know the language, which is another thing that I think enforce that, like, people are coming from other worlds and lands between. Not everyone's gonna be a human, and not everyone's gonna speak the same language as you when they even look human. So he's like trying to communicate to you, like, I forage, but he can communicate to the bugs, right? It's like he probably can speak to them, and it's harder for him to speak to people, right? That's weird, but it's like, it's secretly telling you things. How the fuck is he able to talk to all of the bugs, right? They're his brood, he considers them family. It's like he was probably raised by them, unspeaking, chittering things, so English is not his second language, right? If they're his brood and he considers them family, he probably speaks bug better than he speaks English, but that explains why he can forage good, right? Because he's raised by the forage scavenging many-armed bug people. So it's like, you don't underestimate them, is also Ansbach's thing, because he seeks the truth and then he's pleasantly surprised by everyone in the end, right? He's like, oh, Mor didn't fight. Oh, Theo actually joined us and was strong. Oh, like, he actually is surprised. Hornsent, you can defeat in the area where you learn the truth about the battle, right? And then also the Crucible civilization. You go back to the origin, and you need to go there. And if you do it in the right order, he invades you, right? If you finish his quest and talk to him, he avenges his family and doesn't join Lita in the end of the DLC. And if you do everything right in the DLC, it should be perfectly balanced at the end. If you went into the DLC and you're like, there's 5 people on the other side, you're an idiot. You did the fucking game wrong. It's supposed to be a 3v3. You, Tio, Theolie, or you, Tio, and Theolie. You, Tio, and Ansbach, and if Ansbach dies, you get an extra guy. Versus Freya, Lita, and Dane, right? Dane and Lita are always there, right? So if you do everything perfect, in the perfect order, you should have that set of people. The girl who was always going to fight, right? The warrior monk who was always going to fight, and Lita, the one fighting for Mikola, who is always going to fight, right? Then you have the people fighting for truth. The one who is loyal to Saint Trina and willing to kill themselves and wanting to sleep, Theo, he knows the truth now from Saint Trina, and even he has to go fight, right? He could just give up and die, literally. He can sleep, but in that sleep of death, what dreams may come, right? Again, with that Hamlet Shakespearean quote, if death is Saint Trina and Saint Trina puts you to sleep and talks to you in your dreams, right, which is tells you not just through items but when you finally meet Saint Trina, that's how you talk to her. You have to let her kill you with the poison and then she speaks to you. So after she kills you and talks to you in your dream, for in that dream of death, or yeah, for in that sleep of death, what dreams may come, right? That's the whole thing. The sleep of death is telling you the god of goodness that you would presume is light is lying to you, right? And she actually seems frail and weak. She's like dying as she's telling you. She's like, please kill Mikola. Like, those are her last words. Like a frail, dying woman, right? Like the shaman woman tortured is begging for life, right? Because if he stops the cycle, then death and life are stopped, and it would be a prison for him. But more so, ow. Not only would it be a prison for him, but it will be a it will eventually lead to his demise, right? It's a bad thing. We see it with America. Eventually a lord will arise to come up and beat the shit out of them because they're withering away, constantly shattering the Elden Ring. So again, I could keep going off on the reasons why Mikola is not good because of their good intentions. Sure, they could say it's all love and light, right? Peace and love. But if they're stabbing you in the chest as they're saying that, would you ask them to stop? Because that's what they're doing with the Needle Knight Lita, right? It's like, you know you're gonna be at peace. You know you're not gonna stand against them, but they think this is what peace is. I need to fucking kill everybody to achieve my peace, right? They abandon love, and they have Radon, the god of war, essentially. The Ares of this fucking pantheon. You know, the guy who's eternally undead, eating not just the enemy troops, but his own troops, right? He's just a constant devouring of the suns and stars, right? He's the lion eating the stars. Now it makes sense, that symbol. In the alchemical wedding. Because if he's eating all of the people for their runes, keep alive, and it's like an amalgamation of runes inside of him, he's just an undead mind rotted away. It's exactly how we find him, right? It's not even like, well, he would wind up. It's like, no, just look at him. Exactly as we find him is how he would have wound up, and that's how he winds up, right? A mindless zombie killing his troops and the enemy troops, and his festival is a war. It's like how we go to the battlefield and we all fight him. He doesn't stop fighting because he's all of the runes, right? He just keeps empowering himself. He doesn't stop. I'm gonna get more coffee. This is it. I'm fucking sick of it, dude. I'm just gonna go until we beat this fucking... Now, right now, I'm the clown. And look at his red hair. It's not even like a natural... He dyes that shit. We watch him dye it in the cutscene, that fake motherfucker. So I didn't know people were over. What the fuck? Oh, people were over. I didn't know. I have pants on, but I'm not wearing a shirt. That's fine though. We'll just go into it. We're good. Just let someone know when there's someone in his house, right? Don't be a piece of shit. Just fucking let that happen. But I told them, I was like, what the fuck? I mean, I don't care if people walk in while I'm streaming. I'm not like a get out of my room, mom, right? But let a man know not to walk out in his underwear, right? I almost walked out just straight up in my underwear, so. I mean, with a robe on, but damn. Close call. Not bad, but close. I got dressed earlier because I was like, damn, it's kind of cold. Now it's hot as fuck. I have like all the fans on me, and I'm gonna open the window back up. Here we go. But it's the computer, it's not the weather outside. I understand George R.R. Martin. I didn't really analyze Game of Thrones. I was just watching it for the fights, and then I just stopped watching it after a while. And then after a couple seasons, I stopped watching it at like season 4. I think when they popped someone's head, I was like, God damn, that's gruesome as fuck. Yeah, right? Where do you go past that? But no, it was also, again, like I like the lighter stories that imply the dark. I kind of appreciate Elden Ring because it's not just telling you explicitly, it's making you come to the realization, right? Like you have to go and read a book about alchemy if you want to understand and get the secret ending. That's like, if you want to know what Negrito, Albedo, Citriana, or whatever the fuck, and then Rebedo all mean in the chemical marriage of the Rebus, it's like those fucking words don't mean shit unless you understand, right, what they're trying to teach you. And it's actually the entire story of the game. Like when you read it, it's like, oh shit, that is happening in Elden Ring in this sense. So then when you analyze it in like what sense of the words is it happening, it's like she made a new religious order, right? And then they replaced the cross with a loop, right? So instead of Jesus Christ on the cross, because they crucify people, it is America hung up by the runes, right? And that's the same kind of cross and Gothic, like Roman symbolism that you see at the beginning of the game. There's a bunch of people crucified for a reason, right? They're getting punished by this golden order and persecuted for religious reasons because they're women, right? Or because they're beast men, or because they're, it's like it's the real life ties, right? Oh, you're a woman. Okay, so you have to cover your hair and you can't read books, right? We have to keep the secrets from you because then you might realize that it's stupid and wrong about you, right? So it's like, again, Middle Eastern cultures. I have a lot of Middle Eastern friends who moved here from Afghanistan and are happy that they don't have to live under that fucking tyrannical government anymore, right? And they go back and visit family, so it's not like, oh, they're completely done with the place. But again, it's like I have the perspective from people who live there. It's not me judging them. I'm just repeating to you what I heard from my friends who lived there and have experienced that, right? From living there. So it's like that kind of perspective needs to be shared with people, right? Because as a young idiot, I wouldn't have known, right? Or you can, like America, grow old and never fucking get taught, right? And that's what the order wants of you, right? For you to believe the religious lie like the dung eater until you die happy about it, right? The dung eater, he eats shit, right? And they hang him because he eats shit. Why does he rip people's fucking stomach open and eat shit? For religious reasons, right? He's a religious zealot. He's a fucking lunatic for religion. He's happy about it. That's the problem with him. He's happy about being a religious idiot that eats shit because the religion tells him to be happy about it. And he's clearly suffering, but he doesn't care. He convinces himself that he's happy about it, and then you grant him the mercy of death. That's the whole point of the DLC. So it's like, you, in the eyes of Miyazaki, if you are not spouting bullshit, you are the one eating bullshit and acting on it to go eat more fucking bullshit, right? You're a shit eater if you're a religious zealot. That theme keeps coming up, but it's like now the dung eater makes sense. That's why people don't like the dung eater as well. Not only is he just a religious allegory for dipshits that don't know better, right? Because they were lied to by religion growing up. But then it's like he could have found a new faith in Mikola, but it changed nothing. He still eats shit because he's a fucking lunatic, right? And kills people to do it. He's a murderer, and he doesn't care. He's like, yeah, well, they deserved it. Is like his whole writing off of the thing. But then they find out that they're all related, and they didn't deserve it, right? It's like you're lying to yourself because the order is lying to you. And then you're just trying to perpetuate that. I really like that character. And it ties in with this boss right here. It's like, and then you would watch the world burn, right, and fall into madness, because of what the madness element is all about, right? You get the frenzied flame of madness, right? It's a physical thing, It's like, well, yeah, the world, if it's, that is the sun, the flame, right? The core of the world is fire. Then if you halt fire and call it sacrilege, then the world is sacrilege, right? And everything is denied. So that's America's whole thing. You can't deny any part of the world, right? That's why ancient religion had that over her, was because they just tended to the natural cycle. Once you try to impose her own natural cycle, you get like scarlet rot and fucked up shit, undead walking about, right? The dead walk the earth because she is fucking up the order of things. For religious reasons specifically, right? She created the religion of the Golden Order, so she thinks she's right. But it's also from that fear of being wrong and admitting the mistakes and having pride, right? Like they're a problem. America is like a tragic story. And it also then makes sense why she's trying to assume a new identity, right? Because she might not like who she once was, and it's a tale of forgiveness. She doesn't truly forgive herself, probably. Right? You wouldn't torment yourself like this. And that's the whole merciful death of her, right? Because of her religion, she is causing herself to torture everyone through torturing herself. She's hanging herself up, crucifying herself, and then turning into Radagon, who does it again because he's compelled to. And then again, the cycle repeats. She's asleep, it gives in under her crucified weight, right? It breaks, and then the breaking of the rune is what we know gives you power. Gives Radagon power. He wakes up and he's compelled by America to reforge it. He reforges it exactly as it was, as it will break under her weight, and then it does. The ring partially being broken. Again, it's a cycle. Radagon wakes up because the ring is broken, right? When you break a rune, you get its powers. So she's breaking the rune right there with her body weight, and then Radagon wakes up. So she's breaking one soul and then becoming that soul. But then everyone's saying that they're constantly breaking it and fixing it and finding pieces and burying people in. Now they're like scrambling to perpetuate this order in a fucked up way, right? They're killing everyone, burying them in the Erd tree, lying to them, fucking... They said that there would be no other Erd trees, now there's a bunch of them. It's like, which Erd tree are you getting buried under, right? Like, what, does it even matter anymore? Because when you die, you're gonna walk in death, right? Because death and life are one entity now. So those who walk in death, again, now they make sense. There were undead walking around because America, it's like, what did she do? Well, she is death and she fused with life. So now death and life are one entity. We have to beat the shit out of them until they split apart, right? So, again, fire makes sense. You're reforging the soul as the fire giants did. The DLC tells you you have to grant Mikola mercy and kindness and forgiveness through death, right? An honorable death. You can't kill them because you're angry. You can't kill them for stupid religious reasons that you were told that you don't even know and doubt yourself. You have to know the truth, understand them, and that's why justice, again, is blind. That's the whole symbolism of everyone in this being blind, right? They're blind because they're all in pursuit of America's crazy justice. So if they're part of the Golden Order, they're part of the blinding light. They're not fire, they're light. It's different, right? Fire produces light, but it isn't all it is. And I think that's the problem. She's like starlight, right? She isn't truly a formed fire of a soul. So that's why making albinoric people like us, actually, again, that's why it's so important that we're mixed with Horalu and her, because Horalu is a beast man, air, right? Like, he has beast wind powers, so he is a normal man, right? And Nefelilu having the powers, and Morgott and Morgott also being born with horn scent powers before the blood took over because they were oppressed, tell you, like, we are mixed from an illusion and mortal life. We are literally the lands between manifested, right? That's why we're stuck here probably. Because if we, I mean, we could sail away, but why we're always connected and bound back by grace or whatever. It's because you are a mix of America and Horulu, right? We know that for certain. You're Tarnished, and the Tarnished went with Horulu, and they were all his kinfolk. You're related to Horulu, right? And if you're related to Horulu, Horulu only had one wife, America, right? So, America gave birth to the Tarnished. That's another thing we know, because of Godwyn, the golden and the golden lineage. It's like the first thing you get introduced to. You are a Tarnished, a silver disguised as gold. But you are also, again, like the manifestation of the lands between. The primal beastmen and the natural mortal life, right? The clay of the land. And the bestial powers, like all of the sun stuff, and then through America, all of the night stuff. Whether it be hidden from you, it doesn't matter. You are a mix of both in that story, and that makes you the lands between, like manifested, right? All of the Tarnished. So that's why you all get drawn back here, probably, is what I'll say. So America, definitely the bad guy, but it's because Miyazaki's whole theme is death, right? Prepare to die is an addition you can purchase of Dark Souls 1. It's not even the motto, right? It's not something they just tell you. You buy something that is called Prepare to Die, right? When you buy Dark Souls. Because you can only really buy the Prepare to Die edition on Steam now. So, I'm pretty sure, unless it's reversed, you can't buy the Prepare to Die edition, and maybe that's why they didn't want to just give it away, is by naming it. But there was an edition called Dark Souls Prepare to Die, right? And that's the whole thing, is you're emotionally preparing for the death of many characters in the world when you're done with it, right? When you've finished the world and you've done it all, the world is dead, right? You've completed it. That's why I think I know where the secret ending is. Fucking A. I accidentally found the secret ending on not my first playthrough, but my second. To be fair, I was guided by the community. Alright, now I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get dressed and stuff. I think I just heard the door close, so either more people showed up or somebody left. It doesn't matter. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Yo, how you doing? I'm sorry, I just got back. That's funny. I'm fine now. How you doing, Ori? I've been stuck on this boss for hours. Days, even. I mean, not as bad as Melania, because I definitely took breaks, where Melania, I did not take breaks. I think that's the problem. I'm giving up, but I don't want to, so I'm not. It's just like I keep resetting. I need to just lock the fuck in for the long haul. It's like gonna be a 20-minute fight. And I don't think I'm emotionally prepared for that, but... Where's the second Erd tree's favor? It's in the Hallig tree, right? Oh, Ashen Capital. Ah. The worst. I remember that. This is the worst fucking boss. It's actually not a boss. It's 3 bosses in a trench coat. So, quadruple secret with Melina's quest, a little bit of spoilers. Melina seeks right here through that doorway the mountaintop of giants and the fell flame of ruin. But she found right there, that's her dagger, so that's where she found the truth, and she had the medallion the whole time. She always planned on sacrificing herself, that's why she asked you to take her, right? For the fire, anyway. Not before she went in that room. She didn't know her purpose, right? She went off looking for it, and then you find her dagger there. As in, she forsook, right? She had forsaken, is a way to say it, her old purpose given to her by her mother and the Golden Order, and then from there pursues her true lineage of fire, right? Fuck. Alright, sir. I almost feel bad killing this thing. Oh, I thought it was gonna be a really cool Ash of War. The Ash of Wars and like everything's location now, like in the natural world of like the dung beetles finding things and all of the other stuff, the dragons, right, their locations, it all makes sense now. Like it's not like oh, it all makes sense now, but it literally did not make sense before, and you were left wondering about the dragons and wondering what the abyssal serpent was and wondering what all this shit is. But when it is all one thing and connected and multiple things have multiple identities, right? It has its true identity of what the fuck it is when you're looking at it and what it exists as. Then it has the identity that it is known to itself as, and it also has an identity that other people know. I hope that sounds familiar to some people, but that's the secret, right? You have 3 identities for everything in the game. That's how you can find, that's the trilogy, right? The Holy Trinity. But you actually find the answer in that. Everything, if it doesn't have 3 identities, it isn't truly that. The abyssal serpent, the dragons, would have to be some snake-headed dragons that when eaten or eating man, give some sort of fire or magma flame of the earth, right? We already know how that connects to everything now. There's a dragon with the ancient dragon communion of Baal that attacked Placidusax and pretty much set the whole thing off, right? So, again, it all starts to make sense from the Golden Order's perspective looking on these ancient lands. For us, we have the names now, and we know them like they're old friends, right? We're like, yeah, that's Placidusax. What about it? If you said Placidusax, even to a dragon, right? You just said the word. It doesn't mean anything, right? To an ancient dragon who's roaring and stuff. Or maybe the ancient ones, because they were ancient dragons. They are descended from the ancient times and would have been around. But it's like the Greyall's Rest and all these places. It's telling you, no, no one really. Oh fuck. Where's your triplet? Where's the other? I think I just saw it. Okay, they auto lock onto you. We're supposed to go here. It seems simple enough, but what's the catch? You know, it's like it could just look like that, and then when you get there, it's like, oh, it's a spiral, and there's like 19 enemies on it, and you know, it's open so they can knock you off, and it's also crumbling. Don't forget that. Yoink. A smithing stone level 4 in the Ashen Capital. Okay, so you're not supposed to have a fully upgraded weapon yet. It's over here. Don't think I can land on that. Probably a flat surface because it saves rendering. Like they didn't want you to jump there, so it would help the computer if that was just flat. Looks like a death drop on a death drop. Okay. Well, we're gonna find out. Actually, you know what? That halfway down mark. No, that's a death drop. That's not halfway down. It would be better to go... It's just such a long walk. Can't believe I died. You can't sneak by them. I remember that from my previous playthrough. And trying and failing and fucking failing and failing. When I found out there was a second one, I remember losing my mind. And then when another one started to rumble out, I think that was like the first time I actually wanted to just close the game. Where I was like, oh my god. I don't want to be in this section of the map anymore. So, god damn. I also saw that only 23% of people have beaten the game that own it on Steam. And that means normally, while leveling, I might be one of the only people on the planet that can get the true secret ending if you can't level up. And I didn't ever want to say that, but that means you don't just have to know the lore and understand what the fuck I'm talking about. You have to be good enough to beat the game without leveling many times in the right order. And you have to do everything correct on, I think, the final playthrough. The perfect order. I think. It's like, ugh. It's what it's telling me, right? Like, the game is telling me that's the case. Everything right after you've earned it. Ugh. Remember to send up an elevator for your past self. Eesh. When you see the horse's eyes, dude. Before the horse. What is that? Ooh. Maybe they'll go away. Well, that sucks. This is just in case I die. This is just in case they try to kill me. This is just in case I die. There's a lot of precautions you have to take in this game to not die. Forget the word for that. Preparation that goes into it? I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue. Does it see me? Is it safe? Yeesh. Fuck me. I heard the sound through the speakers. Oh, it didn't go. I know there's gonna be another. I know there's gonna be another. I know there's gonna be another. Ugh. And another one. Oh my god. Wait, can you guys beat the shit out of each other? And we're going back. Right the fuck the way we came. See, one of these guys is bad enough! Okay, guys, both of you, all three of you grab at the same time. Not these fucking three stooges at each other so I can escape. That is the most heroic thing that could have happened. Oh fuck, dude. I heard the boink, like the fucking cartoon sound effect. What the fuck? He swung his tail and hit his like brother to the right, who was going to dive, and then the other one was about to breathe fire. So he fucking interrupted all of them because they dove into him and they traded. So no one got their attacks off. They all did damage to each other and they all stopped what the fuck they were doing. That was like the perfect. I wish I could say I coordinated that. Like that was perfect. Oh my god, fuck that. It is said that when the age of the Erd Tree began, such blessings were personally bestowed upon their recipients by Queen Marika herself. That is, it started nice. It is said that when the age of the Erd Tree began, yeah, a legendary talisman depicting a special blessing of the Erd Tree. So our flask was special, right? Not everyone has one. We need the strength of the earth, and what more earth is it than the fucking world tree itself, right? I feel like I'm missing one thing. Like it isn't this. Like there's like maybe one more dragon talisman or something. But it does feel like that's the perfect one to take it slow and try to understand the lore. Because I'm like, it doesn't have a real significance, but then I said it earlier. You are feeding off the land, right? You feed the land with your blade? I accidentally put it in the right order. Holy shit. You feed the land by killing things. The tree drinks, right? Drinking tree. Tree eaten by turtle, you kill turtle with sword. And the cycle repeats. I accidentally made a cycle. Like, I accidentally laid it out in the right order. What the fuck? I mean, I guess you could kind of... No, because if my two sword talismans weren't next to each other, the entire thing is fucked up. That's so... If the combat ritual talismans weren't conveniently next to each other, I just did that for, like, OCD's sake, then I wouldn't have realized... Actually, it could have happened either way, right? Because if my sword and shield were there and then it was the turtle and tree, it would have been I kill the turtle, turtle eats and feeds tree, right? No, it still doesn't work as well. It's like you have the sword, right? And your death also feeds the tree, but then the tree eaten by the turtle, and you eat the turtle, right? That goes all the way back to the beginning. You to not be feeding the tree, you have to eat the turtle, and then the turtle has to be eating the leaves of the tree to survive. Again, it's like it goes either way, backwards or forwards, but it has to be in that order, which is funny. That I didn't even do that shit on purpose. I was like, oh look, that's the exact cycle. That makes it lore significant. Maybe that's why they did that. Okay. Isn't really a better talisman for me at a level 1 playthrough, because none of my shit gets increased. I guess it is my weird playstyle. People literally came in during Dark Souls and they're like, you have a weird playstyle. Like, yeah, no, I've been playing for a long time. It's not the normal easy strat. I want to feel like I'm fighting them, but also if I need to just like blood slash through a wall or some shit with like a really annoying enemy that we've killed 300 times, then yeah. On the 300th time I'll cheese it, but like I don't feel like I got Radagon low enough to claim like we've beaten the game metaphorically, but we didn't actually claim the victory by beating him, right? We got him low, but we didn't. But we got the Elden Beast halfway. Oof. That is the furthest we've been. I should have took a screenshot, and then I could have just popped that shit open. I'm literally gonna check if there are any other talismans that I can use that help me. This one kind of, but you get like 3 attacks and then you have to dodge for a while. It'll probably fade by the time you get the next one. He's immune to rot and bleed effects. We're not gonna really, a critical hit is nice. We get like 2, maybe 1. I don't think we get any on the Elden Beast. So again, it's not as efficient as the turtle or the tree. Taker's cameo, this doesn't help us. This doesn't help us. This doesn't help us. This kinda does if we were rich. This is combined. This, and this combined. This to make the Erdtree's favor. If you get all of these medallions, right, you have her health, like mana and stamina, and that's essentially this except minus the mana, right? Because they don't like the knight, right? The blue amber is something else. They don't like that shit. So you get the Erdtree, right? This is like the old sun. This is just living off the land, right? Not magic. So I guess that explains why this isn't there, right? But this is still amber, isn't it? Yeah, this is the Erdtree was once perfect. The cerulean colored talisman pattern after an Erdtree seed. Oh. The Erdtree was once wait. The Erdtree's old sap becomes amber, treasured as the most precious jewel in the age of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Yeah, because they would be all her children. All of the runes in amber would be melting out of a tree that she created, and she would know that there were souls if she was an Albinoric, so they would be very cherished. They'd be like their children. Seeds. I'm a fucking moron. They would be like their seeds. Anyway. What is this? A cerulean seed talisman? I'm like, that's why it's in the description. I'm like, huh, now it makes sense. Because if you've done all the quests, Selen tells you what amber is. It's souls, right? I don't need to repeat it. Go do the fucking quest. You seek truth. Go prove it yourself. Old Lord's Talisman. A legendary talisman depicts an ancient king. So again, this explains the 4 heads, and I will admit I was wrong. Alchemy images. What the fuck is it? Red king, white queen, alchemy. I'll just show you what I mean by the dragon, because it's called Red King and White Queen. It's pretty obvious to determine who the fuck those characters are in the story and then where it goes from there. But I have a different picture that like it's the start of the story, and it's like their origin, and it involves a dragon, right? And then that of course ties into this whole thing. It involves a dragon. So I'll just pull up the images like I said, and hopefully I find one high quality enough. We will never find a high quality. I'm gonna have to go find the wooden carvings myself, like a true journeyman of the craft. Zoomed in. This is a dragon at the top. It's a spiraling snake. Spiral. Head. Spiral. Head. Two-headed snake, right? Rykard. Head of the snake. Head of Rykard, right? Also two-headed snake. And also multi-headed snake. Very symbolic of a crucible, the fountain. This is supposed to be like man's soul. Now I understand this. George R. R. Martin, you're way smarter than me. You guys might have twisted minds, but I will at least acknowledge and learn from shit. Holy shit, the symbolism goes so deep that it hurts my stomach. So the stars this is actually America. I know that Ronnie's whole thing is the age of the stars, but it's because she's the heir of the dark moon, the Noxtellan moon that guides the stars. So she's the moon to guide the stars. So she's actually heir to the moon. And that is this picture. The princess being crowned. I'm sure that's Ronnie. If it wasn't... Yeah, because it's like her getting gifted and remade. Fuck. It could also be... Now that I realize that Saint Trina is a woman, that could be Mikola. Saint Trina. And then this is the Lord, not to be confused with Jesus Christ, just as in the perfect embodiment of the human soul. Yeah, it's called the Lord. And then Christian faith adopted it. Anyway, lion eating the sun, lion eating, this is Radon. His whole thing is a lion. His whole thing is the sun. His troops have fire trying to burn Khalid Zarat away. Fire, sun, masculine traits. He got the masculine traits. Ronnie got the knight traits, but so did Saint Trina, you know? Anyway, well, Saint Trina's like the fake bad... Wait, which order did it happen in? Let's tell the story twice just to make sure, cover our bases, and say that I'm not certain, right? And technically it could be told twice. If this was Renala, and this was the Red King, remade into Radagon, they would fuse to make a rune of the unborn, and then their next child would become the god who conquers things, and is a fusion of a woman's spirit leaving and then coming back from the heavens. That's Radon. That's Radon. That's Mikola. That's Mikola. Right? And wait, before I get confused, because Mikola equal America's offspring, right? I mean, they're related as well, but I mean, this happens this is what I'm accusing the end DLC boss of actually being. Conqueror of dragons, conqueror of mankind, are the aspects of humanity, right? The mind, body, and spirit. Radon used gravity magic, so he's got mind. He's got the physical body to back up his mind, right? And he has the spirit because Mikola can't usurp his will within his normal body, so he has to put him inside of Moog's body, a weaker one, right? Because he controlled Moog before. Mikola, you evil piece of shit. Anyway, this is probably the Erd tree. I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm gonna be honest. Whole top row, not a single clue. Let's just stand more towards the... I can work backwards through the story for some reason, because they gave us the answers at the end, and but through questions, right? Who are these people? And then when you look at these images, you're like, oh, these are these people. So then what are these answers? You go back up. If it... Huh. Minecraft villager noise. They're constantly pondering. There's your vocal stim for the day. Huh. Huh. Fuck, dude. Oh, and this is when he's saying, like, submit to me or some fucked up shit. Let me pull, or she's saying, oh, I submit to you or whatever. In Latin. So God knows what it said in the original text. An alchemical wedding. Fucking comment section. Oh my god, where is that old, like, website when you need it, dude? Where's, like, that old ass... Bro, we found, like, an old, really old website. And it's gone. It's, like, wiped off the fucking web. It's on my stream somewhere. But it's just gone, dog. Like, I don't even know where the fuck to find it. It's like the oldest website I've ever seen. Ironic that it's an alchemy fucking website, dude. It's like the oldest website I've ever seen in my life, and it's based off the oldest text of humanity. Okay. Whoever did that... Well, I want to shake your hand. But actually, in a good way. That's crazy. You fulfilled some sort of prophecy somewhere, dude. You're like, how the fuck did you know that everyone was gonna need that, and also it would... It's like we were tapping into ancient internet knowledge to solve modern internet shit. It's stupid, but really, I was like, what the fuck was this website? Remember when if you were watching this from the future, you remember, and you're watching it in order. You do remember when I pulled it out. I was like, what is this old ass website? Anyway, and then I read the website and then closed it. It's literally... That's like literally what the fuck we did. That's so funny. As I judged it by being old, and then I was like, fuck, now we need it because it's the older one. What the hell? It had more information. This is like a couple of paragraphs. That thing had like, and this is like learning religions or whatever. That was an entire website about alchemy. It was like tabs on the left with different stories and shit. It was insane. I was like, what the fuck? What the hell? And again, it was like the oldest looking website I think I'd ever clicked on. I think I was the first person to click on it. Since it's fucking like... Creator died in the early aughts. But the Rosarium... Is this it? The Rosarium Philosophorum, published in the 1500, or yeah, 1500. I was gonna say, I was confusing centuries. It would be 1500s, but yeah, 16th century. It's like add 100, add 1 point. Like the 14th century is 1300. The easiest way to remember most of the time, right? 16th, right? This is 1600, and it's the 17th, right? It's the 17th century because it's the 16th. So it is that easy, right? Because you were achieving the 17th, you were actively in the 17th. Because then when you end it, 17 has happened, and now you are on to counting towards 18. So way to do it like that. Because you're counting towards 1 from 0, right? So anyway, that's my little late century thing. That's how I know I have 14th century armor that comes from the 1300s. I wore it in my Dark Souls playthrough the whole time without leveling. That shit was annoying. I could only play for like an hour at a time with that fucking head piece. It was a giant 18. It still is sitting over there. It's an 18 gauge steel helmet from like Roman mercenaries. It's probably just made in modern times, but it's modeled after that. I don't think I have an ancient artifact. I should clarify. So, what the fuck is this? Yeah, 20 woodcuts. Are there 21? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, I guess not. Oh yeah, there is. There's this one of like the planet and the thing and the I remember this image. But this is kind of the same thing as this. And now I found the image, but this is like someone's picture. Whoever drew this, thank you. Dragon two-headed snake. Eating the stars. If America was the stars, she'd be afraid of that. Stars, life, amber, souls, souls, amber, amber, forge, forge, giants, giants, forging people. Alvin Orcs forge people. You're welcome. I tied it all together for you in a very simple fucking concise word like chain, right? In a loop. Because then you could loop it all back. The Alvin Orcs killed them and suppressed all those people. So then you can just go back down the line in that order. From the giants down. But now knowing all of that, you have to go research that to understand what I know. I'm not going to explain it, no, but seriously. I want that facetious tone so that you fucking want it for yourself, goddammit. I understand what Miyazaki was trying to tell the community, and I think I owe it to him to not explain how to just get the secret ending. Because then it doesn't become an ending you earn, right? Through what he wanted it to be. It's just a series of steps like 100%ing the game, right? And that's not the point. Of the story. It's not just goalposts to meet so that you can 100% overindulge yourself and get, I got everything and the secret ending. That's why it's so fucking hard to get on accident, right? You have to finally realize what the fuck the story... And I know now because I realized... I didn't say this before, game designers. They're tied together, aren't they? That's why they're tied together. That's why Dung Eater's in the sewer. That's why Fia takes you through Ronnie's quest to do it. I pieced it together. It's just so hard to do that I'm like, we really motherfucking hid that shit well. That's crazy. What's crazy is I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about except the developers or like George R.R. Martin and Miyazaki. So it's like I'm talking to nobody except maybe 2 people on the planet who will literally never watch this. So it's like, damn. I hope that somebody reads what the fuck the Red King and a White Queen is about so they can join me on the hunt for the secret ending. Because if you go look into it on the wiki, people can't believe it. They're like, well, it can't be that because America is Radagon. Just remember that as you look into it. What kind of god would allow a statue like that to exist? One, probably fearing the cold grip of space. Probably. I didn't have my shield up. I don't think it would have saved me there. I think beside him... Normally you don't stand beside dragons when you fight them. Because they have wing attacks. But he seems to have like... no wing attacks? Right? Maybe I just gotta stand on that side of him and see if those attacks are easier to dodge if he does have those attacks. That's another thing. And another thing. Radagon, please just let me see the beast. Let me kill the Elden beast, god damn you. I call bullshit. Bullshit, I say. I'm still alive, but what the fuck? All right. America. Radagon. I don't know. I don't know. It's Radagon. If America wants to be Radagon, and well, it feels like America wants to be America, but keep the cycle continued because they were married to Horalu until bad things started arising from their shitty order, right? So it's like, because you can't hide the truth for too long, is another part of the allegory. We know she's lying about some things, and we found out. Fuck. Okay, well, that's not good. This is typically where I die. Yeah, that's what I needed the physic for, but it pulses, so... It cuts off your movement if it hits you in the middle of that. The best thing to do is roll, but it's still chipped at me because I offset the time. Learning. I keep looking over to the left and just see how are you doing, and I just want to be like, not good. No. Just because this boss is kicking the shit out of me, dude. Thanks for asking, though. So this medallion sucks entirely. Like a little version of the physic though, which is nice. It wouldn't have really helped during the blood build, because it doesn't really heal me. That took a long time to heal that health back up. It's not even full. There we go. No fucking way. Ah. The last attack I got greedy on, it punished me. That is dead, which can eternal lie or whatever. Gonna fucking die. That's the new rhyme. No, I have it written down. Give me a sec. That, oh, it's better to see America when you do it too, because you can literally just play off of the visual. That is dead, because it's a construct. It's not a real being, which can eternal lie, right? That which is dead can eternal lie, as in it's lying eternally in slumber, and also it's lying to the Golden Order. And with strange eons, right, because all of the time standing still and looping back and, you know, time travel, even death may die. Melina sacrificing herself and being the Glowmite Queen, America being the Glowmite Queen, death dying, right? She's signified that death is sealed beyond time and that personality has died, even if it is her, right? So metaphorically, death has died many ways. I wouldn't have leaned so much into that cosmic horror quote, and except I know Bloodborne, or someone came in my chat and was like, hey, Bloodborne is like eldritch horror, remember? I was like, oh shit, I never played Bloodborne, but thank you. I was like, now that I know that it's like Victorian era Englishman Eldritch Nightmare, I'm like, okay, well then yeah, pick the most famous Eldritch Nightmare quote, right? I wouldn't be surprised if Strange Eons was the name of the original boss or some shit. That would be cool. But I like that name, the Elden Beast. It does look like a beast, and you know, but like think of what it looks like, right? If you know space, then you know that like, oh wow, this is strange. This is a unique take on things, right? So it's like that is again, it's just it is hopefully what they were going for. But if they actually no, there were so many people involved in this project when I read the credits, I was like, oh yeah, all of that symbolism I'm seeing, because there was like 100+ artists in each department. Of course it runs that deep, dude. They all got paid a shit ton to work on like a dream game of they knew Dark Souls is gonna sell well, right? So just work on it as hard as you can, especially with the whole theme being like give it your all in Dark Souls. It's like you're on a team of Mr. Give It Your All, never give up. You're seeing him like tested on a level 1 playthrough, and you're like, what the fuck is wrong with me? I don't know if he tested it, but you know, someone had to have tested this game as a level 1. Made sure it was possible, because all the other games do. Like, that's nuts. But whichever one of you did that at From Software, I commend you. I'm here at the end, and I'm like, how the fuck did I even make it here? And I was like, oh, it was with your guidance, the community's guidance, right? I was like, when my first playthrough happened, I was thanking the community the whole time. I was like, I wouldn't have got the secret ending on my first playthrough if you guys didn't tell me what to do. Like, I was like, I got the Dark Moon Greatsword and the Age of Stars at first, right? That was my first playthrough, but it's because everyone was like, do the Ronnie ending, do the Ronnie ending. I was like, I've never played this game, so you're gonna have to guide me, right? And then people were like leaving me abstract hints. They're like, go over in this direction from here, and then wouldn't tell me what I'm looking for. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Just tell me what it is I'm looking for. But it is funny. I appreciate it now because, again, now I want to do that to everybody else. Where I found something because of your guidance, and like an Ouroboros tale, I'm like, I'm not going to tell you directly because of what you guys did on my playthrough. I would rather guide you towards it, and then you find it yourself, right? The guidance I give you with a little bit of grace, right? Not too much. I give you a little grace, and hopefully that guides you. I hope it's not a metaphorical ending. I know that the 7th ending is in the game files, but it could be cut content, right? I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I've unlocked it. I just think I know the path, right? Ugh, and everyone's saying it's cut content. I'm like, that's the point. That's the trick, right? If you trust the text, the holy text of data miners, right? There's nothing I can do there. No. If I don't get close enough, fast enough, he does the ranged attack, because he only does that when you're too far. The other one he does is the, like, slam down one. If I'm not fast enough towards him, I'm dead. It's just too much. Too much! I'm beginning to see a path through it, but it's just so much you have to do. You have to... If I get chipped, I'm dead. Remember that. I am a level 1. Oh shit, we fixed it, cool. So I don't have the luxury of taking any of those missiles, and then maybe blocking an attack that he's also swinging at me, right? So if I mistime a dodge, and I take multiple missiles because I'm dodging his attack, or vice versa, I take a missile, and then I dodge his attack, right? And then I get chipped, like I block. Like I just said, I can't help but die because I'm level 1. That's why I'm like, please tell me they tested the Elden Beast. It does feel like it though. Like, I think I see a path, and I know that there are people who have done it before. It's just like, damn, this one is. There is no clear path to take right? It's not like a, oh, just run away from them, right? Got homing missiles that come out of everywhere. He fucking jumps towards you, could splash into the ground, and then just emerge somewhere else. What the fuck is even that, right? What the hell is even that? But actually, like, what? You're on the other side of the boss room now. I thought teleporting was bad. The swimming into the floor is fucking insane. That's crazy looking. That's a new nightmare. Thank you. Stay with me now. That is dead. Which can't, or whatever. That is not dead. There you go. That is dead. We beat them, but it's not actually dead. Actually, that's a better way to phrase it anyway. Because if we lose, it's not dead. That is not dead. Which can eternal lie. And with strange eons. Even death may die. Again, it applies so many times, but it's funny to say it every time because it's the game is about it looping back in on itself in different ways. So it's like, this means this, and it also means this. It's funny. And also, I would name this boss Strange Eons, right? Like, look at it. Just to tell people space and time are, like, you know, the same. But I guess they want you to know that this is the Elden Ring. Right, like Manifest, but even better. It's the Elden Beast. Instead of just a ring, it's the natural, like, neuro cycle, right? The fucking neurons of the celestial. It's like, no, I need to exist. The thing is, it's a sword now. I think it's just like, whoa, I'm blinking around. Why can you block those overheads? How does that make any sense? You know what though? We'll take it. You can have that one. This one I'm not too fond of. Can we just ride around the beast? Nope. The last ones are too steep of an angle. They just come right down on top of you. Damn, dude. So you have to go away from them and then come back. That's so goddamn hard. You have to do it in the perfect time. You have to like learn to ride your horse at the end. I don't know if I could run that fast. I should try, but again, last time I tried, I got clipped twice and then he slashed me. So I was like, well, I have to pay attention to two things at once, which is already hard enough. But it's like one of the things is 1,000 needles falling from the sky and homing in on you. The thing I realized in that Elden Beast, holy shit. The thing I realized in that Elden Beast fight was his weapon isn't magic until he enchants it, so you can actually block that guy's attacks, but not Radagon's. Radagon has ring and magic inside of his hammer, so it deals damage, a lot more chip damage than the Elden Beast, like a little bit more actually, but like with my health bar, it's a fuck ton. Like if I was using Blood Slash, it would take away like pretty much 2 attacks. It takes 1's worth and then chips away just enough that it'll kill me at the end if I use it. So it's like, ugh. But I think it's balanced that way on purpose, because you're supposed to be using the Blood Slash the whole time, searching for truth as a Blood Knight, and then when you find it, you can use the truth of fire against the Fire Giant Man and Knight Woman. You know, I just haven't even looked up a guide. Now that I fought Radagon, I feel like we can do the Elden Beast guide. Oh, god damn, dude. We got him halfway down and almost killed him. We learned most of it, but some of these attacks coming out, it's not even... I don't want to keep spending time running in and out of this fucking boss room just for them to be like, oh, 100 hours in, here's a new attack that you've never seen before. Which happened about 3 times on this playthrough. I was like, oh, cool, he's got a new attack. I have 600 hours in this game. How the fuck does he have a new attack? You know, like, I thought I saw everything. I fought this boss a bunch of times. How do I now just discover a new move? It's because it's all based on your inputs and positioning. So if you never go to, like, his right, he'll never, like, swipe his shield at you, right? If you're always circling towards the weapon to the left, you don't even realize it. You just avoid an entire move set, right? Sometimes. On some bosses, I should say. The choir as well was like 1,000 people. No, it was like each instrument had a fuck ton of people though. I was like, damn, that's a big orchestra. It like took up the whole screen multiple, like it just kept going. I was like, damn. Sea of Trouble would have been my second name for this boss. Or the Grace for the boss room. New attack. Fuck it. Let's watch someone better than me do the boss. Elden Beast. Yo, they no way they no-hit it. New game plus 7. No hit, dude. What the fuck is this guy on, bro? 30-minute boss fight. What the fuck? He's got like the blade of Malekith and shit. That makes sense. He's got a bunch of level up stuff. He's got like levels. What the fuck do you mean level 1? What the fuck are you talking about? New game plus 7 no hit. Okay, it's not no level. Holy fuck, dude. I was like, what the fuck? Has no one done the Elden Beast level 1? You should just get your horse out. What the fuck are they doing? Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. His balls up. You need the skill to count. I thought I was being a douchebag on purpose. This guy's crazy. He wrote this in the description. I'm subscribing. This is funny as fuck. What the fuck? Wait, are you fucking serious? What? What? That's what this does? What? I don't have it. Okay. I was like, did I get that? I had a bunch of other crimson, but not the one they were talking about. Where did they say it was? No. Ow, fuck. Okay. Bro, he's just tanking this. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding? Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? I have like 3,000 subscriptions and I just can't go through all of my subscriptions. I can't be bothered to go through all my subscriptions. I'm sorry if my YouTube feed upsets you. I literally have too many subscriptions. I've just subscribed to a bunch of like YouTubers because it's free, obviously, but like at this point it's like just like liking a video. Like, okay, I'll subscribe to you. You're just in the ether of my algorithm. Wow, I can't believe that's a real thing. Where was it? Crimson Whirl. Fuck. It has to be down here, right? Oh, it's above. Church of America. Wait, what? There's a grace over there? Oh, there's a grace right here. I need a map of the graces. That's one thing that they definitely should have made a little bit more clear in the open world. Like the graces glowing and stuff. It's like, I love the theme, but the fact that it matches one of the biggest environmental set pieces in color is a bit rough. Very easy, because a lot of things are gonna match it in theme and color. Obviously. It's easy to lose this little tiny grace light. They should have had it like contrast, like the stars, the Noxtellan moon was guiding you the whole time. You had like this crazy white centipede looking fucking flame thing. Or like the spirit blue flame like Melina. Is that why there's no blue flame? Is that why glintstone fire is blue? I have so many questions. Blue flame is soul flame. Understood. Oh wait, there's no blue flame. It's because it's cold. Oh, there's like frost. There's no. Is there frost fire in this game? That would be sick as fuck. I don't think so. I know there's frost. Is that what they're trying to excuse? As flame? I want blue fire. God damn it! Like the one Melina had. But I guess that's the point. Is you can't have that. She's an heir to death. An heiress. Uh-oh. They can't open the map. I'm sorry, pal. I'm just gonna go off of brain. This way. And then it said after you get to the top of the top, you go down and to the left, right? Cool. Wait, is this a skull? Oh shit. It's got to be down here somewhere, right? Is it further down? Is that it right there? The hill just beyond the eye horizon? Ah. Brain is braining. Ooh, I don't like the fingers. Message? Select. So, what? Is it over here somewhere? Yeesh. What the fuck? This can't be it, dude. I stand corrected. You know that diamonds meme? I was like picturing it in my head. Don't that now. Don't give up. I was like, well, I'll just hit the end and then if it's not there, fucking whatever. Okay. I need the blessing of the Erd tree. So this is better for the final boss. If you're good at dodging physical attacks, which I'm not, but the magical attacks are also killing me, so maybe. Do I have anything else that increases my health? Pretty sure there's one somewhere. Sorry about that, guys. Max health talisman. Crucible, Elden ring. I'm pretty sure it's like a crucible thing. Oh no. Talisman of all crucibles. Okay, stop proving me right. I don't even want to analyze that. Okay. I know. That's all I'll say. A giant mass of intermingling crucible attributes reduces damage taken from critical hits and headshots and improves the effectiveness of rolling and backstabbing, but also increases the damage taken at all times. Wait. So it doesn't increase your maximum health? This increases your iframes? That's fucking nuts. It's actually crazy. I was lied to just now. Crimson Ritual. Okay. I know you could level. Damn it. They, instead of just giving you a list, they just said that. Fuck. I mean, I need a great rune. I need to copy them. I see. That does help. That does help, actually. Just barely, dude. Do I have that impact they were talking about? No. No. Where the fuck are the rune arts in this game? There's like a bunch. There's like 40 of them. My stream quality dipped. Rune Arc, Elden Ring. My stream is like super bad right now. Oh man. I'm watching it dwindle in real time. I don't know what the fuck happened. It was fine, and then all of a sudden it just started shot down to red. Actually, it was not that good earlier, but I've been keeping an eye on it. Constantly checking it. In fact, it got me killed a couple times, but alright. Hermit Merchant. Oh, I think I bought it from him already. Mountaintop of Giants. That's Shabriri. Back up. Oh, I guess not. I don't even know where the fuck that merchant is. Mountaintop of Giants east. So that would be over here? What the fuck? It's north and south. What the fuck does it? What do you mean east? There we go. I was like, what the hell? They're like, it's to the east, but it's a straight up and down line. And also that's south of Stargazer Ruins. That's the middle of the fucking map. What do you mean east? Who the fuck labeled this place? I have some words. Mainly that you don't know the fuck left and right mean, because all you have to do is look at a compass. That shit is up and down. Okay, he's up there, but I don't know way up there. Stargazer Ruins. We presumably jump to him? I'm assuming. What, pre-assume? I know the stream bad. I see the quality. I'm gonna keep going and just collecting things on this character right now, and then we're going for the end. I don't give a fuck. It'll be recorded as long as it's before the 12th hour and still streaming. So if I look over to my phone and it's not like over, then we could just keep going and it'll be watched in the future. The sad part is that no one, This isn't the secret ending, but then like no one's gonna be able to watch back like hours long. The algorithm doesn't like the subject matter of this game, so I understand why it gets striked and you can't talk about the lore. But I mean, that is the whole point of the story, right? Is that you can't talk about the truth. Ironically, it's like you can't talk about this sacrilegious, like ancient religion and how Christianity is wrong and punish people and all this stuff, right? Because it makes people feel bad, right? And if you look into it, you just find it out. That's all bullshit. Which is depressing, right? It's all ancient Mesopotamian religions misinterpreted. And that's the problem. That's why it's a gross misunderstanding in the game of an original religion that was trying to understand the natural cycle. They're punishing them for understanding, right? Like they made mistakes, sure, but they were in their quest to gain intelligence and enlightenment, so it was just part of the process, but she tried to halt the process entirely. So that's why she's the bad guy. I think it's again a play on sexism because she ends up not being the bad guy as Marika. It's when Radagon is remade and they merge that they start doing bad things. So I mean, not really. She was doing bad things the whole time is kind of the point because of the misunderstanding. But that's like the thing that you're supposed to see in the Golden Order that makes you excuse her doing terrible shit. I can't open my fucking map. Get over here, you goddamn bats. Oh, they have like gold patterns on their shit. I don't want to take a picture. Hold on. What is the pattern? Because you wouldn't see it while they're flapping their wings or laying down. So what is it supposed to be? Oh, it's a bunch of eyes and a sun shape. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna mark it. I'm sorry. The fucking bell is too much. And I already closed the thing because the internet's all slow right now. It actually went back up to 710k right now. I don't understand here. Quick, look before it's gone. 10k but red. YouTube explain. OBS. What the fuck is your problem? You have to go like all the way down and around, huh? There we go. Yep, this is the fastest way, which is dumb. Problem with level 1 playthroughs is you're never gaining strength to just ignore mechanics, right? You're pretty much trying the whole time. That's why because it's like you're so present in mind of like, what the fuck, I gotta dodge, oh my god. You might overlook certain lore things. So it's like, I might be overlooking certain things. That's why I'm like, oh, I was wrong about that before. Actually, it probably means this. Because they want you to reanalyze, right? Rethink kind of the point of it. So that's why they didn't give you the answers until the DLC. They wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page in the base game so that they can give you answers in the DLC and be like, huh? I feel like it's not even worth explaining. Like, it's just, you gotta earn it. The craziest explanation. But that's the point. That's the fucking point. Nascent butterflies. Again, with the symbolism of life or the moon overtaking the sun. These are the lands of the sun. Probably the flower-covered lands, right? In America's shaman homeworld or homeland. because it's called Shadow Altus. So the Altus in the higher area was supposed to be all beautiful, but nascent Saint Trina, who's supposed to be underground and on the coast, is up in the mountains, and the water is snow. Like, the land of fire has become water. I think I literally need to use all of these and more. Right? Yeah. We'll see. I don't think I have enough for the third. Oh, barely. Helm of a knight banished from their motherland, dirty and battered after enduring a lengthy vagabond journey. The visor is broken and can no longer be lowered. Metal armor is heavy, but also sturdy. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Every single piece gives you lore? The crest emblazoned on the front, can't see it, is worn and dingy, no longer able to evoke sentiment. Okay, so what I'm looking at the origin of my knight armor. What the fuck? We definitely have to buy that. It just looking at it, you'll be able to now tell the symbol, but I can't tell based on the fucking picture. It's too small. I'm noticing that too. Like, you actually have to equip the things and like zoom in on them and go, oh, that's a little like flower there. Oh, I didn't even make that discovery in the fucking on stream, dude. I was playing my single player thing last night and I was like, holy fuck, that's super cool that this is the banished knight sword drop for me, and it's a flower on the hilt of a tree. It's like telling you that like they don't want you to know about the origins of the flower blooming, right? Because the blue, again, what is the flower trying to pollinate? There doesn't need to be a flower if the tree is eternal, right? Because there will be no seeds, and then there end up being seeds and flowers with millennia and all of the seeds that fell. It's like, damn, you fucked it up. Rejuvenating bosses. What? A record of crafting techniques left by a man who unable to become a finger. Wait, what? Techniques. A record of crafting techniques left by a man who, unable to become a finger maiden, instead became a missionary and went forth to spread holy teachings. Huh. Oh, and it's like a Are those the round table hold? It's like the loop is smaller than you think, is really what the secret is. Is that the round table hold? Or the finger furl remedy? I have a bunch of those, I'm sure. This is, it has like a little star, a circle leading back to itself, like a shooting star following the same trail. What is the top? It's a circle with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 rings. Jesus Christ. I thought it was gonna be like 8. Okay, that was a lot. So... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, okay, so that's the furl fingered remedy. Are there 16 swords in the round table hold? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And this is an axe. It also looks like one thing is missing here because there's a... Actually, it looks like a bunch of stuff is missing. There's one slash that I'm standing on, but no weapon for it, right? There's a chair. There's a carving, but there's no weapon. So that's just 11, 12. Some of them are offset, right? Based on this one I'm standing on. We just have to look for any breaks in the rune. 13, right between these two. That's a straight, it's breaking the rune under it. That's another mark. I don't know if that's it. I'm not gonna count. 1, 13. Is there a chair here? Yep, okay. So this is 14. Yep, 15, and I guess that one I skipped is 16. Yeah, there's one right here on the right. Like, it's like etched barely over. I'm like, oh, here, I'll stand right on it. I'll put my foot on it. It doesn't look like the other ones, though. Like, that one's that clearly got depth to it. This one doesn't. It's part of the rune underneath. It's just a rune is scratched. So there's 15 here. Unless I missed one. But it definitely counted 15 stripes. Whoa. There's definitely, like, you can count yourself. That you're gonna count 15. Especially because they're offset. Actually, I was counting straight down, too. I didn't even see any offset. And I mean, they'll offset because it cracks diagonally, right? But this one is literally just not aimed. The one I'm standing on is just not aimed at the center, right? It's like interjecting this guy's path. So I'll say, how many chairs? 1, 2, 3. Oh. Never mind. I was like, are they holding the weapons? Yeah, there's 2 guys. 1, 2. There's 11, 12, 13. So there's still 3 weapons missing now. But I mean the whole thing. Alright, so there's 3 weapons missing from the statue. No, those don't look like these. These are real weapons that grew over. Those are just like statue-made weapons. That shit was made for that statue. Is there a weapon that matches that weapon anywhere? Like, is anyone using something that looks like this? I mean, I would have the fucking answer, right? In my inventory somewhere. It would have to be a big 2-handed sword. But old as fuck. No. Amber. And now the sword makes sense. The backbone of the society is propped up by giants. Radagon. That's why the thread all connects to him, because he's the core. He's the sun, remade into the Golden Order. It's all supposed to be revolving around him. Golden Order, great sword. This is... It says made of light. Wait, telltale signs betray that this was once the great sword bequeathed to him by the first wife, Renala. So the love, right, this is supposed to symbolize his love, is overtaken by the Golden Order, right? It is the magical rune that is over the sword. He got one of these. And I see, it's the reversed moon, right? There's one moon, and then that bottom sign implies a secondary moon, and then that is this, and then the same shape as the hilt here of the ice sword, the same kind of sword. So, and I think there are 2 moons in the sky, right? I'm pretty sure Elden Ring has 2 moons. So like if you go up to here, you can see it. We're getting lore, but we also have to collect stuff. We needed that whirl, and then it led me on a journey to collect more stuff. What the fuck is it? This one, I just wasn't expecting lore. Is that a crucible pattern? Kind of. Okay. What is our symbol? That is definitely the same armor. So this is the ancient blue armor of a vagabond. He was rejuvenating, so... Yeah, my gloves literally match it. But what is it? Oh, the banished night sword. I'm a flower knight? Is that what you're telling me? Or star knight? I guess it's the same thing, right? The pollen, stardust. That's the thing. Cool. Is there a flower symbol anywhere else? No, they adopted the moon, so that's not gonna happen. I know that. Do I have the banished knight's greatsword? I don't. It's on the other fucking character. The problem with playing multiple characters, the other guy's closer to the secret ending. This guy's just. I'm stuck on this. The crusade was a violent purge. And the perfumers were not called there to heal. That's crazy. So what, is this like the exact same as ours? You get a little bit more magic and lightning resistance. So you are... Oh, you have less lightning resistance. But you have more physical. Oh, it's like not the same, but it is. What the fuck? The shoulder pad's different. Look at that. But that they didn't trick me because I was looking at the pattern, right? Your pattern is the same on this. Actually, it's not the same. I mean, it is laid out the same, it's colored the same, it has the same shapes to it. This one looks older. Not just worn by like, oh, it's worn, but this looks like more detailed. This looks like it's like barely etched in. And that, like, the plate on this shoulder is like a more advanced plate than this plate. Oh yeah, and you have like a tunic, a gambeson, right? You go from chainmail and cloth to gambeson, which is like an older variant of cloth armor. So what do the rest of them look like, huh? Yeah, the very small slit as opposed to the dots. I like that the visor's broken open. Like, that's just like a very slim, basic mask, and this is like a fucking 3-piece visor, right? This is just kind of like a slidey, uppy, downy mechanism. I don't know, and the top is kind of the same. But again, it's more of a skull cap. This is definitely older. Like, everything about it screams older armor. As someone who loves ancient armors in real life. So we descend from the mountaintop of giants. Huh. Is that the exact same color? It is pretty much. You get, like, this has to be a set. This has to be something that guided you towards. I mean, obviously, you buy it at Round Table Hold. This is like the default set. This is a level 1 set that you get at the very beginning of the game. No power-ups. No nothing. And it's heavy as shit. And there are no shortcuts, are there, Miyazaki? That's why Radagon's Source Seal is so useful. Because if you aren't strong enough in game, I will admit it, that's what the design is. You aren't good enough to do a no level playthrough, and you just need that little bit to push you over. You borrow the eyes of Radagon to see beyond the bosses of your physical limitations, right? It's a design, narratively, gameplay, story. I needed Radagon's eye to beat Radagon, didn't I? Actually, I probably need Marika's eye too then, right? Not the Erd Tree's favor. Siren's going crazy. The world is ending today, I guess. There's a bunch of fucking sirens. Now, I live in a normal town, but just by a hospital. Anywhere there's a problem, they end up driving back towards this way, you know, with their sirens on to get the people there, so. Or, because we live near like some fire brush hills, sometimes it's the fire department. Nice try though. Gotta give it to you. Ooh, I might have needed that. I just realized it's the only... It's my only source of magic in this whole fight. And explosion or what? Why does that do so much chip damage? I mean, I'm not why. Why doesn't it do as much chip damage as I thought? Is a better way to phrase it. Holy shit, it's the exact opposite of what it meant. Like, why does that do the god attacking me? Why does that do so much damage? I'm like, no. Opposite. That elemental physic seems good, but I mean, like, how am I supposed to perfectly time it so that like his elemental attack isn't... I think the Opaline tier is a little bit better for me to practice with right now. Now, because I also want to heal over time. I'm learning that I can fucking block their attacks. Ooh, that actually gives me more mana. Muting. I hit the fucking end of the boss room right at the end, guys. Oh, we did it though. We got a picture. The funny thing is that the Eye of Radagon and America's Eye didn't make me a better player all of a sudden. I just for some reason locked the fuck in. It almost killed the final boss. Holy shit. Like, learning the moves is different than having the stats, right? That's what I'm trying to tell you, is the level 1 playthrough tells you the story through your actual skill. You become the Lord, right? That's the point of the alchemical marriage. That is dead, which can eternal lie or whatever. No, that's actually not the point. The alchemical marriage is forming of the Lord, right? Through the perfect unity of aspects, right? It's telling you not to be sexist. Is actually the alchemical trans allegory, right? You need to have, to form the perfect soul, formed man and woman together in unity. That's the rebus, right? Holy shit, that does so much damage, what the fuck? For like no magic. It's a dance. You know the dance moves? I'm still learning. I ran out of stamina because he broke my guard. We're so close. The corpses in the tree are gruesome as shit. I guess no matter what, it's your journey, right? That's the story. When you really, really learn the game, and it feels like not many people, you know, can even beat these bosses because of the achievements. I'm sure they can, they just don't try, is a better way to phrase it, right? They give up. I know a lot of people who gave up. They don't give a fuck to beat these bosses, right? Maybe they got frustrated or life got in the way. I can't blame them. I'm seeking enlightenment, right, through the masters of not just my craft, but of other crafts who have tied into it. Of my world, right? The real world. That's what they wanted you to do. Damn. I mean, anyone who makes anything is trying to inspire people, obviously, but like the layers of artful symbolism, right? It's like, god damn. And I guess that's what it is. Because of the way they wrote it, they knew all they had to do was loop it back on itself like a couple of times, and then everything would loop forever. And you could just keep talking about how everything loops in this entire world. Why one item is placed here and as opposed to another, and a character should be here, or where they're at, or, you know, they made a really good world with their symbolism. It makes sense when you look at what it's inspired by, right? And then again, if you really look meta-narrative, right, the above, right, the narrative that takes place above all of his books, right, that he keeps recycling in George R.R. Martin, or the same thing with Dark Souls, right? This story is retold in like every game in a different way, and this one is just the most clear because it's the, you know, latest project, because people think it's a sequel or a prequel, right? They don't know. But if the whole thing is that it's non-linear time and everything loops back in on itself, is that it's technically the restarting point of the games, right? Like when you beat this, you can just go back through, and now all of the games have new meaning, right? Doing exactly the symbol of the game, right? Looping back in on itself. All of the other games with the little hints towards each other, this is the one that actually ties them all together. It mentions the Newman, it mentions the souls, it mentions what the origin of the soul, where they're all going, right? Like, George R.R. Martin created a world. It's definitely based off of Lord of the Rings, and the stars, or the what the fuck is it? Silmarillion is the book. Silmaril, I forget. It's the elven lights in the tree, right? That are also the stars. They're that's why Mithril is like so fucking powerful in that world, right? It's actually got, it's like metal with the stars of that mixed with it. The best way to put it. But then again, I didn't even realize that George R.R. Martin, right? I didn't really read his books or anything. I don't know. I can't claim to be a fan of like his writing before Elden Ring. Don't know. I watched like 3 seasons of Game of Thrones, but out of like the 8, I didn't even finish to the end when everyone else did. I was like, ah, whatever. So, but he didn't just, he wrote the books that's based off of. That's why I'm like, I won't blame him for the show, because it's not the same people working on it. The whole team of other people making a show based off of Game of Thrones. So. Okay, that was an animation cancel. He hasn't been doing that much, except with the teleport, but that time he actually like was getting hit and then just quickly decided, I'm gonna stop real quick. I was in the middle of an animation. Like, oh fuck. Normally that's an opening, and he took that from me. I'm not gonna doubt myself, right? Because that's what they want you to do, I feel. We were doing so good, but I'm not gonna try and hesitate there to analyze the move. The best thing to do would be to just not risk doing any long moves, or just quick attacks. Take it slow. It's gonna take like a fucking hour to beat this fucking boss. And then they tap me once and I'm dead. It's like I fight them for 10 minutes and then they just go, oh, I actually missed, but you're dead anyway. Like visibly, I missed you. I didn't make contact with my attack at all, but you're still dead. You know, it's like the worst feeling. That's why I'm like, accurate hitboxes is the most important thing that I would focus on. because I already know how the fuck I would do it. I already made a fighting game, and it's like they oversimplified it, right? They needed to make it not even meshes, just hit boxes, right? Boxes work fine. They have worked fine for many fighting games and still do. Hit spheres do not work for the exact reason you would assume. You can make a square or a series of squares to take a shape up, but making a sphere or a series of sphere takes a shape up is a fucking, what is it? Like a fractal, right? You're constantly gonna be putting smaller circles in the cracks. So like that's not how you should do that, right? Because you'll have to overcompensate drastically to make it look accurate in the places you want it to. So it's like, god damn it, just fucking use hitboxes. What is wrong with you? You have 14 spheres overlaid, right? So it's not like, oh, we're trying to save processing power. It's the same, it's more points, right? Think of how many points that bean is, right? Like when you look at the hitbox, think of how many lines intersect. That is what I'm talking about. Those are points that are telling them, hey, the lines intersect here. Put the points here. That's how you 3D model. So it's like you are using more data doing the spheres. You are making it less accurate doing the spheres. Why is it designed that way? Like, I have so many questions. Like, who the fuck designed the spheres into the whole thing? You kind of like took something so good and then fucked it up. Because it's like, again, no, every other fighting game works off of hit boxes, and you can like make a box diagonal. You can make a series of boxes into a fucking sphere, okay? that's like, what the fuck? You could just you can do this exact shape you want, dude. Oh. And it probably would take less triangles. Because I know what the Dark Souls hitboxes look like. So it's like, god damn it. But again, the point of the game is not you're trying to beat it and be some fucking hero and it makes you feel good, right? That's... No, I'm dead. I overstepped. Where I dropped my flame initially, I was safe, and then the second attack stepped me barely into the explosion. That's why I was like, oh, I'm dead. Before I died. That's the spacing you gotta learn. That's so goddamn stupid. That one was on me, though. But the hitboxes are still... Here. I have to do it. I have to do it. This is what they look like. This is what they're shaping all of the games like. Ready? Do they need boxes? That's not a box. That is not a box. See how like accurate that looks? Like it's gonna hit you, you just dodge over that. Dude, that looks so easy, right? Like you're actually learning the game. You can imagine dodging over that, right? And then... What in fucking God's name? Alright. Count the interjecting points. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And it just keeps going, right? And loops and then counting down around. How many box points are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? It's pretty fucking simple. Right? And then you even have the diagonals here. It's like the hitboxes are so fucking bad for no reason. They look normal and then they turn them into like a bus is what they're throwing at you. I hate that shit. The only thing that bothers me about this game is that hitbox, so that big yellow thing that he made appear and swung at you. That is what hits you in these games. That's what does damage, makes your character flinch. So I'm not dodging their weapon. I'm trying to dodge this giant invisible fucking bat that they're swinging at me, right? That's why it's annoying. Because it's not... That's why, like, I'll dodge to the left. He'll hit... Right? Not that one. But, like, he'll hit behind me, like that. But then, like, from here. Right? Like, right here, I would have... Behind him, I would have got hit by that stomp. Let's see if I can get hit by a stomp. Ready? I'd have to roll early. I don't want to learn the roll early timing on purpose, so we're just gonna go with it. See if it happens. That, but if I was like on the edge, he'd kick me right in my chest. Like the big puff of smoke is probably the actual hitbox. Like the perfect round circle is just a sphere hitbox. Can't believe I almost fucking beat the game. I feel like running towards him is a good play, but be careful because it tightens the shotgun, so you're gonna have to make the timing perfect. Like all of the shotgun spray doesn't have a range to spread out because he's pointing it down at the floor, right? It's just like shooting a shotgun shell straight through the fucking ground, right? There's not gonna be a spread. It's just gonna have a hole, and then through that hole there will be spread in the next room. Essentially what happens, right? You make it so that it's a tighter angle, and then you can just duck through or around or out of it easier. Right? That's why certain dodges get you killed, and you're like, I dodged it at the right time, but the spacing was wrong, right? It's like I dodged correctly, but then I rolled into an explosion. It feels like, how am I supposed to dodge that, right? The truth is, it's the direction. Your timing was perfect, probably, but the direction of where the wave moved caught you when your roll was over. So it's like, it's actually not your fault. The only way to learn that is to die to it a couple times and go, actually, like, roll in different directions. There's like 9 directions you can roll, right? You have like every forward direction, right? All 8 directions, but then you can also backstep. So not only can you roll forward, but there's like a bonus roll backwards that actually gives you iframes. I guess you can walk through them before they explode, because I was definitely standing on that, so that's good to know. Please. That's my new attack. I don't give a fuck, dude. That takes like no magic. It's so fast and does 500 damage. That's like double my... I don't know if it'll work on the Elden Beast, but... Also, I want to acknowledge this. I was like getting hit by the stars, and they were like pushing my character. Did you guys see that? I was getting like hit stun, forcibly pushed because of Torrent. Like, I have no idea. This boss room is so glitchy. My character is instant. He is actually going ultra instinct and teleporting around, and I have no idea what happened. Like, I pressed attack and then I teleported to his hand and hit it. I was like, what the fuck just happened? Like, I don't know what made me press that button, but I literally, my character teleported, and it was, I mean, it happened on stream. It's like, what the fuck was that? Here, let's see if we can do it again. Ready? We skip and we attack. Ready? No, dude, that was insane. I don't know what happened. Okay, it does like 400 damage. It's better to do double attack with a buffed weapon, but an unbuffed weapon probably won't do as much. It's better to fucking just attack like normal. Oh fuck. There's no that literally was nowhere near me. He shot it up into the fucking sky, it went over me and still made contact. I'm so bummed. I keep dying to shit. That doesn't hit me. That's upsetting. I mean, it happened a lot more today than most days. I will say that. I think the first day when I was really learning, I died a couple times to shit where I was like, what the fuck? I'm literally dodging that. But I learned quickly that, like, it's more about timing than spacing in this fight. But the big ass boss, you're kind of having to do both, right? He's the size of a fucking football field, so of course you're gonna have to worry about where he's positioned, because he can just explode and kill you, so you don't want to be too close. And also they're really fast, so it's all about timing. You don't want to let them get too far from you, because then they're gonna spam a bunch of projectiles that are almost impossible to dodge. Almost. Actually, if they throw them in the right order, they are impossible to dodge for level 1, I'll say it. Right now. I've tried my best. I don't know what the fuck. It's more about spacing, but like the fact that they can go underground and just pop up 80 degrees to 160 degrees anywhere next to you or behind you. Like they just go underground and then they're running. You don't know where the fuck they're gonna wind up. It's so bad. That's literally the way to do it. What the fuck? That is your light attack from now on. I'll be right back. We almost beat the fucking game. I'm just gonna pull it up. I'm just gonna pull up the picture and just leave it on this. This is copium. Okay, this is what it looks like. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water real quick. Okay. How am I doing, huh? I'm just kidding. Ugh. You could double up on the fire. That's so much damage for no magic. What the fuck? It's like the length of a short attack, but it's fucking busted. What the hell? Did I really just discover how to fight Radagon? What the fuck? Wait a minute now. Did I just do 1400 damage to him as a level 1? How the fuck did that happen? I'm at the end of the game. Can we just take these off now? We needed them to learn. Somewhat poetic. Hopefully this is the last time I have to say this. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons, even death may die. I hesitated for like half a second pressing it down. That's so stupid, man. It is the exact same time. No. Is it? Hold on. Attack, forward roll, forward roll. Fireball, forward roll. It's like a little bit slower. But somehow it's still making the timing. It feels like not okay. Like it shouldn't be making the timing. It's so weird. It is slower, it feels like. I'm sure data miners have like the exact frame data. Maybe it's a couple frames off, that's what I'm feeling, but it's like the exact same amount of time. I'm like, oh, you can like dodge this roll with this. The thing that showed me that is I like went to buff and I hit him with it and then he went to swing, so then I just dodged like normal. And I was like, wait a minute, did I just use my fire attack as a medium attack? Right? If you can chain them together, you can do way more than a normal attack. Maybe prepare to die is more fitting. That is a motto of theirs, right? Sorry. Nah, yeah, I was gonna say maybe it's better if I sneak. I saw my mana. That wasn't an intentional death, but definitely better to buff your weapon and use the buff and then hit him with light attack fire in the middle. You gotta do the old school pyromancy. Dark Souls taught me that one. Damn. That changes my entire perspective on that fire move. It's actually really good because there's like a lot of fire moves in the game that are incantations that are exactly like that. But this one is the same, probably costs less mana, and you can buff your weapon. Like, that's what the fuck. If you need to go into a fire zone, get that Ash of War for sure. Actually, you should probably bring it in Radgon, because I sucked with it at first, but he's so weak to it that like it doesn't even matter. You just keep hitting him. Again, a lot of things start to make sense now as well. Like a lot of the characters wanting to be other gender, like the armor that my character's wearing, right? The like vagabond alternate version of it we just found kind of confirms, right? Now there's the Mother of Fingers and the guy who wants to be the Mother of Fingers. And then there's another guy, a vagabond. Oh, what the fuck is that, his armor? What the fuck? Is the vagabond armor the mightier, the priest? What the fuck? I was like, they have the same goal, and I was like, wait a minute. They both have blue knight. And that's around the area where I suspect him to be. That vagabond armor might prove my theory as well of where the just specifically that there's only one character we know about that is as they described, right? A guy that wants to be a finger maiden is in the DLC, right? And he became a priest instead, right? Which is exactly what he's a priest of Manus, like the darkness now. But he definitely, okay, that's definitely him that we found. Dude, that's crazy. I bought that armor as like a, ooh, what is this? We just found like the DLC connection to the main map. Confirmation, right? Because that's where I said he would have originated from. And that's like the part that it's connecting the north end of the map of his with the Fire Giants map. So it's like showing you, oh, and you kind of mirror it because you would have to journey to the shadow, right? Journey to a different land to even find whose armor that is. Wow, so we really were one of the Temple of Manus people. Like we were destined for the stars based on the armor we picked. We didn't even know it. It was prophesized in the garb. No one wears this shit. I just picked it because it looks like a knight, and I didn't want my character running around naked. And I'm a level 1, so I was like, I can't really wear much else. Holy shit. But then Mikola definitely is Saint Trina, a woman in life when they're a physical being, and then they shed their physical form and become Mikola. And it's like good intentions again. Like they actually have good intentions, but it's pride that gets in the way of Mikola's goal, right? It's like, who cares about you, dude? Shut the fuck up, Mikola. That's essentially what happened. Everywhere you go, there's like, oh, Mikola's the best, purity, worship me. He can tell anyone what to do, and there's an odd amount of worshiping of him, right? If he, and from lesser beings, it's like, if you could literally command anyone to do anything, I'd be like, go better yourself, be safe, not just fucking worship me, right? That's the most selfish thing, which again shows what Marika, if they were taught by Marika, they're just showing, they're repeating Marika's mistakes. They were brought up in the Golden Order. That's actually kind of crazy. That's a, oh yeah, they have fire. Fuck me. I was psyched out by my horse. I didn't think I'd make it in time. It's almost better to not do the horse. I'm gonna try it one time without the horse. It just, I don't know. Knowing Miyazaki, you can run, but I already know it's gonna kill me. I'm gonna get chipped like once or twice by a needle, and then I'm gonna not get the dodge roll because my screen is taken up by needles. So it's like, damn, I'd rather the iframes of the horse, but it's like, the fucks with the timing. Learning a second boss that you have to fight a first boss to get to every time is so fucking hard. It's not even that it's like annoying or anything. I've been playing like that for a long time. So what, there was like a knight like Horaloo of the Badlands, and then after the meteors crashed or something, he became an astrologer probably. He's got the blue. Same blue as Horaloo the blue, Radagon the red. Is it really that fucking simple? Are you kidding me right now? Is that why the knight armor is blue? Because we're silver tarnished and it's silver armor, not gold armor, like Lautrec. Dude, holy shit, that connects you with the Darkness of Humanity theme from Dark Souls. Yeah, dude. Oh, it has to be. Because then he's humanity, and the Dark Knight is the part of you that is Marika, right there, the Dark Knight. If Radagon is the sun. Oh my god, dude. And Radagon's red hair is the thing that he passes down. It's definitely Radagon red, Horaloo blue. Just look at the fucking armor, right? You're related to Horaloo in the game, you get blue. And then you go fighting all the red people. It's red versus blue. Oh my god, I'm about to strangle my mic, dude. Alright, now I feel like I can beat the game. After an epiphany like that of how fucking simple it is. Because I joked earlier, like, oh haha, it sounds like blue. And then my brain was like, please don't let it be that, please don't let it be that. And that's typically when you have to accept, that's probably that, unfortunately. And then pretending to be red is why Godric's troops are red, right? Veiled in red, instead of it being incorporated into their armor. Because they're pretending to be red. That's just put over them, right? Where you are intertwined, the silver and the blue, right? That's so crazy. Horaloo, Silver Queen, Marika, dude, that, I want to clap, alright? Dude, fucking heck. That's, you're at the end of the game, like, oh, it is that simple. Holy shit, dude. Because he changed his name to Godfrey, the gold, right? So he wanted to change his identity to New, the golden era, when Marika changed her identity to gold, the golden era. So they were probably both silver, right, and moon, but she was the death birds, right, the Glowmide Queen, shaman, albinoric creatures that they've made. And he's just a battle warrior construct, right? Like, or not even construct, he's just the human beast that evolved. It's either that, or like, they eventually made a jar man that was super strong with Horaloo, right? We always think of Marika, but clearly the shaman women have like white hair like Horaloo. Another Cersei Lannister and what's his name? Oh, and Horaloo's, oh yeah, that dude, what's his name? The guy. Oh my god, I only watched 3 seasons, forgive me, it was years ago. What the fuck is his name? Jaime Lannister. They would be related like that. To the bird lineage. George R.R. Martin. Everyone suspected Moog to be the weird one. But again, it's like if they're created, if they're jar people, if they're shaman. The shaman women, or the shaman of the village are suggested to be only women because the people in the jars that come out and attack you are just like exclusively girls, but Alexander is a guy jar, right? I'm just saying. It really does. I was wondering where that aspect of Georgie Boy's writing was. I think it's a shared lineage, right? I think it's like, again, the Mikola isn't related to Moog, or they are, but like they're related to Moog, but they're not like sleeping with them in the sense of sleeping with them, right? To have children. They're sleeping with them in the sense of Mikola's dead, and he's trying to infuse his Moog's blood into him. So it's like, oh, it's like a weird roundabout, even more fucked up way, right? So that because his blood doesn't let him go into the Shadowlands because it's golden, he's like, okay, let me create an entrance through my body so people can follow me. That's why Needle Knight Lita says all that, and it's like, touch the hand, he's guiding us, he did all that just for us. It's like, oh, but then when you get inside and the seal of love breaks and she admits, she's like, oh, Hornsent didn't trust me because I'm a fucking cold-blooded murderer. It's like, what? Where did that come from, right? She just says it. It's like, why did, we don't have to kill anybody, Lita, right? Which I think is the thing that they want you to realize through the DLC that points towards the true ending, right? Is that you have to fight her at the end, right? Depending if you make it there. So what does that tell you about her character? And then what does it tell you that you can kill her earlier and prevent that fight? You can take an easier path, a shortcut, but prevent the true story from playing out, right? True story. Whoa, what the fuck? Dude, we did it. We instant transmission, guys. I'm Goku. I'm Goku, dude. I'm him. I don't even know what the fuck just happened. Every time. Just hold a button when you're in the menu, I think. That's it. Like when you're in the loading screen, cause I'm like moving the stick around constantly. I think it keeps your forward momentum and then catches up after it loads. Because I was like, why am I fucking teleporting around all of a sudden? I think it keeps your movement in the cutscene, but it banks it. Like it buffers your, that's the most input read bullshit. Right, it's banking your inputs, and then it goes, oh, now here are your inputs. That explains a lot of depth. That's all I'll say. I thought it was the other stabby light move. I should have ran. I'm gonna try it again. In the cutscene, I'm just gonna hold forward and sprint. And then skip it and see what happens. Like, give it a second to count a while. Like, I'm gonna imagine running towards them. So it's about this distance from like here to those thorns. So like 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll just hold it for like 5 seconds. And then skip, and then see if it teleports me to the boss, right? Because I think that's what's happening. I'm like, why am I moving in random directions when the fucking cutscene's over? I'm holding my fucking, like, movement towards the boss during the cutscene. Because I'm, like, so mad. So, that's what's happening. I don't know if it happens in Radagons, but the Elden Beast definitely. And if only 23% of players have ever even got the achievement to beat the game, like to get the normal ending, right? The first ending without all the secret shit. Which is what you would get if you can't beat any of the extra hard bosses, right? You just get the normal ending. Just beat the game. Which honestly is what we need to do, so don't fault yourself. That's a good thing. Please? Alright, we're good. That second hit uses so much magic though. It's almost like not worth it at all. If you're already buffed, don't use it. That's a forward move. Some moves go backwards. Some moves go forward. Are you fucking kidding me with this? I hit him with the fire. Look at his health. That's why I'm just saying the fire, right? The fire is all you need to hit him with. I almost killed him with the fire, and then the second move commits you to a big forward step, and then you swipe your sword and hold it there for a second. It looks cool, but you can't move. So this is way faster. And look at how much magic it takes, like nothing. I commend all the people who went and got the like 30% or whatever, the people who went and got the secret ending. Is it more people that have the secret ending? Because that'll tell me something about the gamers that game here. Round table hold. What is the first ending that everybody gets? Let's keep going. Ready? Yeah. I don't see any of the fucking endings. What the hell? Wow. More people get the secret ending than the normal ending. That's what I'm saying. I knew it. I knew it in my heart. %, of people have obtained all achievements out of like the millions of people who bought it on Steam. As soon as we kill this boss, let me tell you something. The prophecy shall be fulfilled. Thank you. He just brought me a burger. Unprompted. Thank you. We take those. That's just a drum line right there. You'll never be able to unhear it now. Not dumb enough to commit to an attack there, but the light attack, using it as a light attack is the play, right? This is a big opening, so you get to rebuff your weapon. Go across, wait, back up, and then we'll go forward when he gets the peak. You see, it is literally better to just hit the fucking magic button twice. I do more damage. Here, watch. That's insane. 2,000 damage, what the fuck? I don't think I've ever done that much except for the fire spam. Okay. We take those. Is it like randomly like, oh, by the way, you're broken? Like, I'm level 1, by the way. I shouldn't be... Okay, fire makes sense, though. Being broken. Against suppressed fire god. You're trying to break out the fire. Reintroduce it to the flame. The night maiden inside of her, the swordstress, the glowmite queen, right? I knew like where he was gonna wind up with that. That's crazy. You want him against the edge of the arena like that, right? Just... Oh. Alright, hold W. Just... I'm not gonna be moving right now. Alright, now I'm holding forward. Right? Right? I'm holding sprint forward, and now let's skip. What happens? Nope. About 900 on opener. Eh. Okay. Should have hit that a couple more times. Woo. All right. This one's for the boys at home. Oh my god. That was so fucking close. And the girls. And anyone else. That's just a saying though. That's crazy that... You're so close to get it. Fucking, my ankles were lit entire time. I was glowing gold, dude. You could have called... What's the guy who runs with the wings? I couldn't escape. You actually need... It's a black hole, of course, so it's like gravity magic. It pulls you towards the center. If you use torrent, you can run out of that so fast. I just didn't want to get on torrent, but that one actually gives you an opening afterwards. So that one you should always just hop on torrent, run out towards him, let him explode, beat his ass. Oh my god, did I just learn something about the final boss 9 hours into the stream? It took a while, but we got there to a point where I could study it. I might need some help finding the secret ending with you guys, but... I mean, I already got this far with everybody's help, right? We're at the end. learned how to fight the final boss. Mostly. That star move scares the shit out of me because I have died to it. I know I've dodged it all day, but it's because I'm so fucking horrified of the move. And we barely dodged it. It was like making contact with me and I was just getting scooted along by Torrent. Like, I think that actually is what was happening, because those should have killed me, but Torrent's horse butt was in the way, thankfully. Rebuff weapon. That's for the damage. Bring it the ring. Oh, and the ring is the crown. Or the arch or whatever. The like halo in the ancient alchemical image. That's the significance. And then in restoring that exact I see. This is when you pull your hair out of your face and fucking put your headphone back in. I did want to hit him in the face. How cool would that be if it was a weakness? I have a critique of the Xbox controller. Say this is the controller, right? That you're holding, right? The triggers or whatever. The joysticks. The problem is, right? The button is shaped like this. So I pressed it here, and my finger slid off without pressing the fucking button down. That's why PlayStation controllers are better, because the button is kind of like that. It's like perfectly ergonomic, right? So if you press it at any angle, it's like almost a triangle too. It sets in and presses it down. PlayStation's so fucking good. I hate these Xbox controllers and the stupid round buttons. It feels stupid, Everyone who says that Xbox feels more comfortable in the hand is correct, but the buttons fucking suck. Period. Hey, I would prefer, I wouldn't have died like that with a PlayStation controller, right? And then I realized that that might have been my issue for not half of these deaths, but like a lot of the deaths. I grew up with Demon Souls on PlayStation, right? Dark Souls on PlayStation. And now I'm using an Xbox controller. I didn't even complain this whole time. I just didn't even realize it. I was like, feels a little different. Well, yeah. Like when you're not looking at your controller and you're just like looking at the screen, you don't realize that like the buttons are marked different. They're in the same spot, right? But they're shaped different. And I just died because of that. And I'm very upset. I pressed roll and I was like, no. It wasn't a I pressed roll at the wrong time. It was a I pressed roll, and the camera wouldn't have even solved that problem. It would have looked like I pressed roll, so I wouldn't have even need to say anything. You guys would have been like, "Whoa, you pressed roll? What the hell?" But it's like, no. The button fucking roundness was a problem. Who would have thought? I didn't even realize that was happening. I have like burger on my hand a little bit, so that is also the problem. But it's I wouldn't have experienced that with a flat button. That's all I'm saying. Wouldn't have been an issue to even worry about now. Like wiping my hand. I hit the controller lock on twice. That's for the buff. That would have hit me. I should have ducked towards the weapon. Like where it's gonna land with that. That one's a tough one to dodge. I mean, if I'm too close. The one that I dodged, it's a tough one to dodge. Even though I didn't get hit that time, I know what I need to do now, and oof. Yeah. What the fuck? Only 1600 for like the power attack? Double fire every day. Back diagonal dodge is the safest. Walk towards them and roll forward for that. You wind up behind them. Their AI has to turn around. And now you see the problem with their AI trying to turn around. Running sprint attack. Walk backwards. Roll forward. Walk left. Right? Walk backwards. Sprint left, back, dodge, roll. Keep it in the center of the arena. Right? You don't want to walk too far back. God, I wish I used the fire just there. Like this. You gotta fucking tell your brain what to do. Out loud. Holy shit. It's funnier that the one that I was narrating. the camera that you can't fake. My brain, right? I was saying it. But I mean, we've done it with the camera on and almost killed them, so I'm not like worried about the camera. It's just so hot. I'm like sitting here shirtless, no camera. Okay. People do it all the time with their camera. We're just trying to kill the fucking boss. People do it on like New Game Plus without the camera. What I'm doing is not special. It's just an achievement for me. That's why I'm like, oh shit, I may have found something now. So I'm not Mr. Clickbait. You know me. No one's playing Elden Ring when I started my playthrough, and then. Every other channel is starting because of the Night Rain stuff and everything, but everyone was playing Night Rain when I started my Elden Ring playthrough, and then Night Rain ended, and now people have moved back to Elden Ring. So I wasn't ahead of the curve. I just kind of knew naturally what was going to happen, and I was enjoying Elden Ring, so I read that shit like a boss attack. So that's why I'm here at the end of Elden Ring, and a lot of people are starting their journeys right now. I don't want to say that I influenced him because I have like no views on my shit. So it wasn't me, but I know it was just that you were playing Elden Ring Night Rain and it made you think of Elden Ring when the beta was over. So they all naturally just had their own idea at the same time, right? I forget the name of that, but there is like a name for, well, what the fuck? My hand wasn't even on the triggers. That was weird. There's a name for, oh, the lock on almost fucking killed me. When a lot of people have the same idea around the same time. So you run away from them and what? You run like left diagonal? Oh my god! That was too close. Okay. My character was glowing gold. That was too close. Like, it actually, genuine fear in my voice. What the fuck? Felt like I was going down a roller coaster right there. I was like, no! Like watching the tracks pass at light speed. What the fuck, dude? Oh god. Gain distance in the diagonal, run towards him. Oh god. Fuck, I'm dead. My positioning, I actually rolled too far forward. I know, I'm like a mile away from him, but I rolled. He's swinging like a neighborhood at me, right? Actually, he's swinging an entire constellation. Okay, he's hitting me with he's the cosmos swinging a constellation at me. Honestly, now it feels like a battle. Like I'm doing a lot of damage in chunks, and he hits me. I die in one shot, but hey, I mean, it's happened, and not every time, is what I should say. Maybe the lore will tell us if it's like, oh, you're supposed to do it, but also increases damage taken. Solemn duty weighs upon the one beholden, not unlike a gnawing curse from which there is no deliverance. Yeah, you have to wear this. You seek its truth, right? Why does the frost giant have the other eye of Radagon? Curious. You can answer that question for me without Radagon being a giant. I would love answers. But it being a heritage heirloom, him finding out and being sealed away for it, that explains a lot, you know? Bring it on. I guess roll through it, right? Just roll into him, roll towards him, no fear. Seems to be the theme of this boss. Name a more satisfying sound than full as this, bro. Use none of my heals. That shit's crazy. I think I've only done that on one boss, where we killed him without healing, and then I just drank the whole thing, like, get fucked. Ugh, that was cool. In Dark Souls 2, and like maybe in this boss, in this game, like one boss. I don't think I ever drank the flask, because it's such an open world in Elden Ring. I don't really do that in this game. I think I did it one time. But in Dark Souls, you do that to diss players. If someone invades you, you kill them without healing, and you're right by a bonfire, they were trying to like cheese the healing, you just drink all of your Estus right over their body. Be like, oh, you trying to heal now, motherfucker? I've had that happen to me many times, and I've done it to people. It's just funny. Like, it's part of the community experience. It's more because you have more heals when you get invaded, but when you invade someone, you lose half of your heals. The host has way more healing, and people like to blame like, oh, you won because of your healing, right? So if you drink like all 12 Estus after killing somebody, they literally can't, one, use the clip, right, of them dying, because then it is them using all, it is showing you not needing to even heal to kill them. So it's like, okay, well, fuck. And two, again, it's like, you can't complain that I didn't outskill you. I didn't even need to heal, and you invaded me at a point where it's easy for the invaders to kill people. That happens sometimes. It happened to me on stream, but not invaded. Just, I killed a boss at like a really difficult point without healing. After like hours of trying, I finally got him down and like no-hit it, and then I drank all my Estus. It's like a emotional success. It reinvigorates you. Especially when you know the meaning of like, I outskilled you, right? It's like, I'm bathing in light. I am the victor. Right? I didn't even need this shit. Feels so good. I mean, don't be afraid to ask for help, but I mean, it is funny when you outskill someone and it's like obvious they're trying to cheese you and stuff. It's like, come on, bro, you're invading here. Like, if you've ever felt that, that's when you kill them and drink all of your Estus. Like, this is what you get, right? If you can. I'm not gonna say. Sometimes it's best to just be like, all right, I'm gonna deprive you of the fun for invading me at a cheesy point. Right, I'm just gonna forward through the boss, grab the important items, and then I'll explore this afterwards, because you go away in a second, right? You know, that's the other way to beat them, and no one likes that, right? But if you're on a level, I don't have to experience it as a level 1 because of scaling. It's not gonna really, I don't have furled finger remedies for one, but the invaders are like scaled, right? They're just base game. They're normal NPCs, so if you can beat the fucking bosses, you can beat the invaders. But some player builds are so crazy, they're like throwing fucking constellations at you. Like, hitting you with a constellation's one thing, but just throwing them at you non-stop? Come on, man. How the fuck am I supposed to dodge that? You didn't have to actually make the hitbox the size of a fucking constellation. God damn it. I don't even want to talk about it. As I was complaining about big hitboxes, I roll away from a hitbox as I'm mid-roll and die. Far away from where the attack landed. I was like, alright, well. I feel like I pre-complained about that. Let's just move on. There is nothing for me. This is what becomes of the condemned who get sliced up and stuffed into jars to become saints instead. Scraps of flesh for filling great jars, rancorous spirits cling to the pinkish red twitching meat. Rancor, where is it? Where's the Omen Rancor item? That's a thing. I just forgot where the fuck it is. It's like the barn, right? The omen barn token. We got this. We don't even use the fucking healing anyway. We just get killed in 2 shots, 1 shot. I didn't roll against him. If I rolled against him, I wouldn't have rolled too far. He slammed and then I dodged the initial explosion, but it keeps going out as a wave. So I fucking died. God damn it, dude. Actually, a second. This fucking game, dude. I might need a practice run. I might need to beat the game a couple times as a normal fucking person. Cause god damn it. What is happening? All right. Sorry, didn't get a chance to mute the mic, so you're gonna have to suffer through it this time. That is not dead, which can eternal lie, and in strange eons, or with strange eons, even death may die. That's what it is. I have it written down. It's just like sideways and partially written off to the side. That's why I'm reading it weird. Aside from not knowing it, it's like half written sideways. Actually, it doesn't matter what it is, because I know your death. And prepare to die. It's safer to walk around the backside of them. You get through the other side safe, but that one has the back swing, right? That's where it ends. So they still include the hitbox until the entire animation's over. So when it winds up there, it still counts as like a full swing. Oh my god, that animation cancel was probably the worst one yet. I'm definitely gonna go grab a cup of water after that. He literally snapped into a fucking different animation in the middle of that. Like, it wasn't even close to what he was doing, and then he was like, oh shit, I need to do this or you're gonna kill me right now. Like that. Oh my god. I can only help but laugh, because that one proves what I was talking about, that like, it'll randomly just decide to fucking kill you, right? It'll be like, oh, actually, fuck the entire timing, I need to stop right now. It's like, animation cancels ruin the game. Simply because of that, right? It's like, I couldn't have changed the timing. I would have had to preordain that he was gonna animation cancel, right? Like, there's no way, because it's random, and he didn't do it the whole fight, right? It's like, sometimes he does it, sometimes he doesn't. So it's not like, oh, it's a certain amount of health that he gets to and he does it. It's like, no, sometimes we stagger him and just beat his ass at the halfway mark. So, god damn, dude. Just go watch that back and look at how I'm attacking him. And then look at how he immediately goes, oh shit, you hit me a second time, and he just snaps into a quick stomp animation. Like, it's the worst. I hate the hitboxes and animation cancels. Those are the things I fucking hate. It feels like that kind of design of you can't beat the boss because I don't want you to. It doesn't have anything to do with my skill. It doesn't have anything to do with me understanding the boss, right? It's just the boss randomly said, no wait, oh fuck, you die now, right? It's like, what the hell? Like, it doesn't feel good, right? I don't feel like I'm learning anything from the game. Just it's prolonging this fucking suffering. Like, it's like, how many times has that happened and I didn't even realize it? Where it's like, oh, we're gonna fucking... now America really has to pay, right? It's like, oh my god, dude. Animation can't... We're fighting you for days, and now on the 4th day, you're gonna have animation cancels? You haven't animation canceled this whole fucking time. Why now, all of a sudden, are you going to start doing that shit? Like, that's... It does... It's driving me crazy. It's, again, the consistency is key, someone said in chat before, and that's true as fuck. How the fuck am I supposed to learn anything if it's inconsistent as shit, right? Fucking frustrating. It just wasted that entire boss fight, and it's none of anyone's fault, right? It's the game programmer's fault. It's not even Radagon's fault. I can't even blame the boss. I can't even be like, oh, dude, the boss. It's like, no, the whole game has stupid shit like that in the DLC. It's fucking goddamn cursed, I tell you. Animation cancels are terrible. If you have an animation cancel in your game and you're thinking about making this, take it out, please, for the love of God, you fucking idiot, okay? Because it's just that, like, oh, I don't like that my player is learning my game, right? Is really what it breaks down to. It's like, oh no, you're getting too good at my game and I want it to be hard. It's like, you know, the thing is they're getting good, right? Make an actual fucking challenge. I hate when it cheats and it makes a challenge seem possible, like barely possible, right? You have the possible timing, and it cuts you off in the middle of your roll, right? Like if I'm rolling, the roll never changes. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, right? Like it's never changing. So it's like to know that I'm basing everything off of the roll, and I'm like, okay, I can roll here, and this again, same thing. 2 or 3 attacks, never changing. So if you know one time, right, all you have to do is hit him once and dodge, and as soon as you get that window is available. You don't have to do it, but you know you can. So when you hit him and then you go to dodge, and then the animation cancel just to get you at the end of your dodge, it teaches you not to learn the fight's openings in the middle of the combo, right? It's like that is so fucking annoying, dude. Because it's like, what am I trying to learn then, right? Am I not trying to learn the fucking openings? You wind up like that, dipshit, right? How many times did we die like that? God damn it. It's so fucking stupid. Especially with the grabs. The grabs are one of the worst offenders in Dark Souls 2 and 3. People know about the grab fame of the old games. I actually am surprised it's not that bad in this game, where you like roll near somebody and you'll be like at the stomach of the creature and their hands will be like reaching out above them in a full dive, and then you will teleport into their hands through their entire body into the grab animation. Like it happened to us in our playthrough multiple times. So it's like their entire body turns into a grab hitbox at some points. So their hitboxes have always been fucking cursed, right? It's stupid. They've been getting a little bit better with the grabs. I think they know that nobody likes that shit, right? It doesn't feel good to learn. You dodge their hands and then you teleport into the hands. It's like, well, then where am I supposed to go? I dodged it, right? So it's like, it doesn't teach you anything. It's an invisible barrier, right? The hitboxes are big invisible spheres. You aren't supposed to know really where they are, right? Except that's the problem, is you are supposed to know in real life. It's just the collider. So you're looking at it and then you dodge, but then it still hits you. Again, it's animation cancels and that shit. Ugh. They combine, right? Because if they animation cancel and offset and then slam and you're dodging, it'll like catch you at the end of your roll, right? Because it offset. It's like it all ties together in a shitty cacophony of fucked up game design just to interrupt your flow and make it not fun. Like it doesn't teach you anything, and it just makes it unenjoyable, right? I'm learning everything I can. I'm hitting every fucking dash, every fucking attack, every fucking dodge, right? I'm spacing, I'm coordinating which side I'm rolling to, and the game just goes, never mind. And all that shit I taught you for the past couple days, go fuck yourself. It's so, I hate that shit, because that's what it feels like. It didn't do it for 3 days, and now it's starting to do it. It's like, well, what am I supposed to do, right? I just unlearn all the shit that I learned? And I know that the cycle is going to compete. I'm going to spend another fucking week on this boss because of that. Now it's going to start animation canceling on me. And I can't help that. I literally would need to be a fucking psychic to know that. It's so goddamn stupid. And even then, if I hit and then go dodge and it changes, it's like I could be knowing what it's going to do, dodge accordingly, and then it snaps into a different animation. So that thing I was reading about halfway through, I was wrong. Not because of what I was looking at, but because the game was covering it up. It's not skillful. Fucking dumb. Alright, I got a cup of coffee because I'm not gonna fucking end until this boss is dead. And I don't even care if it's recorded. This guy needs to die. It's more of a personal journey now. You guys are here if you're here, right? I don't give a fuck. It's not for you. You can go fuck yourself. Love you. But it's not for you. I don't know you. I'm gonna pretend to know you. This shit's for me. You could be a fucking dung eater for all I know. Some religious zealot. America, even worse. And not the good kind of dung eater, like the understanding life metaphorical kind, but just like the religious zealot shit. No. I don't know, dude. That's the point. I do love that character now. He's such a, like, a complete contrast to what I thought. I was like, why is he insulting everyone with the Solaire thing? Like, it didn't make sense. And then as soon as you understand it, it's like, oh, we misunderstood everything. And no one was coming along to ever tell us that we got it wrong, right? He just wanted us to solve it. He's gonna make it easier to solve and easier to solve. I wonder if there are secret endings in all of the other Souls games. Backwards left and then forward right left, forward left, forward left. Horse. Away from him. Okay. Off your horse. Sprint attack is your new best friend, by the way. Counter attack friendship is over. New friendship made with sprint attack. That shit's crazy. Counter attack is so long. Like, the animation is so long, you're so vulnerable, you gotta do a whole spin. Do you know how much easier it is to just wait half a second and hit them? It's typically the right answer. Like, it's crazy. But even above that. Okay. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? Is this allowed? Oh shit. Okay. Whoa, what the fuck? That thing moved so fast. Why did it move so much faster that time compared to the other times? It couldn't even catch me before. I like outranged it and didn't even see the thing for half. How the fuck? What? What the fuck? Genuinely. Now I noticed how cartoonish it was moving in, and I was like, well, I actually know I'm dead. Like, I accepted that death because I knew that was a dangerous move, but that was like particularly fast. I guess it's like as soon as he starts the animation, you gotta book it. As soon as he gets to half health, just start running. We actually got it past half health. Oh, we don't have the picture up right now. God, my ears itchy. I'm just gonna let him kill me. That shit was bugging me the whole fucking time, but I didn't want to complain about it. God damn, I need a fucking haircut. Ugh, I think I might need a practice run, and I'm gonna beat the game like every fucking way you can before we come back here and do this. I know we almost killed him, but I don't want to spend a month trying to fight this fucking boss on animation cancel random timing. It was all good until that moment. Like everything, I was all fine and dandy, literally, like for losing for days is fine to me. It's as soon as the game cheats me out of a win, right? That's what it feels like. I'm like, well, there's actually absolutely nothing I could have fucking done except have psychic vision and the magical foresight to see the future and know that you were going to stop. Like, it's like if he was going to stomp right there and then I roll, and then instead of stomping, he swings the fucking mace and hits me, right? It's like, it's very obvious if it were like that. And that's kind of, it's like the inverted version, right? It's where like he was doing something like he was weakened and allowed to be hit, like an opening, dare I say. I hate when they close openings too. Motherfucker, dude. And then the lingering hitbox bullshit of like I roll through it and then the secondary hitbox gets me. It's, you need perfect timing. So annoying. Because then you can't like have fun with it and do different things. You have to do exactly what they want you to do. And then again, it's not as fun as like an open-ended solve your own thing, right? It's like you have to hit me like this. If you try to hit me in a different way, I'm gonna animation cancel and kill you. It's like, well, okay. It's like that way it worked most of the time. Why doesn't it work now? It's like, well, it offends the game designer, so they programmed a failsafe for when their butt hurt, right? Of thinking about in the distance, they feel it in the force. Someone's beating my game, right? It's like, really? That's what you're upset about? Someone learned the mechanics? Isn't that the point? Isn't that what you were trying to teach him? So fucking frustrating. Again, it's like, oh my god. It's one little thing, an animation cancel. I didn't even want to believe that I saw an animation cancel before. I was like, maybe it wasn't an animation cancel. Maybe it was something else. That was pure copium. It was like, god damn it. You don't get it, Rock. You don't get a rainbow stomp. Fuck you. I'm stomping all over you, you piece of shit. You're cheating. And probably you fucked your brother, you weirdo. You brother fucker. Alright, well, let's pray that we don't die. No fucking idea how to dodge that. I'm like, absolutely zero. So what we're gonna do is, I'm not gonna do this. I'm gonna go level up a whole other character, play the game normally, kill them, and go for the secret ending. And then come back and fucking do this. I will come back after a training arc. Thank you guys. The closest we got is here. This is where I'll leave it. It's not I'm giving up. It's I will see you when I can finish this part of the fight.